Dear ministers, ambassadors, representatives of organizations and business associations, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the co-organizer, the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics, to the 5th Annual Southeast Europe Energy Forum that is taking place here in the beautiful city of Thessaloniki. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the forum is being held on a hybrid format, meaning that we have limited number of participants physically present here at the venue, and we're very glad that the majority of those are from abroad. We have also a very large number of digitally connected participants since the event is live streamed. Having said that, we ask you in advance for your understanding in any case of slight discrepancies in the flow of the program. The forum is organized with the support of the US Embassy and the strategic partnership with the Atlantic Council and the US Chamber of Commerce. We sincerely thank the US Embassy and both organizations for their valuable partnerships and contribution. More than a year has already passed since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the global economy is trying to gradually be moving towards its prior levels of activity. Under the present conditions, we are witnessing profound changes in the energy sector, with oil and gas hitting high prices, which in conjunction with the increasing prices of the raw materials are affecting the price of goods and the whole supply chain, with worrying impacts at the moment for the economies in all Europe and elsewhere. At the same time, the obvious signs of the climate change are leading the EU, US, and most of the developed countries to legislate for more emissions reduction, which leads to rapid growth of exploiting alternate and mostly renewable energy sources, and to an explosion of innovative new technologies, as we are witnessing in the auto industry, in shipping and transportation in general, in energy conservation, and other energy-related fields. In Greece, the National Energy and Climate Plan incorporates the EU's latest 2030 targets, while the recently presented National Recovery Plan, Greece 2.0, will use European recovery funds to accelerate the green and digital transitions. But most importantly, is the independency and security in uninterrupted energy supply, which means diversification, interconnectivity, and mainly interregional cooperations, and that underlines the importance of the energy sector in the geopolitics. All this and many more we will discuss today with our exceptional lineup of speakers whom we have the honor to host in our forum, and we thank them for their presence and valuable participation. We are proud that once again, on the occasion of the forum, we have the signing of transnational and international business agreements, which highlights the importance of our forum as a platform for exploiting international cooperation and concluding important agreements. I want now to thank our sponsors, the platinum sponsor, the Eunice Energy Group, the gold sponsors, DESFA, Annex, Gas Trade, and National Bank of Greece, and the silver sponsors, HEDNO, LP, and Invenergy. Also, our media partner, the Athens Macedonian News Agency, and our communication sponsors, Energy, Energy World, Energy and Economy, World Energy News, and the business partners. We deeply appreciate their contribution. I also want to thank my colleagues, Angeliki Dikeulia, who is coordinating the whole event with the assistance of Anis Zuru and Nikos Sadaru here from the office at Thessaloniki. Last, we want to thank all of you who are either physically here or you are remotely connected with us. Thank you for your participation. Now, I will pass the floor to Mr. Nikos Bakatselos, President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, for his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Ilias, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, dear friends. Welcome to the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, a leading institutional event organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics in cooperation with the US Embassy in Athens and the strategic support of the Atlantic Council and the US Chamber of Commerce. This is our continuing contribution to a comprehensive, meaningful, and effective dialogue on the region's energy developments. We have come a long way since the first oil and gas forum in 2017 in Alexandroupolis, a decisive milestone in promoting energy cooperation in Southeast Europe and in creating the conditions for Greece to become an important energy hub in the region, taking advantage of its strong geographical position. We have indeed come a long way to reach the present moment when regional alliances and cooperation in the fields of energy determine geopolitical developments in Southeast Europe, and the climate crisis brings forth issues that must be addressed urgently and effectively by the global implementation of a sustainable energy model. The agenda of the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum highlights opportunities and risks stemming from geopolitical developments, the role of regional markets in Southeast Europe in relation to investment initiatives, the adoption of alternative energy sources, the European Green Deal, increasing energy and supply chain costs, energy partnerships beyond borders, as well as the impact of digitization and automation in the energy sector. All this, while the global economy is gradually returning to previous levels of activity following the trough of the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, the strong partnership between the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, the US and US institutional and business ecosystems, in conjunction with the presence of leading figures of the political, business, and academic communities from Greece and Europe at the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, set the stage for a meaningful and effective dialogue leading us into the future. The dialogue of the US ambassadors to Greece, Bulgaria, Albania, North Macedonia, and Serbia, who we have the pleasure of having here today, underlines the interest and the significance of the energy sector in Southeast Europe for the US. It is also important to note the dialogue between the region's ministers, a dialogue which highlights the necessary conditions to support the investment outlook with stability and security, standing out, along with the traditional ties and current relationships which strongly contribute to regional cooperation. Dear friends, at a time when a new and dynamic balance of energy connections is being formed, Greece's role and investment outlook have been upgraded, adding a significant boost to the country's economy. Greece is called up to meet the new challenges and to use its geopolitical advantage to regain a steady growth trajectory. The government has successfully integrated the energy sector into the Greek development map and has advanced a number of collaborations and alliances in Southeast Europe, further strengthening the country's role in the region. At the same time, Greece, through the National Energy and Climate Plan, is fully aligned with the European Union's targets for 2030 and is taking important steps to accelerate the green and digital transition. A transition that needs to become part of our collective mentality and lead to an adoption of the common political and economic strategy consistent with green development. With these thoughts and my best wishes for its success, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to making the 5th Southeast European Forum possible. Our partners, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, the US Embassy in Athens, the Atlantic Council, the US Chamber of Commerce, the ministers, the speakers, the team at AmCham in Athens and Thessaloniki, and of course, all the attendees, virtual and physical. I sincerely look forward to, and with great interest, to the upcoming dialogue, which I believe will help determine future energy developments in Southeast Europe. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to call Mr. Kostas Andriosopoulos, the chair of AmCham's Energy Committee, to the podium. Costa?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Nicola. It is a great pleasure to be here for the fifth time. This is the fifth year that we are organizing the Southeast Europe Energy Forum, and it is getting better and better every year. It is a very great honor to see that a lot of the projects that we have been working on, promoting, presenting in the past forums are actually materializing with the years. Just as a few examples, the collaboration between Greece and the neighboring countries in the some of the infrastructure projects that we have been talking in the case of natural gas or power interconnections are becoming a materiality. So I would like also to thank the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics for the collaboration over those years in making a reality this forum. And for that, I would like to call in the podium the Vice Chairman of the Association, Professor Kiki Kosmidou, who is also a professor at the Aristotle University here in Thessaloniki, which it is a great honor for us to have a professor, a colleague that is present here in Thessaloniki and strengthens the forum itself. So, Kiki, I would like to call you on the podium. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you, Kostas. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to San Thessaloniki for the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. As the Vice President of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, I would like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and its Energy Committee for the excellent collaboration and organization of today's forum. Next, I would like to thank the US Embassy in Greece, the Atlantic Council, and the US Chamber of Commerce for their support. Finally, the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum is grateful to our platinum, gold, and silver sponsors. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global economy is trying to gradually move towards its prior levels of activity. Under the present conditions, we're witnessing profound changes in the energy sector as well. In that context, Greece introduced the National Energy and Climate Plan, which incorporates Europe's latest targets, while the recently presented National Recovery Plan will use European recovery funds to accelerate the green and digital transitions. The 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum brings together key policymakers, regulators, market players, and experts to present and discuss all the latest developments in the dynamic energy field in Greece and the wider Southeast European region. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a productive and fruitful day.
Supposedly, we had, down barriers from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Benjamin Haddad, to follow up, with their introductory remarks. However, due to some technical issues, I guess both they will join us later on, since we have some, as I said, some technical issues. So we will continue, but we will take a short break, just a few minutes, in order, Mr. Donnelly to join us, who is next in the program after the introductory remarks. Okay, so please be patient. Thank you very much. So we are back, and it's a pleasure to have with us Mr. Kurt Donnelly, Senior Bureau Official, Bureau of Energy Resources Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Diplomacy from the U.S. Department of State, who will give us a keynote address on a U.S. policy perspective, on the future of the energy sector, focusing on transition and climate. Mr. Donnelly, it's a pleasure to have you here. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here to join today at the Southeast Europe Energy Forum. As mentioned, I represent the State Department's Bureau of Energy Resources. The existence of my bureau shows that the U.S. considers energy issues as critical foreign policy issues. And the Biden administration has elevated our job even further. Just days after taking office, the president issued an executive order entitled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. This executive order identified the climate crisis as an essential element of U.S. foreign policy and national security. So there is a real sense of urgency coming from President Biden about our job to address climate change. And that means first starting at home, a lot of work to do in the United States, but secondly, working with partners around the world, because this has to be a united effort globally. What this means is that everything we do internationally that involves energy is about tackling the climate crisis. And energy is the key. We have to solve this problem. I tell my staff back in Washington all the time that we're not just energy officers, we're actually all climate officers now. That is our job. I have to say, for 4 years, the U.S. walked away from its responsibility to our own people and to the international community to address climate change in the way we should. But I'm happy to say we're back. That means first that we have to get our own house in order. As the number 2 emitter of greenhouse gas emissions in the world, we have a huge responsibility. We also have an enormous opportunity to lead a renewed global effort to meet our Paris Agreement goals. But we have to start now. There's no time to lose. Meeting our goals for 2050 will take a wholesale transformation of the global economy. And we can get there. But it will take unprecedented cooperation from every country and from the private sector. And it will require trillions of dollars in investments in clean power, in financing for innovations in clean technologies, such as small modular reactors, and investment to develop new technologies for things like batteries, for hydrogen, and for technologies that we don't even know yet, that are still out there that will contribute to solving the climate crisis. You'll be hearing from my colleagues from the United States, from Secretary Kerry's staff and from our Department of Energy, more about how we are promoting this innovation in the United States to address our climate goals. The United States already mobilizes billions of dollars in overseas infrastructure financing through existing bilateral and multilateral tools. We hope that together with the private sector, the Build Back Better World initiative will collectively catalyze hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure investment for low and middle income countries in the coming years. The investments will be made consistent with achieving the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement and will address the underlying infrastructure that will transform global energy systems. The United States is committed to ensuring that a net zero emissions future offers significant opportunity for business, for clean, green jobs, and economic growth. And as President Biden has said, to build back better from the global economic crisis. In the United States, we are upgrading our energy policy with 3 main goals, priorities. The first is decarbonization. This is pretty straightforward. We have to address the root causes of the climate crisis. And that means decarbonizing how we use energy in our economies. And we all know how urgent this is. I've read the reports of the wildfires in Greece, and in the United States, we've suffered from this problem as well. And this is a direct consequence of the climate change crisis we're facing. The second pillar, the second goal of the US administration is energy security. This is something we've worked on for a long time, and it continues to be an important priority. We must support regional cooperation and strategic energy diversification to promote political stability and counter malign influences working in the world. We've been working closely with Southeastern Europe for many years on this challenge and have had many successes. And you'll be hearing from many of our ambassadors in the region about how this challenge is being addressed in their countries. The third priority is energy for development. As we know, there are still too many people on the planet who do not have access to reliable, affordable energy. And that inhibits economic development. It inhibits advances in things like healthcare and education. And unless we solve that issue of giving everyone universal access, we're going to continue to have poverty and underdevelopment, and the quality of life for many of our fellow inhabitants of this planet will still be not achieved. Now, these three priorities might appear in some cases contradictory, but we really see them as working together, being complementary. Clean energy policies mean more energy produced at home. When you have windmills and solar panels, you're not buying your energy from Russia through pipelines that could be turned off. You're producing your energy here in Greece, or in our case, in the United States. And innovation in clean energy technologies offers new solutions to universal energy access as well. So we're finding new ways to get electrical power to isolated communities, not only even in the United States, but in places like Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, where still millions of people don't have access to reliable energy. We see energy security as a matter of national security. US policy is consistently focused on increasing the diversification of energy resources by suppliers, by routes, and by fuel types. And that includes nuclear and renewables. And by promoting transparent and competitive markets. It's when markets work that we can really build much more security into our economies. And I'll have a little more to say about energy security a little later. The next logical question is, what does these new policy initiatives of the Biden administration mean for Southeastern Europe and the Balkans? As I mentioned, there'll be a panel later today, which will include our United States ambassadors to Greece, Albania, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bulgaria, and they'll talk more about this issue. But let me provide an overview. Southeast Europe is on the verge of an enormous transformational shift in the energy sector. Now is the time to take action, bold action, to decarbonize our economies. Coal, and in most cases lignite, very dirty coal, has long dominated the energy mixes of many of the countries in the region, especially in the Balkans. This has caused horrible air pollution, which has consequences for the health of our citizens, and it has impeded economic growth. Renewable energy is on the rise, and some countries have committed to phase out coal in the medium term, and we applaud those efforts. For example, right here in Greece, the government is committed to phasing out coal by 2025. And in the region, North Macedonia, with Albania and Montenegro, recently joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance, pledging to stop producing their electricity from coal by 2030. Another important issue is grid connectivity. This will be critical to help us diversify our energy supply. And it's also critical as we introduce more and more renewables into our energy mix, so that we have a reliable balancing of the inputs from renewable energy. As global markets move away from fossil fuels, countries need to assess the best ways to integrate clean energy so that it's both reliable and scalable. We want to work with our allies on strategies that build reliable and sustainable energy mixes here in Southeastern Europe and the Balkans. Now, let me get back to the topic of energy security in the region. For too long, too many countries have relied almost completely on Gazprom for their natural gas. But that situation is changing. Greece has led the way, but more needs to be done. Gazprom, and therefore the Kremlin, holds a sword over the neck of too many countries in the region. And these countries, many of them are US allies and partners. So we take this threat to their energy security and therefore their national security very seriously. The first step to correct this is to cut the cord with Gazprom. And that starts with the Turk Stream 2 pipeline, a direct threat to our neighbor in Ukraine, and an ongoing threat to many countries in the region. Gazprom uses its dominance in the natural gas field to advance Kremlin policies that undermine our collective energy security and threaten our well-being and the well-being of our peoples. Gazprom has cut gas supplies before, and they will surely do it again. But even now, without cutting gas supplies, Gazprom operates as a monopolist. They are clearly a monopoly, and they operate this way. So what are they doing? They're withholding gas supplies to Europe, driving up the price of gas, and reducing the ability of countries in Europe to build up their storage in anticipation of the winter. These are dangerous policies, not surprising coming from Gazprom, but dangerous policies that put the economies throughout Europe at risk. The EU's third energy package should have stopped the Kremlin using gas as a weapon, but it didn't succeed. Still, we think that with some more work with our partners in the European Union, the third energy package can be used to realize its purpose to protect European consumers from the kind of actions that Gazprom has taken in the past and the kind that we expect they will take in the future. Other alternatives to Gazprom are emerging, such as liquefied natural gas through the FSRUs in Greece or in Croatia. Another way to cut the cord is to reduce dependency on natural gas by introducing more renewables into the energy mixes of our economies. And relying on your neighbors, not the Kremlin, but your actual neighbors, to have your back by integrating your regional electricity systems is a powerful way to build stability into your energy mixes and to reduce dependency on Gazprom. We also think in the United States that nuclear energy has an important role to play. And we're excited about new technologies that are right on the cusp of being introduced, such as small modular reactors. We think small modular reactors can be a game changer as we address climate issues, both for realizing our climate goals, but also for enhancing our energy security. We and the EU have done a lot to promote these alternatives to Gazprom. We work closely together on this. And the United States stands ready to help you to do more to cut the cord. Allow me just a moment to highlight the intensive cooperation we have with our host here today, Greece. We have a bilateral strategic dialogue to advance our shared interests in a number of areas, including, first and foremost, energy. We met this summer to take stock of many of the accomplishments we have worked together on, including celebrating the completion of the Southern Gas Corridor and support for Greece's role as a driver in regional energy transformation and cooperation. I was just speaking with Minister Skrakis and really congratulated him on the vision that Greece has brought to this issue and emerging as a leader, showing the way as a good example of how we can tackle these issues together. We will meet again next month in the strategic dialogue with Greece, and we'll work on new priorities such as hydrogen, best practices for introducing renewables into our energy mixes, the very difficult but very important priority of cybersecurity, and then something that we both support very strongly, which is the 3Cs initiative. Finally, let me turn to the role of natural gas. In his executive order on climate change, President Biden tasked us in the US government to, quote, promote ending the financing of fossil-based energy. And he did this because we know that coal, and to a lesser extent oil and gas, are the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. If we don't address the issue of what we do with fossil fuels, we're not going to address the issue of climate change. We can't solve the climate crisis if we continue to burn fossil fuels the way we do now. So something has to change, and the change has to be dramatic. We see countries turning to natural gas as a way to reduce dependence on coal, which is good, and to reduce net carbon emissions. So there is a positive gain of that. But is that always the best solution? Sometimes it may be. But often switching to natural gas, even though it will reduce carbon emissions by a particular amount, can also lock in for your economies the consumption of natural gas for decades. And this is something we have to be careful about, because this transition has to proceed quickly. And we don't want to lock ourselves into old technologies for too long. Often the best solution, not in every situation, but often the best solution is to move straight to renewables. And the good news is that in many cases, renewables are cost competitive with fossil fuels for producing the electricity that our economies need. In all cases, the US government supports projects that make commercial and economic sense. And we support using existing infrastructure, avoiding the need to build new infrastructure, but using existing infrastructure to the extent possible. So, for example, the Southern Gas Corridor, which runs from Azerbaijan all the way to Italy. The gas is pretty much flowing from Azerbaijan through these countries to Italy, but it creates opportunities to use this infrastructure to provide natural gas to countries in the Balkans and other places. So there are opportunities to make better and full use of the infrastructure we have now. And there may be creative ways to use the infrastructure. They may be a way of introducing hydrogen into our energy mix by mixing it with natural gas in the pipelines we have now. In closing, let me just sum up. We see combating climate change as foundational to national security of the United States and our allies, and therefore it is a top priority of US foreign policy. Reaching our ambitious climate targets will require a concerted, coordinated, cooperative, global effort. We have to agree on the goals, we have to agree on the threat, and we have to move out quickly to address that in all of our countries. But in this enormous task of addressing climate change, the threats to energy security continue, and it's something we can't lose sight of. We together can solve climate change and fortify our energy security, and the US stands ready to help however we can to achieve those goals here in this part of Europe and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I think you have done an excellent job, if I may take the mask as well, in terms of introducing our next discussion, our next panel discussion, because a number of the topics that you have addressed will definitely be discussed with the discussion we have with the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum, Mr. Andreas Siamisis, whom I called here to start the discussion. So we are here in a one-to-one discussion with Mr. Siamisis. This is, as we said, our fifth forum, second time we're having this discussion. A lot of things have changed, have been initiated since last year. We have discussed about energy transition and what the energy transition means. It has a lot of meanings, a lot of industrial effects as well. We see the domestic production and diversification being at the heart of the discussions of our energy policy. We have a new energy and climate change plan that has been revised with more ambitious targets in terms of the penetration of renewables in our energy mix. Unfortunately, we don't have nuclear energy as the United States does, but we have heard that we are moving forwards the phase out of the lignite production that we do have, domestically speaking. And all these definitely affect not only the national plan, but also in terms of business cases, big industrial groups in the energy sector like Hellenic Petroleum. So with this very short introductory remark, I would like to hear your view, your opinion about all these developments.
Thank you very much, Kostas, for the invitation to attend this seminar. I truly hope and believe that this is going to be the last hybrid version of the seminar, and come next year we will be able to have this room full with people rather just a few. Now, a lot of the issues on energy transition were touched upon by the previous speaker. At the end of the day, energy has to fulfill very simple criteria. The first one is the environmental impact on how we produce and consume energy. The second is the cost of energy. And the third is the security of supply, given that, as we've heard, energy is often used as a geopolitical tool. Now, just repeating what has been said over the last few years by a lot of people, the necessity for the energy transition is quite obvious. We have the climate issues which we need to address, and unfortunately, the longer we wait, the more pressing the need to change becomes. We have the resource scarcity which we need to look into, which is affecting the energy transition, and of course, we have the business sustainability, because if energy companies refuse or ignore the signs of time, then they will be out of business. Now, the transition, it's out of lignite, it's out of hydrocarbons. Natural gas is referred to as a bridging fuel. The point made is very valid earlier about the long-term investments made, because if you want to utilize natural gas, you have to invest in CCGTs, in thermal units, which will take anything between 15 and 25 years to be amortized. So there is a lot of investment which needs to be taken seriously, and the risk profile of this energy transition is something which is troubling not only us, but pretty much everybody. The challenges in terms of energy transition are, again, quite significant. First of all, as we transition into different types of energy, the regulatory framework is very important, and it is something which in Europe we are starting to converge, but it is not the same throughout all markets. The interconnections are not there. And of course, we have the different treatment of CO2. So CBAM is going to be a key issue. We have the technology risk. It's a totally different technological risk for the new investments than what we have seen in the past. And of course, we have a slightly more fundamental issue, which is the switch of value from what we've come to know as petroeconomies. And I think, again, it's something that was referred by the previous speaker. So we are switching wealth away from certain countries which have been utilizing their natural resources in gas and liquid hydrocarbons into different geographies. So a lot of issues there, but the energy transition is a must for everybody.
In many senses, it's helping the collaboration around nations. If we look at Southeast Europe and the fact that we do see Greece really taking a leading role in terms of becoming a hub for the greater region, with all these infrastructure works that we have seen going on, the interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, the TAP pipeline, which has been operational since the beginning of the year. Looking at the FSRU, the floating LNG facility in Alexandroupolis, which is soon to be taking an FID. So a lot of discussions, possibly the pipeline. We have an oil pipeline that has stopped operating for some years, but there are active discussions also with North Macedonia now and natural gas as well. So we see that this is creating a lot of business opportunities. Another point, given that it is very fresh news that I would like to discuss with you, is yesterday's announcement that officially, through this long privatization process that we had on DEPA infrastructure over the past year and a half, the distribution business of DEPA, on which you are shareholder as Hellenic Petroleum, with the Greek state, has been successfully concluded yesterday, with Italgas being the awarded company on this. So how would you comment on the announcement and this business transaction?
Well, it is good news. It's a process which has lasted for many years. You probably recall the initial thoughts and the discussions for this transaction as a member of the DEPA board a few years ago. We are happy about the transaction. The result of the tender and the management, the joint management with the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund has been very good. We've managed to achieve a fair value a fair price for the asset, for the transaction. I think we would probably refer to three positive points about this transaction. The first one, being a transaction, is that we have two parties that feel content and satisfied with the consideration and the SPA. So we are happy as sellers. The buyer is happy because they've offered the consideration, so that's good news. The second is that as part of this transaction, we have effectively consolidated the medium to low pressure pipeline networks. As you know, that the transaction with Italgas also has a second stage, which is the 49% of one of the local distribution companies, network companies. So effectively, we are consolidating the medium to low pressure networks of Greece. And that's always good for a relatively small market like Greece. And the third point is that we have a successful bidder of the highest international standards, well versed in this market and knowledgeable about the Greek market. And I believe it's going to be beneficial not only for them and us as transacted parties, but also for the economy overall.
So I do have to comment on that. The best way to celebrate was to start the Eco Rally Acropolis yesterday, then when the opening of the transaction, with the closing of that transaction was announced. And we are very happy as a nation, I guess, not only us that we love the motorsport, but everybody, all Greeks, we do feel very proud for the rally to be back here in the country after a few years of inactivity. So how can you, within your comments, you have been there, I guess, at the ceremony yesterday, and I'm sure you have also enjoyed the beginning.
That's true. It's a little bit out of the energy transition agenda, probably to the opposite direction, but still we are a company that sells fuels, transport fuel. It's been 8 years since the WSC did not have the Acropolis rally on its calendar. We worked closely with relevant Minister Avianakis, and the support of the Prime Minister himself. I think they did most of the heavy lifting, and they managed to convince the organizers. What we offered was the support, the financial security, and the knowledge that there would be a serious company supporting that. The rally started yesterday. I think every Greek feels very proud about that. And we definitely feel very proud for what is called now Eco Rally Acropolis taking place again.
That's good for us to hear and for the country to have this organization again back on track and hosted by our country. Moving again on the concept of the energy transition that we have discussed, as Hellenic Petroleum, we know that you are behind the development of one and the construction of one of the biggest photovoltaic parks, probably in Europe, definitely the biggest in Greece, a bit more than 200 megawatt. Besides this specific renewable energy investment, what other plans you may have as a group for the near future? Because you said that if someone really believes in the energy transition, he needs to act fast. So how do you see that playing in the coming years?
Yeah. That's true. And energy transition is not just about electricity companies, because most people tend to associate energy with electricity and the fuels that go in the production of electricity. Energy today in the world is more than 50% supplied by hydrocarbons. So most of the transport energy required is actually supplied by hydrocarbons. So we take that very seriously, and we believe that if we do not act today, we will find ourselves in a situation where our business model will be challenged. So as a group, we developed a holistic plan. It's been done over the last few years. I think this year we were brave enough to actually take it to the market and implement it. It includes a number of changes which are a first for our group. First of all, we set ourselves with clear, specific, and achievable CO2 targets. We are aiming to improve our environmental footprint by 50% by 2030. Clearly, everybody's talking about the net zero position by 2050 or thereabouts. In order to get there, you have to improve on where you stand now. So that's something which has been set, and there is a very clear CO2 abatement curve and project taking place. We amended our business strategy and our capital allocation process. We are effectively solidifying and improving our core business in hydrocarbons. We're making it greener and more relevant for the future through a number of initiatives, which I'll mention in a minute. But at the same time, we are also building a second pillar to our energy business, which is in the form of renewables, energy management, power and gas, where we have a substantial stake, as you know. So effectively, what we want to do is to prepare our group for a prolonged transition period where we do not see hydrocarbons moving out of the energy portfolio, but at the same time, we see new types of energy providers coming in. Just to give you an idea, more than 50% of our 4 billion capex for the next few years is actually earmarked for new energy projects. To do that, we're changing the structure of the group, the governance of the group. After 30 odd years, 40 years that's been operating, we are actually moving closer to a market structure and a market governance, which is always good. And in order to be a little bit more specific, we have a number of examples that we're working on. The first one is the renewables project. Within 18 months, we managed to put in place a pipeline of more than 1.2, 1.3 gigawatt of renewable projects. We're building the largest renewables park to date. I'm sure that there will be bigger ones coming up in the near future in Kozani. It's a 204 megawatt photovoltaic plant. We launched it last year when I was here in this conference. We started the works. Despite COVID, we expect that's going to be completed by the end of the year. So hopefully 2022, we'll be seeing the first cash flows from the project. We're working on a number of other initiatives in the renewable space, but that's not only it. we have taken the core business improvement very seriously. We have biofuels projects which will improve the environmental footprint of our core business. We are investigating, and probably over the next few months, we will be close to announcing hydrogen-based projects, green and blue, with capturing of CO2 at our refineries. And of course, last but not least, it's the international footprint. We operate in 7 countries. I believe that Greece is one of the more advanced regulatory, from a regulatory point of view, markets that we operate in. So we are taking our examples and experiences and organizational competencies and exporting them to the countries that we operate. You mentioned the pipeline, which we hope that will be back in operation soon. Unfortunately, as you know, over the last couple of days, we had some very bad news from North Macedonia with a terrible accident at the hospital there. So we hope that once they get through this terrible accident, we will be able to revisit that and aim by the end of the year to have something more concrete to announce.
That would be very good news. In this respect, your general exploration and production hydrocarbon strategy also aligns with the energy transition move that you have described, if I'm not mistaken. If I ask also very briefly on this topic, what Hellenic Petroleum is actually now doing and moving ahead.
Well, in life, you cannot be a jack of all trades. You cannot do everything with the same priority. Now, if we accept and embrace the transition to green energy, it means that something else has to give. I mean, if you have a lignite plant, you cannot be building a photovoltaic plant and saying that, oh, I'm going to operate a lignite plant and a photovoltaic plant. Yeah. Change means change. So in that respect, we have reevaluated our exploration portfolio. As we have already announced, we have relinquished the onshore areas in Greece on a number of accounts, not least environmental impact. We are evaluating our offshore exploration acreage. We're not going to be exiting from all of them, but we are reevaluating the prospects and the fit with our strategy.
So in this respect, the news that relatively recently you have taken over as the chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development at the Greek Federation of Industries is definitely giving a sign also on the broader strategy and everything that we have discussed before. So if you would like to comment a little bit on this new development and the hat that you are wearing now representing the company there.
That's true. I was given the opportunity and the honor to head the Council for Sustainable Development of the Greek Federation of Industries, which is probably the first time that you see somebody coming from the energy and the petrol industry leading that. I did that with the aim of promoting the climate agenda, the transition, the energy transition agenda. But not only that, if we want to make an impact and leave behind us a better world, it's not just about climate, it's about sustainability. So even though they come at a slightly lower priority in terms of materiality and importance, I believe that we need to tackle the issue of biodiversity, cyclical economy, the waste management issues that we are facing, and farm to fork issues, use of plastics. So I think that while our emphasis as a company and as a society is around the clean energy and the energy transition agenda, I believe that we should be making sure that the other areas are looked into as well. If we want to leave a better world behind us, I think we need to build sustainability as a higher priority.
We definitely need to have a spherical approach and a view that we
Correct.
look all aspects, it's business, economy, society as well at the same time, and make sure that we do the best out of it to get us through and be able to reach the targets that you mentioned, policy targets that are quite ambitious, but we all need to work towards that direction. With this, because we need to be sharp on time, we have a very tight schedule throughout the day. I would like to thank Mr. Siamis for the very interesting and lively discussion that we had, and to say that I would like to see all of you and have this discussion again next year in the next forum that we will do, hopefully without the precautions and the measures that we have for COVID-19 this year.
We sincerely hope so. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. So I would like to call the moderator for the next panel, Ms. Kosmidou, Professor Kosmidou, so that we can start the discussion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on this panel entitled European Greek Deal, Greece and Delignitisation, Investment Opportunities. My name is Kyriaki Kosmidou. I'm Professor of Banking and Finance at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and Vice President of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. Today, I have the honor to introduce three distinguished speakers from the field of energy, and I want to invite them to share with us their thoughts and knowledge of their expertise. Our first speaker is Dr. George Pehlivanoglu. Then we have Dr. Nektaria Karakatsani, and finally, Mr. Anastasios Stosios. Okay. Thank you all once again for your participation in the 5th Southeast Energy Forum. Before I give you the floor, allow me to initiate our discussion by expressing a personal thought related to the increasing challenges of global warming that international energy markets experience over the last decades. In this framework, out of many new features, three phenomena are especially worthy for investigation. First, a European trend moving towards renewable energy under the European Green Deal. Second, the energy market decarbonization, and then emerging investment opportunities. In my view, these new developments have changed our fundamental understanding of how energy markets work and have also brought forward new challenges and opportunities. Mr. Pehlivanoglu, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's very refreshing to be. Sorry. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I would like to say that it is very refreshing to be physically present in the event once again. So I would like to start with a brief presentation of a few ideas and thoughts on how we move in the direction of the energy paradigm shift. I would like to focus on the technology challenges and the investment opportunities and how we at UNIS see this challenge and this opportunity. So initially, I would like to show you a little bit what is our view of a modern energy company. So we at UNIS want to be very clear at what we believe for the energy transition, and we believe in 100% renewable energy, 100% green energy for all, and we want to realize this in a modern and sustainable way. And the process to do that is by vertically integrating the various aspects of energy in the modern era, and by including technology and innovation in our daily agenda. Therefore, renewables and the energy paradigm shift does not come only by energy investments, but also by investments in R&D and technology. So we can see that we do have the typical aspects of wind parks and PV plants and investments in this field. However, we are committed in developing technologies in the field of energy storage by implementing the first green island and the first in Greece and the first green island in Europe that signed a PPA agreement that is grid connected with a day-ahead market type of operation. And this is the island of Tilos. For 3 years now, this project has been producing amazing results. It has been successfully operating and has been multiple times awarded because of its innovation. Now, a continuation of that is the investment of the company in R&D in the field of wind energy by establishing the first facility that designs, manufactures, and installs small-scale wind turbines in Greece. And of course, innovation and energy paradigm shift does not only happen in the standard electricity production and generation, but also in the field of transportation. And in this regard, we have been innovating again together with the American company Blink Charging, where we design and develop unique chargers for the first time in Greece for the European e-mobility networks of the company. Of course, when we start going up the scales, we see the large-scale electricity production and generation, and in that regard, the new and modern era of energy requires large-scale storage, and we are in the happy position to announce that we are currently pursuing the two largest lithium-ion battery storage systems that will be hopefully very soon in the building process. And of course, the new era of energy requires interconnections. Interconnections are the cornerstone of energy system integration, and they pave the way for a unified, low-cost, reliable European grid. Last but not least, I would like to, of course, remind everyone that we have to have bold targets and bold goals, and that's why we say we only believe in 100% green, clean energy. Very few points about our vision and our view about interconnections. So the current outlook of the European grid is one that shows that countries aim and try to interconnect with each other in order to provide grid resilience, reduce the cost of energy, and this is kind of the example that they set for every other country in the region. This is an example that UNIS aspires, and we definitely are very active in this process, and I will show you very shortly how we propose to interconnect our country and create and transform Greece into an energy hub of the region. So the first major project that we are actually developing right now is called GAP, is the Greece Africa Power. It's essentially the first time that an interconnection between the European and the African continent from Greece is tried and is proposed. It is a very significant project in the field of energy, but also in the field of geopolitics. And essentially what this interconnection will do is it will offer all the benefits of interconnecting the European power grid together with the Egyptian and therefore the African power grid with very interesting benefits, technological, but also economical. And I will show you a few afterwards. So that in combination with other interconnection projects of our company and others will allow Greece to become the very much a long-awaited energy hub in the region, and we firmly believe that despite the discussions about gas pipelines and gas interconnections, electricity interconnections are playing and will play a very, very significant role in the near future. As you can see in the map, the interconnection between Greece and Egypt through the Greece-Africa Power Project allows the mobilization of not only electricity, but also of capital from Europe to Africa and Middle East and vice versa. And this is kind of the key point in this sort of regional development. The sister project, the Southern Aegean Interconnector project, is a project that interconnects the mainland Greece with Crete by a parallel interconnection of various smaller islands, and also the interconnection of large-scale renewable energy capacity through the Aegean project, which is another project of our company, which is also offering a unique perspective in what can be achieved in the new the new era of energy in the field, in this region. So what we do here is we collect a very large amount of renewable energy generation. The Aegean project is 582 megawatt in capacity. And through the interconnection to mainland Greece and to Crete, we offer the opportunity to trade this renewable energy, this green energy, very effectively with the highest amount of profitability, either towards Europe or through the Greece-Africa Power, the GAP interconnection to the southern part or the northern part of Africa or to the southern part of the Mediterranean. So we effectively establish a complete system of interconnections together, bundled together with large-scale renewable energy projects in order to offer high viability for these investments. As I told you before, the Aegean project is a unique project because it offers all these extremely positive benefits of offshore wind energy, and including, of course, the extremely high yields, with the peace of mind and the cost effectiveness of onshore installations by utilizing our natural offshore platforms, which are the small islands and islets of the country. Of course, renewable energy generation is intermittent, and as good as any network interconnection can be, it's only beneficial to add additional storage. Storage offers this time shift through the day that allows the best utilization of the renewable energy produced or transported through the interconnections in order to achieve the best possible return in terms of the trading of the energy in the international stock markets. In this regard, UNIS has two major projects, both at the decarbonization zones in Greece, north and south. These are by far the largest storage projects in the country, 250 megawatt each, 1,000 megawatt hours. And those projects will not only provide a massive investment and a capital injection in these regions, but they will also provide the grid stabilization that is very much needed in grids that are highly penetrated by renewables, but will also offer the possibility to successfully trade at high profit the energy that we propose to transfer through those international interconnections. And just as a general closing presentation of the future, the way we see it through this energy paradigm shift, we would like to give you kind of a visual idea of how could this system work. So we have the European grid with Greece with its interconnections to the other countries. We have the two main storage systems. You can see them with yellow on the map. And we have the SAI and the GAP, the two interconnection projects to interconnecting European grid with Egypt. And because electricity is a real-time value, and it doesn't have the limitations of traditional fuels, what we can do is we can see throughout the day how can this project work. We can see that starting from Egypt, because of the time shift and time difference, we have an early production of photovoltaics in Egypt. At the same time, in the UK is an example, could be any other Western country. We have a time delay, and therefore now we can trade solar energy produced by Egypt, transmitted by the system to the western side of Europe, real time. This gives the opportunity to sell at beneficial beneficial prices. At the same time, the load curve of Egypt and that of UK, for example, a Western country, is such that we can now not only better serve the load profile, but we can now start storing energy from one system in order to discharge the same amount of energy to the other system. What we see here is that we can use the time shift between countries, Eastern and Western countries, and combine interconnections and storage in a way that we can have the optimal way of trading energy throughout the European or the regional grid that we propose. We actually propose a shift in the way we consider energy in all scales. We propose a new way of thinking about the energy companies, because now energy companies need to transform into technology companies as well. And we propose a shift in the way we perceive energy trading. We speak about real-time, fast trading. We see the value of storage, interconnections in all scales, from utility scale to residential. And we invite vendors, international companies, and investment funds or investors alike to join us in this effort to transform the energy system and offer a much more modern and cost-effective view of how things could be done in the field of energy in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pachlivanoglu, for your interesting presentation and for being on time. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Nektaria Karkatsani, advisor to the Minister of Environment and Energy and expert in energy regulation and European funding.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be attending this stimulating forum, and I need to remark that it is impressive that it is evolving really to a catalyst for significant energy developments and initiatives in the region. So my sincere congratulations to the organizers. The clean energy transition is actually our only option, our only path towards a resilient future. So it unravels a huge investment potential, but at the same time, several challenges arise. The global landscape creates complex interactions and even domino effects, as we have seen in recent months. In addition, the new EU policies raise concerns regarding the consistency of the market signals that they induce and also their potential social implications. So in this context, I would like to share with you some personal thoughts and interpretations basically focused on these two aspects. As Minister Skreikas often emphasizes, Greece is actually decarbonizing its energy mix at a faster rate than any other European country. It is remarkable that the market share of renewables this year has exceeded 32%. Gas has also escalated. We actively support gas as a transitional fuel. I would also like to underline that since last September, more than 55 gigawatt of new renewable projects have been licensed by the regulator. So decarbonization in Greece is certainly progressing in the right direction. The energy sector overall is under a profound transformation. Our markets have been harmonized with the EU framework and rules. The market coupling is there and it is being expanded. Hedging instruments are enhanced and there is an increasing focus on liquidity. At the same time, massive infrastructure projects are ongoing at all levels, cross-border, island interconnections, network upgrading and expansions, storage, EV infrastructure, plus a CCS facility funded by the RRF. So new services emerge, new market roles, new partnerships, global players are in the area. In addition to that, the government is enhancing investor visibility. A lot of cohesive strategies are being designed and steadily released on all critical matters, from coal transition to islands, green islands, from offshore wind and hydrogen to storage. The renewables licensing has been really simplified, and this process is also progressing. Overall, by 2030, we envisage more than 44 billion euros of green investments in the country. And all these targets are now under review as the national plan is being aligned with the more ambitious climate targets of Europe, the 55% reduction of CO2 emissions, plus new technologies, plus the booming market trends in Greece. This green hype is actually apparent in the financial and banking sector. Several companies have already issued green and sustainability bonds. The government, the Hellenic state, is going to launch such products next year. We already have an ESG index in the Athens Stock Exchange, and more companies are designing their ESG strategies. From the RRF, more than 5 billion euros will be dedicated to 21 critical green actions over the next years. Several sectors are involved in this transition, more and more with more focused financing tools and strategies. So beyond energy, there is a lot of activity going on in water and waste, in transportation, in heavy industrial processes, and a lot of emphasis over the next period on ports, shipping, green agriculture, green tourism, among many others. As an evaluator of EU research projects, I'm very proud that in Greece, green innovation is also thriving. Recently, the country actually sent to the European Commission for further assessment 5 exciting hydrogen projects. And they go all the way from a holistic transformation of Western Macedonia, the White Dragon project, to green refineries and green cement production. There are also advances in materials and processes, in smart solutions, in energy systems, in water scarcity tools. Water is crucial for the future, and climate adaptation tools. During my last academic lecture in Dubai, I was actually impressed when I found out that in order to preserve their biodiversity, they apply Greek expertise in order to relocate corals, and they hire Greek scientists. And this is certainly one of the success stories that the countries can share and further evolve. So let's focus a bit on the global landscape. This is an example of a strong impact that we are currently realizing. We all know that LNG cargoes are competing between Europe and other areas, including East Asia. All these indicators actually manifest very clearly that over the last 5 years, gas consumption in China escalated by 70%. As you see, more than 20 million users shifted from coal to gas, and the gas fleet escalated to 100 gigawatts of plants. At the same time, China tripled the underground gas storage, but as you see, this is only 5% of the annual gas consumption. So peak demand for the coming winter is actually escalated to the outstanding amount of 1.5 BCM per day. So when you get this type of mega trends, of really significant numbers evolving around in the world, and if you add to this complex and sensitive geopolitics, plus the restrictions implied by the COVID pandemic and all the gas projects that had been cancelled last year due to climate concerns in certain parts of the world and so on, it is not difficult to imagine why cascading effects emerge that affect the entire world and its transition process. Let's focus now a bit on Europe. Europe is certainly on the right track in terms of policies and objectives. But what we observe over the last period, given the ETS reform and its expansion and extension to new sectors, is really embarrassing and absurd. There are a lot of uncertainties, and one of the most innovative managers currently in the world, the CEO of Enel, actually stated a few days ago that it is very difficult to develop our business plans based on hopes and not facts, because the technologies that we need to build are not there, are not mature or existed. And perhaps what has been understated in this process is the difficulty, the practical aspect of transforming companies. There is also inertia in the banking sector. At several parts of the world, we see that only 12% of sovereign wealth funds have an explicit climate change policy. Overall, carbon markets show characteristics that they shouldn't. They seem now to resemble cryptocurrency. They have a lot of risk, and there are questions about their transparency. CO2 prices in Europe were once introduced to motivate switching away from coal, and we now see the opposite direction. They actually do the opposite in certain parts of the world. I believe that we should certainly ensure continuity in this transition process, and the role of gas, which is crucial for Southeast Europe, needs to be better fostered in the EU regulations. There are still unresolved issues in taxonomy, and sometimes you feel that they are hostile towards gas. I believe that this aspect should be resolved because we need to recognize that gas is the transitional fuel for our region. Now, when it comes to social implications, a recent study, a preliminary assessment, showed that the average energy consumer in in Europe, I need to clarify that it is Europe, might see increases in the energy bills by 400 euros on a yearly basis from 2025, when we get all these new systems for heating and transportation. So, is the European social policy in this context fit for the new package? I believe that it needs to be enhanced and it needs to be delivered on time, because a social climate fund that will be activated in 5 years from now is certainly not a solution. In Greece, the government has already responded. Minister Skrekas and also the Prime Minister are going to announce specific measures to address the situation, to mitigate energy poverty and smooth out the global price escalation. So what is going on in the rest of the world? Let's see an interesting transition global outlook, which was launched by DNV some days ago. Unfortunately, it is frustrating. The world is not really on track. The CO2 emissions reductions are going to be at the order of 45% by 2050, based on their simulations. Europe is certainly a front runner in climate policy, and currently the taxonomy is expanded to new sectors with a lot of emphasis on water and biodiversity. Let's see the projections for our region. Carbon prices are going to escalate 4 times by 25. Offshore wind is going to be the dominant source of energy, a market share of 30%. Hydrogen uptake is going to happen with a rate 3 times faster than elsewhere in the world. But again, the emissions reduction target is being missed. There is a 25% deviation from climate neutrality. So this particular study motivates that a lot more needs to be done. I think we are all familiar, more or less, with the new regulations. I just want to emphasize that over the next period, the discussion is going to focus a lot on the decarbonization of gas, on hydrogen, its role, and how it should be incorporated in the markets in order to boost consumption, plus the Buildings Directive. Finally, I would like to underline that beyond complex global interactions, beyond European and national policies, beyond corporate responsibility, what really matters in this transition is that our citizens are also motivated and engaged. This is why I consider so vital and inspiring all these initiatives. And this is one which is really remarkable by the Athanasios Laskaridis Foundation. They have the Typhoon, an innovative ship which sails across the entire coastline of Greece and actually removes pollution from the coastline and the sea. And this is a beautiful part of their mission nearby in the Axios Delta in our beloved city of Thessaloniki. Recently, the Prime Minister announced and targets for a sea protection strategy, focusing a lot on biodiversity. So in this context, I'm convinced that we are going to see a lot of exciting initiatives also at the regional cooperation level, focusing on our maritime environment, which is crucial not only for our survival and existence, but also in the context of the blue economy potential growth. I'm convinced that small changes can yield to huge results, and we can really change the path if we work on this closely together and fully focused on our climate transition, the green transition, in order to be resilient for us and for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nectaria, for your interesting presentation. Now, our last speaker is Mr. Anastasios Dosios, Deputy CEO from AIDAP.
Waiting for the presentation. We sent you through mail. Okay. Sorry about that.
One minute, waiting for the presentation to be uploaded. Okay, no problem. Okay.
American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for and HIVE for this invitation.
Okay.
And through this, for the following presentation, we're going to present to demonstrate what were our opportunities and challenges of AIDAP under the European Green Deal and investment opportunities for us and water business. I hope this will exceed the 10 minutes.
12.
12, okay. I have 2 minutes
More
than our target. Okay, thank you for that, and sorry about the disturbance. AIDAP is the largest provider of water services in Greece. We distribute more than 1 million cubic meters of clean water to almost 4.4 million inhabitants of Greater Attica area. from 4 reservoirs through 495 kilometers of external aqueducts, and 14,000 kilometers of water pipelines. And we distribute water to more than 2,100,000 water connections in the Greater Athens area. We also operate almost 8,500 sewage network, covering almost the majority of Attiki area, through 3 wastewater treatment plants, Psyttalia, Metamorphosis, and Thriassion. Actually, Psyttalia is one of the 2 largest wastewater treatment plants in Europe. Our concession area covers 44 municipalities with a direct water supply by us, 13 municipalities with a bulk water supply, and they're doing the operation by their own, and 9 municipalities with a dual system, joint water supply system. During the last couple of years, we designed a start and transformation plan in order to face the challenges, the global challenges actually, and the Greek challenges in water market, which are the reduction of non-revenue water and leakages in our operation areas, the aged distribution networks. Actually, the average age in Attiki is approaching the 60 years of age. The need for real and accurate data in order to take better and most accurate decisions, and for a better decision making actually. A more customer-centric approach and use of modern technologies. Of course, the climate change we use, the energy efficiency and resilience. We faced 2 major crises in the last 6 months, us and other utilities. And of course, water recycling and the reuse of it. The challenges that we face in Attiki, in Athens, and in other European big cities is that we accommodate more than 2/3 of the total EU population. We consume almost 20% of the drinking water. We are responsible for the consumption of almost 80% of the produced energy, and we produced 80% of the European GDP. That gives us a lot of area, a lot of space to develop initiatives to enhance resilience and sustainable development. Our vision is to work towards a zero carbon water system. In doing so, we try to minimize, we're targeting to minimize CO2 emissions and achieve an almost 75% reduction in carbon footprint within the next 10 years. We design a strategy and projects in order to replace 1/3 of our car fleet within the following years to electric ones. To reduce CO2 through energy efficiency intervention in buildings and in our operations, and of course to supply green electricity from biogas and photovoltaic stations. Another area of project is to secure resilience. In doing so, we concluded pilot project installing almost 8,000 smart waters in the municipality of Kalandri and Paleophallero, which is the base for the strategy that we design now to implement smart metering in the rest of Attiki. We try to and design to rehabilitate the pipeline networks and transition to a smart water network with a replacement of the old, as I already mentioned, the pipeline, our old pipelines, water pipelines. The use of recycled water through the design and construction of new wastewater treatment plants. And we also exploit the uses of non-potable water resources Now we are under the cooperation of the Prefecture of Attica and Ministry of Culture. We exploit the use of Adrian aqueduct water, which is an old Roman installation with the years of many years ago. Our two main focus areas for the new technology in water supply is the target for smart grid and a target for enhancing customer experience. So, in doing so, we are planning to a better pressure control of our systems, to leakage reduction, and to the decrease in customer disturbance, and also to a centralized data information, online consumer data, and expanding the information data exchange between the company, the utility, and our customers. New technology in sewage are focusing in installation of pilot monitoring system in the industrial zone network in Attica Basin using the detection and monitoring devices, evaluation of solution for on-site management and exploitation of the sludge generating by waste treatment plants and water treatment plants. Actually, we started a new initiative on that. Decentralized reuse through on-site exploitation of the wastewater from sewer mining and production of recycled water for irrigation purposes. And we're targeting on R&D project on biogas and hydrogen production from wastewater treatment plants. Our major environmental project, with a budget of more than 500 million euros, is the construction of 1,400 new kilometers of new sewage networks and 4 new wastewater treatment plants in the area of East Attica, servicing more than 400,000 inhabitants. The environmental and commercial benefits of the new project in this area are the water resources protection, the reduction of the energy footprint of the projects, the aquifer rehabilitation, ecosystem upgrade, irrigation of approximately 35,000 acres of agricultural land, clean cost in Eastern Attica, and a cost benefit for household to decrease the cost of using septic tanks, which exceed the 1,000 euros per year. So we try to decrease the cost rather than increase it. Yeah, I know. Our strategy towards sustainability is developed under 3 pillars: safety, effectiveness, and development. The strategic priorities that support the above pillars were evaluated, prioritized, and classified as ESG material issues through a project that we concluded last year, and with discussing that with all stakeholders inside and outside our organization. Now the next step is to conclude in action plans and KPIs in order to succeed in our sustainability goals. We target zero carbon water for the environment, high quality water and accessible to everyone for the society, transparency and disclosure for our investor. Towards this direction, we're the first actually company of the greater public sector that we adopted SASB standards for the water industry in the sustainability report of 2020, and we're currently working on incorporating those ESG standards and other ESG standards as well. I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope that I am on time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. You are on time. Okay, thank you all. Now, since the time is limited and we have to go on to the next panel, I would like to thank all the presenters, and I would like to invite... we have 5 minutes. Okay, so we can go on. Okay. Now, one question for Dr. George Pechlivanoglou. How can the private sector accelerate the ongoing energy transition in order to achieve the goals of the European Union? What do you think?
I would say that
Okay, thank you.
I would say that the way that the private sector could accelerate the transition would be to implement products and projects as well as the financial tools to be able to achieve this goal in multiple scales. So traditionally, energy has been focusing on only on extremely large scale projects. However, I think the private sector should now step in and accelerate the transition in all scales, from the residential to the commercial to local, municipal, and then to a utility scale. So in this way, we will be able to tackle the problem from multiple ways.
Okay, thank you very much. And Nectaria, how can green funding be linked with the environmental, social, and corporate governance, the ESG model that companies try to adopt? What's your opinion on this?
There is a lot going on in terms of activity.
Just okay.
Thank you. As I also mentioned earlier, more and more Greek companies are considering ESG transformation, and Mr. Dosius referred to one such example from ADAP. So I think the culture is there, and the motives are also there, because the motives come from actually investors, from consumers, from citizens. We all ask for more accountability. We want now, when we buy a product, to make sure that the entire value chain, not only the manufacturer, that's why we talk about emissions across the entire value chain, is socially and environmentally responsible. So I'm optimistic in terms of this, and definitely the ESG index, which is now being traded in the Athens Stock Exchange, and the fact that it is plus 4%, I think, over the last month, is also a positive signal. There are a lot of financing tools and banking sector products which are focusing now on the transformation of SMEs. And I was very happy to see in Greece that specific funds on this transition, the ESG transition, are now emerging. Even circular economy, there are dedicated funds. So I expect a lot of activity and interesting results.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Tosios, could you please comment on the role of ADAP for the collection and treatment of urban wastewater for the protection of public health and the environment? What are the future plans of ADAP in this point?
Actually,
Yes,
I can answer that very easily, because more than 60% of our investment plan for the next 10 years is for the installation of new wastewater treatment plants and new sewage infrastructure. Now in Attica, we're facing a problem that almost 25% of our population are using septic tanks, which is environmentally is not friendly, of course, and this is a major environmental issue for for Attica, for Greece, for Attica, and for the area of Eastern Attica. In doing so, we're focusing on that. We're talking on that. 90% of the budget of those projects are being financed by the EU funds and Greek funds. So it's one of our major development plans for the next at least 10 years.
Okay. Thank you. Very nice. I would like to thank you all for your participation and for your interesting presentations. And I would like to invite the moderator of the next panel, Professor Kostas Andreasopoulos.
So, thank you very much for the introduction. Now to our next panel. We are keeping the time schedule, which is quite tight, but we have a very interesting discussion now, following next with two distinguished speakers. We have the Secretary General for Energy from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Ms. Alexandra Zdoukou, and we also have David, who should be connecting with us online from the State Department, from the US State Department and the Special Unit, the team for climate change. If we are ready to go, if we have the connection, I will ask Mr. Zdoukou to come to the podium here with me, and then we will connect with David. If we are ready. David, can you hear us?
I can hear you well, Kostas. Can you hear me?
Perfect, perfect. So we have with us Mr. David D. Livingstone, Senior Advisor for the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. And as I made the introduction, we have Ms. Zdoukou as well with us, Secretary General from the Ministry of Environment and Energy. So we can kick off our discussion. A lot have been said already about climate change and the fact that the energy transition is full up to speed in terms of actions. This government has initiated with the, let's say, the big support from the Prime Minister himself, the new energy and climate plan, which includes the shutdown, the phase out of our lignite operations by 2028 for the last plan. But obviously, if all of us that we do know the specifics, the majority of the lignite will be phased out by 2023, which is very, very fast, quite soon. And for that, I would like to give the first question as well. Actually, it goes for both of you, but to Ms. Zdoukou. How do you see this initiative, and how supportive the government is for this energy transition and for the climate change that is something that we are all very much interested in?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. David, hi. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for the great job that it's been doing on a broad range, but of course in the energy and climate issues. And before getting into your question, let me welcome also virtually. Where is David? I don't see him, but anyway. David, hi from Thessaloniki. Let me welcome you. Actually, I had the chance to exchange some views with David some months ago, 2 months ago, within the framework of the US-Greece Strategic Dialogue on Energy. And actually, I will publicly confess that I was quite impressed by your global perspective, but also with local understanding and knowledge on the matters in Greece. So I'm sure he's going to guarantee an interesting discussion. So coming to your question, climate energy transition and how Greece is going to succeed on that. Listen, Kostas, we all know that Greece has set very ambitious goals. And I think that the work that this government has done in the past 2 years allows me to say that we have put well on track on what we are doing in order to reach these goals that the government has set. Of course, our ambition is not static, it's quite dynamic. I think that now and especially after the latest announcements of the European Commission, we have to continue to increase our work on this sector if we want to meet this quickening pace of the European Union, but also of other global leaders. So I'm not going to say what we have done during these 2 years in the past, but I would like to focus mainly on what are the key priorities for the government and the political leadership in the ministry in the next 2 years. So if I can highlight some strategic priorities, I think I will start with the work that we have put in place already. And the first thing is the revise of our national energy and climate plan. Listen, this is not just purely changing numbers in the NECP, because this is an easy exercise. I mean to set more ambitious targets. Of course, if we want to adapt to the net 55 emission reduction target, we will definitely need to see again the targets that Greece has set and how we will be able to set stronger and more ambitious ones, but combine them with new, actually qualitative targets in the NECP. And what I mean with that is setting new policies and new measures, focusing on new technologies that we need to include in the new revised national plan, moving towards 2030, but also something that we didn't have the chance to do during the previous work was that we didn't deepen a lot on a socio-economic perspective of this roadmap while moving to 2030. So I think one of the jobs now that we have on pace at the ministry is working on the new national plan, see what are the benefits, the costs of this transition, and of course, setting new policies, as I mentioned, and new measures. The second focus is Greece's climate law. This is something that the Prime Minister himself was publicly committed. We want a legal instrument that is going to be binding for Greece, and we are preparing that. I guess quite soon we're going to have announcements on that issue. The new climate law for Greece will be a seminal step, I would say, ensuring thus Greece's increased climate change ambition. And if we want to have this long-term strategy on climate issues, we have to somehow enforce through all the administration system and all policies in all sectors. The third focus for us in the next period of time will be a further support on renewables. What I mean with this practically is the following. We cannot ask for investments in the renewable sector if we don't provide to investors the necessary tools. And one of the necessary tools for them is to remove all barriers, all regulatory or administrative barriers, thus making their lives easier. So whilst what I mean by saying that we are going to support renewables in the next period of time, I mean practically having already a draft law that we are going to present it in the next weeks, a draft law with a further simplification of the licensing permitting procedure. We have already completed this work, and we are going, as I said, to discuss it with the stakeholders before we bring it to the Parliament. But this is one quick step that will move forward in the next weeks. The second one is the belief we have in the ministry that a support scheme of renewables is the most efficient way to increase deployment of renewables in the short and medium term. So that's why, as Greece, we have submitted to the European Commission a few days ago the final formal notification scheme. According to this scheme, we are going to extend the existing renewables auction scheme for wind and solar until 2025. Within this period of time, we estimate to auction up to 3 gigawatt for these technologies, wind and solar. And let me also say here that under this new scheme, we will be able to auction for specific regions of Greece, like regions that were previously congested, where we were not able to auction there. I'm referring to Crete or Peloponnese. So in the coming days, hopefully, we are going to have the final approval by DG Competition, and then we will be able to announce the next auction under the new scheme. Of course, I said that support scheme is something that is necessary for the next years, but at the same time, we promote at the ministry the gradual also introduction of RES PPAs, the private contracts between producers and consumers. So what we are doing at this moment at the ministry, we are designing a framework to kickstart actually and facilitate the renewables PPAs. But let me tell you that we are also considering a scheme that is going to help basically energy intensive industrial consumers by providing to them a partial support through a specific subsidy scheme. We are working on that at this moment. We want to have this for two reasons. First, because we want to see a deeper penetration of renewables, and second, because we have to see practically the greening of the industry sector in Greece. The fourth focus is a focus on new technologies. This is something that we are working on for the last months, and soon I think we will have some more concrete things to say. Let me start by saying that we are almost finishing the framework for offshore wind parks. Of course, we are going to bring it up to consultation with the stakeholders, and once we bring into the parliament the new framework for that, we are going to announce what are the appropriate areas in Greece for developing offshore. Energy storage, as you know, is a second technology where we pay a lot of attention at the ministry, and it is indeed a strategic priority. We have concluded the work from an experts group. We have the money coming from the RRF for a subsidy scheme for energy storage infrastructure. So we have sent to the European Commission a first notification process in order to get from them a green light, with the hope that in the first semester of 2022, we will proceed with a tender process, for energy storage infrastructure. Of course, we keep on the discussion about hydrogen, which is also quite important. There, you know that we have the first 5 projects that have been selected under the European project of common interest. And soon we are going to complete the national strategy in Greece. So I mentioned already 4 major priorities, and let's not forget something that I'm sure you would love to say more on that, which is the greening of the Greek islands. Again, here, let me tell you that we have a financial tool coming from the European Commission, around 1.5 billion, in order to implement projects on the Greek islands to make them greener. Mr. Andriosopoulos is leading this effort, so you can tell us more on that. So basically, there is a lot of job.
lot of work that has been done already and is underway to be concluded from the ministry. So if I may go to David, if we can see David again on the screen. David Livingstone, you are for a few years already now, first of all, a good friend to start with this, but at the same time, someone who really has knowledge of the area. You have worked with your previous capacities, either from the Atlantic Council or from the Eurasia Group, a lot in the region. You understand the dynamics between the countries, you understand the geopolitics around it, and of course, what is necessary for the climate agenda to move forward. So I hope that you can take some good examples out of what the Greek government has been doing recently on leading the climate agenda within the European Union as a member of the EU. We are more than happy that we see President Biden, leading now, trying to lead, coming back, trying to lead, globally speaking, with the appointment of John Kerry as the presidential envoy for climate, in whose team you are one of the senior advisors there, and we would love to hear from your point of view what the US has been doing on this front, and how maybe we can learn from one another. Between Greece and the US, I mean, in terms of policies that we should put in place in order for us to really make the targets that we have set. So, David, the floor is yours.
Kostas, thank you. Thank you so much. And a big thanks to Alexandra as well. As she noted, we've been already having excellent exchanges. And I should just note that when you have someone as skilled and capable and determined as Alexandra on the other side, it makes it very easy to have a historically significant and productive period in the bilateral relationship between the United States and Greece, in particular on the energy transition. Let me just zoom out and briefly say as well, Kalo apoyevma, and good afternoon to everyone in the audience. I'm remiss to not be there with friends and colleagues joining you in person in beautiful Thessaloniki. And I remember fondly the past several years in which I participated in this important forum. And frankly, I'm extremely impressed how the Southeast Europe Energy Forum has grown from a good idea and a nascent, small but promising gathering into, frankly, a critical item on the calendar each year. So congratulations on that. I'm also extremely grateful to the hosts, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and thanks also to our U.S. Embassy in Greece that's headed by the incredibly capable and truly indefatigable Ambassador Payet for its continued leadership on these issues. It's also terrific, I should note, to be in the company of so many other incredible ambassadors that we have in the United States representing what our country has to offer all over the region. And of course, as well, Kurt Donnelly from the State Department's Bureau of Energy Resources, who's an indispensable partner and a keystone of U.S. efforts to enhance energy security and sustainability in Greece and across Southeast Europe. Let me just briefly lay out the pillars of our climate diplomacy that's being led by Secretary Kerry. And then I want to highlight a few opportunities for even deeper bilateral cooperation between the U.S. and Greece and the U.S. and Southeast Europe. Briefly, the administration's international climate objectives divide roughly into three different clusters. Number one, getting the U.S. back on track, as you noted, Kostas. Number two, exercising U.S. leadership. And number three, raising global climate ambition. Of course, there's overlap among these. The more we do domestically, the more ability we have to do things internationally. The more we set an example that we can ask others to follow, the more we can blaze a trail that shows that accelerating the energy transition at home can go hand in hand with job creation and economic opportunity. Now, in terms of the sign the paperwork needed to rejoin the Paris Agreement.
We need to notify David.
Continue.
Pardon,
Okay.
Kostas, can you still hear me all right?
No, David, can you hear me now?
I can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. So we had a small problem with the connection earlier. So I think that you have been talking, but we could not hear what you were saying. So unfortunately, I will have to, if you had my introduction at least, I will just give you the floor again from the beginning so that you can repeat what you have been probably saying.
Wonderful. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, excellent. A lot of people would say that not having to listen to what I'm saying was actually quite a gift. So thanks to your technical team. No, I was simply saying thank you, Kostas, for your friendship and leadership in this forum. I wanted to say thank you to Alexandra, who's been an incredible partner on the other side. We've already had an extremely fruitful set of exchanges, and I look forward to working with her and the rest of her colleagues as we move up towards the crescendo of our U.S.-Greece strategic dialogue, which is such a cornerstone of many of these issues on climate and clean energy that we're looking to advance bilaterally. And it makes it easy to have a historically rich and productive relationship bilaterally on these issues when you have counterparts like Alexandra who are so incredibly capable and knowledgeable and determined in the positive direction of travel. So thank you for that. I also wanted to just open up by saying I'm remiss to not be joining you in person in beautiful Thessaloniki. And Kalo Apoyema, to so many friends and familiar faces, good afternoon, and I wish I were there with you. I'm greatly impressed by how the Southeast Europe Energy Forum has grown from a good idea and a nascent promising gathering into such a critical item on each year's calendar. Truly a foremost venue for discussing the opportunities and challenges of the global energy transition and the implications for Southeast Europe. I'm also extremely grateful to our hosts, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and I also want to thank the U.S. Embassy in Greece, headed by our incredibly capable and indefatigable Ambassador Pyatt, for its continued leadership on these issues. And it's also terrific to be in the company of so many other wonderful ambassadors of the United States to countries all around the region that are also carrying forward this important work in neighboring countries. And I also want to recognize as well Kurt Donnelly from the State Department's Bureau of Energy Resources, an indispensable partner and a keystone of U.S. efforts to enhance energy security and sustainability in Greece and across Southeast Europe. Now, let me briefly articulate the pillars of our climate diplomacy that's being led by Secretary Kerry in his role as Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. And then I want to highlight just quickly a few opportunities for even deeper bilateral cooperation in the region we're discussing today. The administration's international climate objectives divide roughly into three different clusters. There's getting our own house in order, getting the U.S. back on track. There's exercising U.S. leadership. And then finally, there's raising global climate ambition. Now, of course, there's overlap between these. The more we do at home domestically, the more ability we have to exercise our leadership internationally. And the more we can set an example and blaze a trail that shows that accelerating the energy transition at home does not come at the cost of economic growth, but can in fact supercharge job creation and economic opportunity if we do it right. Now, in terms of that first pillar, getting the U.S. back on track, one of the very first things that President Biden did upon his first day in office was to sign the paperwork necessary to rejoin the Paris Agreement. The United States is back in the Paris Agreement as of February 19th. But it's not just enough to be back. We also have to show leadership and show that we're serious. President Biden also did this by submitting an enhanced NDC, a 2030 climate target, a highly ambitious one that will see the US targeting a 50 to 52% reduction in emissions by 2030. He also developed and announced a climate finance plan, recognizing that it's not just enough for us to move fast, but we need to bring the rest of the world along with us, and in particular, the poorest and most vulnerable around the world. President Biden's climate finance plan would see US climate finance at least double, and would see finance for climate adaptation and resilience at least triple. Now, we also have shown clean energy leadership as well that's going to be necessary to carry out our climate goals. Our Department of Energy has announced a hydrogen Earthshot, for example. It's going to see the United States working, including with international partners, to try and get the cost of 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen down to $1 within 1 decade. That's 1 for 1 in 1 for the very first element on the periodic table, hydrogen. There will be other Earthshots and grand initiatives around other key energy technologies for the energy transition as well. And I ask you to stay tuned and watch this space closely, where I think that US clean energy leadership being back has enormous opportunities for international partners, including all around Southeast Europe. Now, in terms of our US leadership, what does that look like? Well, I'm living it every day. I wouldn't be here with you if I weren't serving as a senior advisor to Secretary Kerry. He's the very first special presidential envoy for climate. We've had special envoys for climate before, but never before one that reports directly to the President of the United States, and never before one that has already held such an esteemed career and has had so much experience, including as Secretary of State, like John Kerry. Now, we also had the most significant foreign policy gathering of the first 100 days of the Biden-Harris administration focused on climate. It was President Biden's Leaders Summit on Climate, which convened over 40 world leaders, reconvened the Major Economies Forum for the first time since the Obama administration, brought together over 60 additional ministers and roundtables, and delivered significant announcements, including increased climate commitments from Canada, Japan, promises of increased climate commitments from South Korea, South Africa, many other countries. We left President Biden's climate summit with over 50% of GDP aligned with keeping the 1.5 degree temperature target alive. It's not enough. We still have to do more, particularly because that other 40-something% of global GDP is some of the fastest growing economies of the world, and also represents where emissions growth and energy growth is occurring the most rapidly as well. But it's an important down payment on our climate leadership and our climate progress this year. Now, I should note that the president is hosting a second leader-level summit focused specifically just on the largest economies that have more to go, that need to raise ambition further in the lead up to our COP26 climate conference that the United States will be participating in Glasgow later this year. And we'll be hosting that second leader level summit, that second convening in the Major Economies Forum just 1 week from today. Now, what does all this mean for the region? We're working assiduously, bilaterally and multilaterally, to get countries, and particularly the major economies, to take additional steps. But we also recognize the leadership of regions and countries that are setting an example that others can follow. I can't think of a country more aligned with the ethos of this administration on climate and the clean energy transition than Greece. The leadership of Prime Minister Mitsotakis and others in the government like Alexandra has been impressive, from making the difficult choices needed to retire unabated coal lignite plants in order to reduce emissions and improve air and health for citizens, appointing the very first minister-level position committed to addressing the climate crisis. And at a subnational level, I note that Athens has appointed one of the very first chief heat officers to help keep citizens safe amid a warming climate. We're also proud to support the Greek initiative on climate adaptation, the preservation of cultural heritage. And we're very pleased to see some of the initiatives that Alexandra mentioned on making investment in renewables more attractive, advancing the climate law, and critically, I love the focus that I heard from her on new technologies and innovation that will help us deliver the emissions reductions we're going to need after 2030. I'll just note that the fires recently underscored to us the importance of this. My heart was heavy watching firefighters and citizens heroically combat climate-exacerbated fires that unfortunately reminded me greatly of those that have ravaged my own home state of California. Washington has good and regular exchange with Greek counterparts on climate issues, and this is only intensified in recent months in this administration. Secretary Kerry had a wonderful call with Prime Minister Mitsotakis. I've been in regular contact with various parts of the Greek government, regular contact with Ambassador Papadopoulou here in Washington, D.C., and we're looking forward to taking what we've started and building out a network of intertwined initiatives and conversations. And I hope that we'll be able to involve also those innovative hubs in our countries as well. This relationship shouldn't just live in Athens and Washington. It should pull in as well Silicon Valley, Silicon Beach down in Southern California, Boston, Austin, and other innovative parts of the United States and Greece as well. Now, I also hope that we'll aim for new heights regionally, looking at regional approaches across the Western Balkans and in evolving the East Med Gas Forum and looking for opportunities that are adjacent to the existing work that's going on, including hydrogen corridors and hubs. And finally, let me just emphasize, especially with so many innovative clean energy companies here, I know that American clean energy companies like Invenergy are increasingly very interested in Greece as a market. And of course, we have, as a sponsor of today's event, Eunice Energy Group, which I've had the pleasure of meeting on previous trips to this very forum, is doing a great job, not just of clean energy deployment, but also clean energy manufacturing. Greece is increasingly a node of interconnectivity for energy in the region. Just look at the role that Thessaloniki plays for Southeast Europe. But my question is, how can we also work together to make Greece and Southeast Europe an engine of the clean energy transition for Europe and the broader neighborhood? How can we help it to manufacture solutions, technologies, and products? Let's take advantage of the unique capabilities offered by Southeast Europe, the Western Balkans, and to increase all of Southeast Europe's stake in the global energy transition in a positive way. Finally, I'll just stress, and you'll hear this more from other colleagues of mine, that the path to decarbonization requires safe, secure, and transparent supply chains. The U.S. is ready to work with our partners in the region in the effort to diversify and strengthen clean energy supply chains, to create jobs and economic opportunity in the process. Now, there's a lot on this agenda. I know that our time is short, so let me stop there, Kostas. But let me just say it's a pleasure to be back with you. Thank you so much. And I've never been more excited about the possibilities of this partnership, not only with Greece, but with the broader region as well.
You simply verified my initial introduction that I made for you, that you are really knowledgeable of the area, of the people, the stakeholders, and the issues at large. And you just confirmed it with your speech. Effectively, even though you have lost due to the connection, the second question I did about Greece becoming an energy hub, effectively at the end of your remarks, you have answered my question that Greece is indeed, with everything that is taking place here, leading the way and is truly becoming an energy hub in the region. For that, I would just give the floor for 30 seconds to Ms. Doukou, so that we can conclude our discussion and move to the next panel, because, as you said, we are quite tight on the schedule.
Although David was chimeros, there is this word in English, I don't know. He covered everything. I cannot but completely agree with what he said. Greece will continue to aspire, Kostas, becoming a leader in the region. And why not? We have specific advantages, I would say. Our geographical location is very important. Our national resources, secondly, our international cooperations. So if we imagine where we were a few years ago and where we are now, sometimes we take it for granted that all these projects that are, well, it's easy. And now we talk about them. We talk about the TAP, we talk about the IGB. We talk about interconnections on the electricity or the natural gas. So many projects that some years ago we were just talking about them on a theoretical base, but now see where we are. So Greece will continue to strengthen its position in the region, and we have various reasons for doing so. I think that we have built a very strong alliance with the states, but also with partners from the region. And since you said I have to complete in 30 seconds, we will continue this effort together with David to enhance more this cooperation with the states.
Thank you very much, both. It has been a very interesting and a very lively and nice discussion that we had. And I wish that, David, you were with us in person. Let's make it a date for next year, for the next Southeast Energy Forum, that you are with us in Thessaloniki, physically present, and have and repeat again this nice discussion with all the new developments that will have taken place. Thank you both for the discussion. And now I will move to the next panel. We have a discussion with...
You stay here? And
no, I will just be making the introduction from the panel. Yes. We have the remarks from Mr. Paul Mylonas, the Chief Executive Officer of National Bank of Greece, one of the leading banks in Greece that has been also leading the energy transition and the climate agenda from the very important pillar of financing all of this. And I will just give the floor now to Mr. Mylonas. Thank you.
Forget always the mask. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to address you this afternoon in the beautiful Thessaloniki. Thank the organizers for one more time organizing a very interesting discussion. Lots of very important players in the energy market presenting today. In the past conferences, and this is, I think, the third one which I address, we looked at other issues. We looked at, first, the expense of energy and how that can affect competitiveness of economies. I think 2 years ago, we looked at energy security, and that's how important energy plays in energy security and cross-border issues, east to west, etc. This year, a confluence of events have changed the emphasis, and I just heard the previous speaker also mention climate change. So now the emphasis right now is on climate change, what we're doing about it, and how that will affect our energy strategy dramatically. What we thought we were doing, we have to do very differently. Don't forget that 3/4 of greenhouse emissions come from the energy sector. That's why when we talk about climate change, you cannot but talk about what's happening in energy. What are the confluence of events that we're talking about? One was already mentioned by the previous speaker. We had a biblical cataclysm of natural events this year, which focused the mind. Heat waves, the highest temperatures that we've seen in many years, not in one country, but in many countries. That led to many wildfires, not only in Southern Europe, but also on the west coast of the United States and in other places. Floods, Germany, etc. That focused the mind. Politicians, academics, specialists talked about environment, policy change, global warming. I think the sign from above focused the man the streets view on that. We also had a UN report, August 7th, which was a code red on the environment. They said that we'd reached the magic number of plus 1.5 degrees versus pre-industrial levels increase in world temperature 10 years earlier than previously expected. And if we want to maintain the plus 1.5, we need to get to net zero emissions by 2050. That's very hard. But in any case, the only good news is that both scientific and now popular opinion is for radical change in energy policy. And that's good because there used to be a debate that there is no global warming. What needs to be done? I think in general terms, it is quite agreed. We need decarbonization of the energy supply. First, moving through natural gas to support a permanent shift towards renewables. Expand electricity supply and move away from fossil fuels in heating and in transportation. And clearly try to reduce demand for energy as much as possible through becoming more efficient usages of energy. A third development I want to mention is that policy action is already taking place. The EU approved on July 14th, a symbolic date, I guess, 14 juillet, a revolutionary date, the Green Deal and the Fit for 55. This set more ambitious targets for emissions reduction, bringing them forward 20 years and hitting 55% reduction versus 1990 versus the 40% previous target. They also introduced some important policies, targets. They changed the overall emission trading system, extending it to shipping, aviation, transport, and buildings. That changes a lot of things in our daily lives. There'll be no new fossil fuel cars after 2030. So get ready to change your cars. Accelerate the development of renewable infrastructure and modernize the building stock, i.e. make it more investor friendly. These changes, these targets will have a massive, massive impact on the energy sector. Electricity production is estimated to need to increase by 2.5 times. That's a mind-boggling number if you think about it. Electricity grid and storage systems need to develop, and wind and solar from 5% of electricity production 10 years ago, need to get to 10%, from 10% today to 20% in 2025 and 70% in 2050. Just think of what we need to do to get there. Now, renewables will take time, as I said, and natural gas will be an intermediate phase of the energy cycle for at least a decade. Now, the disruptions that these announcements and these changes in perceptions have created in the market are evident. Carbon right emissions. Every year I talk at this conference, I warn about carbon rights emission prices. A few years ago, they were at 10. A couple of years ago, they were at 25. And now they're at 60 euros. This feeds into all prices. Okay. Higher wholesale electricity prices. They're currently up over 100% versus a few years ago. And of course, natural gas prices as well. They're up 70% over previous trends. So this is having an impact. And let me pose a policy dilemma. On the one hand, there's popular demand to reduce carbon emissions and policies towards that. On the other hand, there's popular backlash against the impact those same policies will have on the cost of living. So this is an additional issue that governments will need to deal with. Now, let me turn to Greece. So far, we're ahead of the game. We're one of 8 countries that have 1/4 of the electricity production coming from renewables, wind and solar, not just renewables, sorry. Energy is distributed equally among 3 sectors: electricity production, which is both natural gas as well as renewables, as well as oil. Transport, which is 1/3, and is one of the bigger problems. We underestimate that. About 30% of energy needs, and almost all fuels. And then we have heating, which is about 30% renewables, and the rest is fuels, fossil fuels. The government has an ambitious agenda to keep the momentum going on renewables. The plan is to have auctions of 2.1 gigabytes for renewables by 2024 versus an existing installed capacity of 7.5. That's not enough. We will need to meet the targets of 55. My estimate is closer to 20 versus the current 7.5 giga. The lignification is already on the table. Much has been achieved. As I said, only about 1/4 of current electricity comes from lignite. So already a lot has been achieved. The plan is to eliminate completely by 2025. Transportation is an issue. We're almost 100% on fossil fuels. The goal is to reduce that by 1/3 by shifting to electric cars by 2030, 30% electric cars by 2030. Overall, electricity will be a much larger part of energy production, and it will be produced by cleaner sources, far more renewables, and initially natural gas. Lignite will disappear, fuel will disappear. We will do the same in Greece for heat and transport. All this requires massive investment. The estimates are for 50 billion to 2030. 50 billion, that's about more than 1/4 of GDP. It'll go in 4 areas: renewables, distribution, building efficiency, and storage. Now, this financing will mostly come from banks, but the banks that need to be solid and knowledgeable. And let me explain a little bit the knowledgeable. Until now, we had a relatively easy way of financing renewables. We had 20-year fixed payment contracts, feed-in premiums we call them, which align themselves with the construction and return period of the projects. Now, these under European regulations are going to be gradually eliminated, and they're going to be replaced by corporate purchase price agreements. These are going to be bilateral agreements. Take a step back. Why it's being done? This is going to lead to a more efficient system and to lead to reduced cost of energy. But it's going to disrupt and create more uncertainty because the contracts will be much shorter term. They're going to be 7 to 10 years, and that will lead to investor uncertainty on their return on the final 10 years of investments. This will require very sophisticated contracts and people who know how to structure and mitigate this risk. So it is not just banks that have balance sheet and can lend, but it will be banks that have knowledgeable project finance teams that can structure these deals. And here I'll apologize, but here I'll make an advertisement for NVG. We have the best project finance team in Greece. We have proved it by our financing some of the top energy projects in Greece right now. Alexandroupolis some other combined gas turbine projects, and some synthetic projects which combine renewables and storage. And we have the greatest share of financing in the energy sector, over 30%. We have 40% of the renewable sector, and we keep hitting the top projects. So I want to conclude by saying the world has decided to do a massive change in energy strategy, shifting towards renewables. It's going to do it much faster than originally expected, even a year ago. That will require huge investment, huge knowledge in technology, huge knowledge in financing. And it's going to be a very interesting period because it will also add social issues such as increase in pricing due to this change, which will lead to political dilemmas, as I put them. And with that, I will leave you with those words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mylonas, for your very enlightening address here. We are continuing, we are a little bit behind, but okay, not too much. But we are continuing with a very interesting panel regarding the U.S. perspective for Southeast Europe's energy role. We have the honor to have U.S. ambassadors from the region, and I would like to ask them to join the panel here. And we have also Ben Haddad, from the director for Europe Center from the Atlantic Council, who will remotely moderate the panel. So please, the U.S. ambassadors who are here, please join us here at the panel. Ben, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Elias. It's great to be here remotely from Washington, D.C. Good morning for those who are watching in the United States. Good afternoon to everyone in Greece. I'm Ben Haddad. I'm the director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. As you know, the Atlantic Council has partnered with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for years now to promote the importance of the U.S.-Greece relationship, both on the economic sphere and on the military and strategic dimension. We believe very strongly in Greece's leadership in Southeast Europe, in the transatlantic relationship, in NATO, in the European Union. And the Atlantic Council's mission is precisely to promote U.S. engagement with key allies like Athens. I'm really delighted. We have a great panel today, a very prestigious panel with so many terrific American ambassadors in the region to talk about the American perspective on Southeast Europe's role in energy security, combating the climate crisis, a lot of the topics that we've been discussing already today. Let me introduce them briefly, then I'll turn to them for the conversation. We have the Honorable Kate Mary Barnes, the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of North Macedonia, the Honorable Anthony Godfrey, the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Serbia, the Honorable Yuri Kim, U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Albania, the Honorable Hero Mustafa, U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Bulgaria, and last but not least, the Honorable Jeffrey Pyatt, the U.S. Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic. It'll be really interesting to hear what they have to say about the U.S. role, the U.S. perspective on the role of Southeast Europe in energy. I'll be interested to hear their thoughts on both the very vibrant bilateral relationship that each of the country in which they're stationed has with the local country, but also talk about broader regional issues from the role of the Free Seas Initiative to the role of groupings like Open Balkan that was launched this summer in Skopje, and the broader role, of course, of these countries in the European Union's energy security strategy, especially towards neighbors like Russia or Turkey. So without further ado, let me turn first maybe to the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of North Macedonia, the Honorable Kate Mary Barnes. I'd love to hear your perspective. Energy and the environment are definitely not challenges that any country can handle in isolation. So I'm interested to hear how is North Macedonia cooperating with the United States cooperating also regionally to diversify its energy sources and transition to renewables, and what more could be done. And I should add that each ambassador will speak for a few minutes, and then we'll have a round where they can react to each other. And of course, if you want to write questions, write them in the comment section. I can pick them up for the later part of the conversation. Ambassador Barnes.
Thank you so much. I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be back here in Thessaloniki, to be participating in the 5th edition of this forum, but to be together, most importantly, with very, very good colleagues. I think it's great that we're able to do this together, because so much of what we do is not only connected, but it's intentionally integrated, both from a policy perspective and from a personal perspective in terms of how we all work together. So it's a bit of an honor to lead off this session, but I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. Things have definitely changed when it comes to both North Macedonia's position in the region when it comes to energy, its relationship with its neighbors, and certainly with how the United States is engaged in the energy front with North Macedonia, as we've talked about. And as the theme fellows commented, the kind of energy transition that's taking place today is one in which no single country has an answer. No one can do it alone. It has to have a multi-stakeholder approach. And so even a country like North Macedonia with a small market can play a pivotal role, not just because of its geostrategic position, which is an important one given its gateway to Europe, but also more importantly because it's up to every country to raise its level of ambition. And a young country like North Macedonia, celebrating its 30 years of independence, actually just this week, is in a prime position to meet the demands of the new energy transition in a very ambitious way. And I am pleased to note that from our perspective, and also from the country's perspective, North Macedonia has stepped up to this level of ambition and taken initiative in a very, very serious way. Last April, North Macedonia announced that it would plan to reduce its economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030 over their 1990 levels. So this is obviously a very laudable goal. It's in keeping with the level of ambitions that Special President Envoy and many other world leaders have asked countries to do as part of the Paris agreements. But it's also a challenge for a country that still remains dependent on one single source for its gas, that is Russia, and that is still importing a considerable chunk of its energy. So while it has set this level of ambition, it is also going to require great support from its partners in terms of investments within North Macedonia, but also in terms of regional partnership arrangements that will help them meet this level of ambition and then more broadly contribute to regional security. I think when I was able to participate in this forum last year, it was virtually, but at that time I mentioned an extremely ambitious goal from North Macedonia, which was that they plan to ensure that 50% of their installed electricity generation capacity comes from renewable resources by 2024. So again, huge initiative, huge ambition, but great opportunity. Now, there have been a few private investments already in solar power plants. Those are completed. But the demand for installing even more megawatts using green technologies is there. This is in wind power, and all of it is growing very rapidly. It's presented an opportunity for US companies, but also other global energy companies to look at North Macedonia and to consider bringing their companies, their business, and their professional expertise and cutting-edge technology to the country. Prime Minister Zaev earlier this year in his national investment plan announced that they would be dedicating 3.1 billion euros of investment in energy infrastructure alone. And that investment is planned to include investment not only in renewables, but also in the Alexandroupolis FSRU and the company gas power plant. So these are important investments, first for North Macedonia to meet its goals of closing all of its coal-fired power plants by 2030, but more importantly, playing a part of the regional energy picture and contributing. And so we very much are encouraging from the U.S. Embassy perspective these types of investments, and we hope that North Macedonia will become a co-shareholder and stakeholder in the FSRU very, very soon. Clearly, North Macedonia can't do this alone. It can't meet its own energy needs. It can't play this role as a strategic partner, gateway to Europe, without the support of its allies, friends, and partners. And the relationship with Greece has been an extremely important one for North Macedonia in that regard. Increasingly, the conversations that are taking place, government to government, more importantly, business to business, are contributing to much more synergies that will help in this regard. The other key focus that we have when we talk about our relationship and energy with North Macedonia is support for its grid. North Macedonia is continuing to build out its grid connections with all 5 of its neighbors. And this is an important conversation and one where I think there's more opportunities for even further regional planning in terms of making sure that the grid network is not only completed, but it's leading to a balance in energy loads that is sustainable and profitable for the region moving forward. So we are going to continue to support all kinds of cooperation going forward. Today, the transmission system operators from North Macedonia and Greece are going to sign a very important cooperation agreement. We're pleased to see that move forward. This is going to help on the gas front. We also want to continue to push cooperation and projects in the renewable front, solar, wind, also hydro. And we see many more opportunities for energy production companies to be working again across the border in ways that will meet the demands of both markets, but also expand opportunities for businesses further north into the Western Balkans neighbors. I'll stop there and turn it over to my colleagues. But again, just thank you for the opportunity for us to come together and show how we're working in synergy.
Thank you very much. And a strong emphasis on regional partnership and cooperation. I said North Macedonia can't do it alone. And I think that's a message we're going to hear a lot on this panel and today. Let me turn to Ambassador Anthony Godfrey, U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Serbia, to hear his perspective coming from Belgrade.
Trying to unmute myself. Thank you very much for having me on, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak. I apologize for not being present in Thessaloniki. I really wanted to be there. Unfortunately, Serbia has found its way back onto the COVID red list, and we have some challenges other than energy challenges to deal with here. But Serbia is a large market in the Western Balkans, and it's got a lot of challenges and opportunities, and we are very active here. We're working with our partners in the region. We're working with the EU, and we are making some very good progress, and we're very proud of it. But first, talk about the challenges that we've got here. Obviously, Serbia produces a lot of electricity using lignite coal, 70% of it now. It knows that it has to move away from that. It is planning to move away from it as quickly as it can, but it's going to take time, and it's going to take energy. And it's going to take a lot of creativity, and there are good steps moving forward in that direction. There's a lot of dependence, as my colleague from Skopje just mentioned, on Russian natural gas. And that dependency needs to be broken, and Serbia has taken some good steps towards breaking that dependency by becoming a partner in the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, and we look forward to that being an active part of Serbia's mix. But Serbia also committed to taking gas from Turk Stream 2. And that's going to be a challenge going forward. It also made an agreement with the Russian Federation and Gazprom to allow for transit across Serbia to Hungary and to Bosnia and Herzegovina to the Republika Srpska. And that is going to sustain these dependencies going forward a number of years. We are very active, and we're active together with our partners in the region. We're active together with our European Union colleagues, and we're active with American companies. And our USAID folks, together with the Department of Energy, together with the Bureau of Energy in the State Department, have been very successful in shaping Serbia's new legislation. And I'm very happy that what that's led to is more opportunities, and opportunities that American companies and European companies can take advantage of. breaking the stranglehold that Gazprom has had on its partner here, Serbiagaz, was very important. We're proud that the government of Serbia, based on our encouragement and the encouragement from Brussels, has unbundled Serbiagaz. It means a lot, and it will allow other people to use some of these resources going forward. But the opportunities that are most exciting at the moment are ones that are in renewables. The government of Serbia has made significant commitments to adding between 1 gigawatt and 2 gigawatts of power from clean energy sources every year from now until 2050. We have a number of American companies and a number of international consortia who are actively working to develop wind, solar, and most excitingly, a huge pumped hydro storage plant near the border with Romania, and potentially collaborating with Romania there. But there's a lot of things that we will need to work on. Serbia is on track to build the interconnector Bulgaria-Serbia, and we're proud of that. It's something that we pushed the government of Serbia to do. The EU is helping to finance it, but, and perhaps this is where Serbia may differ from some of the other Western Balkan states, is Serbia is kicking in itself. It has the capacity to raise funds. It has the capacity to generate investment in these kinds of infrastructure projects by itself, without international financial institutions bailing them out. So it's exciting, and they recognize that it's an important aspect of their future. They recognize more than they did even just months ago that their future will require them to provide investors, to provide the companies that they are working successfully to attract, that they are going to have to provide clean energy so as to avoid these carbon taxes, so as to be attractive to European markets. And it's very important that they continue to be able to do that. Finally, there is a resource that Serbia seeks to develop, and that is a major source for lithium batteries going forward. And that's going to be an enormous investment and a project that will take a number of years to develop from beginning to end. But Serbia hopes to be a center of the green economy for this part of the world, and I think it has a lot of opportunities. There's a lot more that I could talk about, but I'd much rather respond to people's questions. And I just wanted to say, though, that I very much appreciate the points that Paul made of getting to renewables through gas, and that's what Serbia intends to do. It has a lot of plans in that direction. The challenge that it has with financing that kind of investment are changing, and that means that the European Union, with its resistance to finance anything that has to do with hydrocarbons, is probably not going to be as helpful in that transition as Serbia will need it to be. So Serbia is going to have to look for additional sources of finance. It's looking now at floating its own green bonds, and it expects that it will be able to attract investment that way. But there are a lot of challenges that continue to face it. The optimistic viewpoint that I have comes from the fact that the Serbians recognize that they have to do this. It's not optional. They have the capacity to do it. And I think they have the capacity to generate the finance that will be required to do it. The dependence on coal that is moving away, and unfortunately the dependence on Gazprom that we very much would like to see Serbia break, is going to be a continuing challenge going forward. So if I could leave it there and be ready to respond to any questions that folks might have, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Godfrey. Some really interesting points, challenges, as you said. You mentioned geopolitical challenges in the relationship with Gazprom and Russia, but also a lot of opportunities in clean energy coming from Serbia. Let me turn to Ambassador Yuri Kim, the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Albania. how do you think that U.S.-Albanian energy relations will develop? Albania does occupy a leadership position within the Balkans in renewable electricity. I'd love to hear you especially talk about that, but also about the broader regional issues.
Right, great. Kalopa Yevma. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be back in Greece. And I have to say that the fact that the organizers today have brought all of us together says a lot about the energy picture that is developing. This truly is a regional issue. It's a global issue. And as you all know, from the perspective of the Biden administration, there are very few issues that are more important than the intersection point between energy and climate and the future of this world. When it comes to Albania, nobody is pretending that this is the most important or the biggest market or producer, but something is happening. Something important is happening. And I'm glad that we have an opportunity here to talk about that. Nearly 100% of Albania's electricity, as you may know, is generated by one source, and it's a renewable, hydropower. Albania also has one of the lowest levels of emissions per capita anywhere in Europe. No coal, no lignite. But as we all know, hydropower is vulnerable to seasonal changes. And good policy can control a lot, but it can't control rainfall, especially in this era of climate change. In years with significant rainfall, Albania has been able to export green energy to its neighbors, but more often than not, it's had to import energy that imposes a high cost, not just for Albanian consumers, but more broadly, because the imports we're talking about are generated by coal and lignite, they add to pollution in the region. So the electricity coming from these plants is some of the most polluting in Europe. According to a recent report from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, 18 coal-fired power plants in the Western Balkans emitted twice as much sulfur dioxide than was released by 221 coal power plants in 28 EU member states combined. Countries in the region are working to address their relatively high use of coal and lignite. And if the US, the region, and the United States, the EU, the region, and the United States are serious about tackling this problem, we have to find a sustainable solution. And in this case, the United States has been working intensively with Albania, with the government that's just been reaffirmed for their third term, and with business leaders in the region. And thanks to great partnership with Prime Minister Rama and Minister of Energy and Infrastructure Belinda Baluku, we're working on large-scale projects with the US private sector to help Albania be a consistent and green energy exporter, and also help Europe's energy network become cleaner and more diverse. So let me get down to brass tacks. This effort is primarily through two projects. So you may or may not have heard about them, but they're important actually. The first one involves a deal that was signed in October last year between Bechtel and the government of Albania. And it's to begin work on the Skavica hydropower plant, which will generate an additional 210 megawatts, and will also increase production for the rest of Albania's rest of Albania through the river system, the Drin River. It will also create the country's largest reservoir to help buffer against times of drought. The second big deal that we're looking at is Albania signed an MOU earlier this year with ExxonMobil and Accelerate Energy. These are both Houston-based companies, as you know, with the goal of establishing a liquefied natural gas import terminal in Vlora, Albania. And this would provide an additional entry point into the Western Balkans for US-sourced LNG for Albania, as well as for the rest of the region. So all of us at the American Embassy are delighted to see these marquee US firms entering the Albanian market. And we're excited because if successful, these projects will be the largest US foreign direct investment in Albania, possibly including the region. For example, the Skavica deal starts at 650 million. Moreover, Skivica and Vlora, together with EU-affiliated efforts to increase solar and wind capacity, will enable Albania to help reshape the energy landscape in the Balkans. That sounds like it's overblown, but I would ask you to take another look at Albania. We certainly, from the United States, are taking another look, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. And to finish this first round of introductory remarks, let me turn to the U.S. Ambassador to Greece, the Honorable Jeffrey Pyatt. Ambassador Pyatt, you have said that energy cooperation is a core pillar of the U.S.-Greece bilateral relationship. So I'd love to hear, how do you see this relationship evolving as Greece continues to position itself as an energy hub for the region, as we've heard already a few times today?
Great, thanks, Ben. I can be relatively brief, and let me just start by saying, first of all, huge congratulations both to Atlantic Council, but also to our partners at AmCham, Nico and Alex and everybody else, for what this regional forum has become. This is my 5th AmCham Energy Conference. Nobody is more surprised than me that I'm here on the stage speaking again. But one advantage of having done this for half a decade now is I have been able to watch, first of all, how the sophistication of this conversation has advanced, but also the extraordinary transformation that Greece is helping to effect in the energy market of Southeastern Europe. I think it's especially appropriate that we're having this discussion today on the day that Gazprom has announced the completion of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And I would make the point, in the context of the very bad deal that Nord Stream 2 represents, that there are very few, if any, EU member states that have done more than Greece has done over the past couple of years to advance the longstanding American and European goal of diversifying energy sources and routes in Europe and building European energy security. I would emphasize that this has been a bipartisan U.S. agenda item. The first AmCham Energy Conference that I attended was in Alexandropoli. I was joined there by my friend and colleague, Amos Hochstein. Amos is now back in government as the Biden administration's envoy for European energy security. And I'm delighted that somewhere out in the audience here, I think I saw Frank Fannin, who was the previous Assistant Secretary for ENR and was an indispensable partner in everything that we've accomplished with Greece on these issues. But if you look at all of the innovations that have come online, the expansion of the Revithoussa terminal near Athens, which has allowed for large U.S. LNG cargoes to be delivered. The United States last year accounted for about 50% of Greece's LNG imports. The completion of the TAP pipeline. I still remember, Ben, my first Istanbul Atlantic Council Energy Conference, where I was questioned whether this TAP thing was ever really going to happen, because it just seemed like a figment of the imagination. And I see Maria in the audience here, and I think everybody should be enormously proud of what the TAP partners, including Albania, Greece, Italy, have accomplished, but what that represents as the first new large energy infrastructure completed in Europe specifically to bring non-Russian gas to market, and that is now happening. At the same time, we have the progress that's happened on the FSRU in Alexandropoli, the critically important progress on the IGB pipeline, and I look forward to hearing a little bit more from Ambassador Mustafa about why we all need to be so invested in the success of that undertaking. The real progress that's taken place between Greece and North Macedonia, and arguably there has been no area that has seen a more dramatic transformation of Greek foreign policy during my tenure as ambassador than the relationship between Greece and the Western Balkans, which has really been unlocked by the Prespas Agreement and by the very strong commitment that now 2 Greek governments have demonstrated to recasting and deepening, especially the economic and energy security and investment relationship between Greece and North Macedonia. And I think we all should be very proud of that. I'll make just a couple of other points to wind up. First of all, I should have said at the beginning, I'm incredibly proud of our all-star team out here, and especially these 3 ambassadors who are with me here today. And I'm delighted that they were all able to join us. I was also really pleased that we were able to spend about an hour with Energy Minister Skrekis today. And it was very impressive for me to hear in the conversation between Minister Skrekas and our diplomatic team across the region, the convergence that exists, but also the Greek government's recognition that its agenda now is not just a national agenda, it's a regional agenda. It's connected both to the energy security and fossil-based energy issues that I've talked about, but also the critically important energy transformation that we're all engaged in. The new projects coming online, like the Mytilineos gas turbine in Agios Nikolaos, like the new super efficient General Electric turbine that will be coming online in Alexandroupolis in connection with the FSRU. The White Dragon project in Western Macedonia, a critically important technology demonstrator in which an American company, Advent Energy, plays a central role, is now moving ahead. Greece's own spectacular potential in the areas of renewables, wind and solar. I was very excited to see the data from Monday and Tuesday when Greece generated more of its electricity through wind power and renewables than any other country in the European Union. Now we're in the midst of the Meltemi still going, and of course that demonstrates both the capacity that Greece has to scale up its wind power production, but also the importance of building networks and building resiliency among different energy sources. And that's a lot of what we were discussing with Minister Skrekas. So Greece puts itself at the center of a network of relationships in which Greece is helping to build European standards, helping to build resiliency, helping to build resistance to Russia's ability to use energy as a political weapon against countries that are seeking still to move towards European standards and European and transatlantic institutions. So it's a very exciting time. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. The climate issue looms so large here in Greece. All of us who lived through the fires last month in Evia and Athens and ancient Olympia, three regions that I know well, where I've ridden my bicycle, and it's heartbreaking to see what happened to those three regions as a consequence of the global climate crisis that we confront. But Prime Minister Mitsotakis is demonstrating what has to be done. The commitment to phase out lignite by 2025, the commitment to build a regulatory framework that attracts the best of international technology and investment, a lot of which is coming from the United States. I'm very excited about the fact that one of the four bidders for HEDNO, the Greek electricity distributor, is KKR of the United States. They have made a very serious bid, which I hope will be successful, because they have both the very deep pockets, but also the technical expertise to scale up HEDNO in the way that's going to be necessary as Greece uses electricity as more and more clean electricity is increasingly the driver of its economy. So there's a lot going on in this space. Ben, I'm very grateful for the partnership with Atlantic Council. I think it's really important that we keep doing what we've been doing together in terms of both sustaining the transatlantic conversation on these issues, but also helping to lift up in Washington and elsewhere the really path-breaking work that's being done by the Greek government and the stake that both of us have in each other's success. We are very excited that we'll have Foreign Minister Dendias in Washington next month for the third round of the U.S.-Greece Strategic Dialogue. Energy and climate has been one of the pillars of that dialogue from the beginning, as Yuri and Kate will remember well. And I am very confident that as our bosses sit down next month to take stock and chart the road ahead, they'll be enthusiastic about both the progress that we've achieved and also all that we're going to be able to do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Payet. I have to apologize. We have such an all-star panel that I passed over, of course, Ambassador Harold Mustafa, the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Bulgaria. So my apologies. Of course, we'll turn to you, Ambassador Mustafa. I would love to hear your perspective and, talking about diversification effort in the gas sector. We've already heard a little bit about this. How do the IGB and Turk Stream 2, you think, impact regional energy security? Your perspective from Sofia.
All right, Yassas, let me say thank you very much to AmCham and the organizers of this conference for bringing us all together, our friends, colleagues, and it gives us an opportunity not only to talk about this very important issue, but it gives me a chance to come back to Greece, which is where I was first assigned as a diplomat in the U.S. Foreign Service 2 decades ago. So it's wonderful to be back here.
So just to summarize a little bit of what you heard here, again, the fact that you have all these ambassadors talking about energy security clearly indicates that energy security is national security. Of all the issues I work on in Bulgaria, frankly, the most important is energy. The most important is energy. And if Bulgaria diversifies, it means a stronger Bulgaria, it means a stronger region, and that is extremely important to us. So let me say that I'm also very happy to be here with my colleagues, my counterparts from Bulgaria, and in particular, the interim energy minister, Minister Zhivkov, who's so in brief, just as a snapshot of the energy picture in Bulgaria, almost 100% of the nuclear fuel is from one source. You can guess if you don't know it. One source, nearly 100%. And Gazprom has a near monopoly on the other very important source of energy. And so over the years, we have been working very closely with our Bulgarian counterparts to diversify. And that's important, obviously, because reliance on that one source means an uneven relationship politically, economically, and then obviously it also means higher prices. Briefly on the nuclear, the main nuclear plant, Kozloduy, we have been working for years to try to get Westinghouse fuel into one of the units. Finally, after years and years of delay, we think we're on track to do that. But of course, everything in the nuclear field takes a long time. And so once all of the licensing, tendering is in place, that first possibility will be in 2024 for nuclear fuel to one unit. When two of the units retire, Soviet-era units retire, we're hoping Bulgaria will look at more modern Western technology, and we're proud to say that there is an MOU with NuScale to look at SMRs, and so that's one possible way forward in terms of expansion of the nuclear area. In terms of gas, you heard initially IGB, Greece-Bulgaria interconnector. If you take nothing from my remarks, just take that. IGB. IGB. The most important thing we can do in the next few months for the region. And I know that Greece and Bulgaria and Greek and Bulgarian sides are both working very closely on this, and we hope that the deadline of December 31st of this year is met and IGB can be completed, and that will be one very significant way to also break what Turkstream does, which unfortunately we believe further cements Bulgaria's relationship to that one source, to Russia. And so IGB is very, very important for the diversification. Bulgaria has also signed a 25-year contract with Azerbaijan, and they started that the 1st of January of this year through TAP. And that was a significant accomplishment, and we hope that they're able to bring greater flows of that gas into Bulgaria. They were hoping to do that through IGB. Since it hasn't been completed, they're looking for other ways to get that across. But that contract with Azerbaijan was a very, very important step forward. And then finally, and very, very importantly, green energy. And as I remember about 8 months ago when I was here in Athens, Alexandra, is that right? We met in Athens, and you had mentioned the fact that Greece is really a leader, a model for renewables in this region. And this is an area where Greece and Bulgaria might be able to do more together. And I know that the interim government of Bulgaria has put together a draft, very ambitious plan for the EU recovery plan that has a goal of 1.7 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2025, which, if that happens, would double their current wind and solar energy. Great plans, and once that is finalized, then I think we'll also see Bulgaria heading more and more in the direction of renewables. So that is the overview. IGB, most important thing that can happen by the end of this year for Bulgaria and for the region. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mustafa. Well, I think we are just at the end of our session. So I really want to thank all of our American ambassadors in the region for these really comprehensive and interesting points. I'm really delighted on the behalf of the Atlantic Council to partner on this event with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, who really heard some of the geopolitical challenges, some of the road ahead, but also the many opportunities for energy security, diversification, and U.S. Relations in the region. We'll continue at the Atlantic Council to work on these matters. As you know, in the next few months, we'll publish a report in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce on U.S.-Greece cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean to promote energy security and diversification. And I really want to commend all of you for organizing such a great event one more year. I'm definitely hoping to be with all of you on stage next year in Greece. Thank you very much, and have a good day to all of you.
Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've scheduled a coffee break, but I'd like you please to remain seated because we have a surprise. So, Ambassador Mustafa, it might not be IGB. Nevertheless, yes. Nevertheless, I'm delighted. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ministers. We are delighted to have with us this evening the ministers of energy of Greece, of Bulgaria, and unfortunately, due to an accident the day before yesterday in North Macedonia, where 14 people were killed and several were injured, the Minister of North Macedonia will not be joining us. He will not be joining us physically, nor in respect of what has happened, be joining us virtually. And we also have a video message from Zorana Mihailovic, the Energy Minister of Serbia. Now, ministers, I suggest that we start with brief remarks. So I would ask the Greek Minister, Ms. Krekas, to start. Thank you.
So, good evening to everyone. Let me first welcome the Minister from Bulgaria. I wish you all the best, okay, and all the success for you, and of course for your country. It's a pity that we don't have the good friend Nasser from North Macedonia. So let me say that today we had a very interesting day with many meetings, very interesting meetings. We lived some very interesting moments. Yesterday we had the conclusion of the sale of DEPA with a very good price, as you probably are aware. In a few while, we're waiting for the price of our DSO. There is a tender process. We're selling the 49% of DDE, and I'm sure that things will prove even better than someone could expect regarding the price that someone is willing to pay in order to buy this 49% of the company. And this, I think, finally reflects the economy and the perspectives of the Greek economy. So let me say that energy can definitely become a catalyst for stability and for growth in our region. Actually, the green transition is our growth accelerator. More fundamentally, it is our only option for a resilient future. Of course, there are significant challenges in this transition process. Our entire economies need to be restructured. Our companies need to be transformed. Our citizens need to adopt a green attitude. But the growth opportunities are huge, along with the quality in our lives. New business models arise, new services to our citizens, new strategic collaborations are emerging. Greece and the US have been working consistently and successfully on promoting energy security in the region. The East Med Gas Forum is an active platform for deepening our collaboration, and Greece and the US share a high level of climate ambition, and this unravels new opportunities as well. Overall, the climate crisis sets a new landscape where cooperation is absolutely essential, both at the regional and the global level. It is now evident, even to the more skeptical, that no country is untouched by its implications. This summer, extensive heat waves, wildfires, mega fires, or floods affected Germany, Belgium, Greece, and Turkey, the US and Canada, among several other countries. To mitigate these severe risks, we all need to share the same vision and work closely together. We need to be fully committed to the same targets. Last week, for example, our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, announced in the Marseille Summit the principles of our biodiversity strategy and inspiring cooperation initiatives for the Mediterranean Sea. In Greece, we are currently implementing a massive green transformation of our entire economy. In the energy sector, we mobilize investments of more than 44 billion euro by 2030. We are phasing out existing coal units by 2023, apart from one which is going to be converted into a gas power plant in 2025, according to PPC's announcements. The market share of renewables has already exceeded 32% this year, and will escalate to around 70% by 2030. To facilitate the green transition, we are investing 10 billion euro in electricity, networks, and storage systems, and more than 4 billion in gas. We allocate 11 billion to energy efficiency and 6 billion to circular economy and smart cities. Over the next 3 years, we are deploying 1.5 million smart meters and more than 10,000 charging points for electric vehicles. Effectively, we are transforming Greece to a hub for green energy, not only in terms of infrastructure and market tools, but also innovation and reforms. Furthermore, our islands are being transformed to innovation labs. Astipalea, for example, and Halki are the reference point for our clean island strategy, which exceeds 1.2 billion euro. The transition of our core regions is based on renewables, hydrogen, and circular economy. The 5 hydrogen projects we selected as important projects of common interest, European interest, range from innovative electrolyzers to green hydrogen clusters, green refineries, and cement. At this point, I would also like to share some of the principles of our energy policy at the regional level. Firstly, we foster energy security. We're developing major gas infrastructure projects, actively diversifying sources and routes. The TAP pipeline already accounts for 18% of our gas imports. 40% of our LNG comes from the US. IGB, our pipeline with Bulgaria, will become operational by mid-2022, a very critical, very crucial project for the broader area. It's going to change the energy map of the area. The FSRU in Alexandroupolis, which is also linked to IGB, is close to taking its final investment decision with a robust structure of shareholders. The pipeline with North Macedonia will enter the market test next month. In July, I was in Egypt during the official visit of our Prime Minister. We deepened our discussions about our electricity interconnection, transferring renewable energy from Egypt to Greece and then the European continent. So beyond all exciting developments, environment needs to be our common reference point. We only have one option to succeed together, and I'm convinced that we will. Thank you.
I would like to call Minister Zivkov to the podium.
Thank you very much. But I will speak in Bulgarian, sorry. Ваши превъзходителства, уважаеми госпожи и господа, уважаеми колеги. За мен е чест да участвам в 5-то издание на Енергийния форум за Югоизточна Европа. Позволете ми да поздравя организаторите за добрата организация и превръщането на това събитие в традиция.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm much honored to participate in the 5th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for the good job done and for making this event a tradition.
Като част от региона, България води енергийна политика, съобразена с основните цели на енергийната политика на Европейския съюз за сигурност, конкурентоспособност и устойчиво развитие. Приоритет на енергийната политика на България е диверсификацията на източниците и маршрутите за доставка на енергийни ресурси, постигане на енергийна сигурност и конкурентоспособност. България има пряк интерес и участва активно в реализацията на стратегическите инициативи на Европейския съюз за изграждане на необходимата инфраструктура и диверсификация на енергийните доставки за региона на Югоизточна Европа.
Being part of the region, Bulgaria conducts its energy policy in line with the main objectives of the European Union's energy policy for security, competitiveness, and sustainable development. The priority of Bulgaria's energy policy is aimed at diversification of sources and routes of energy supplies, energy security, and competitiveness. Bulgaria has a direct interest and actively participates in the implementation of the EU strategic initiatives for building the necessary infrastructure and ensuring diversification of energy supplies for the Southeast European region.
Подобряването на инфраструктурните връзки в региона, включително и на енергийния сектор, е необходимо условие за задълбочаване на икономическото сътрудничество между страните. Този процес има дългосрочни ефекти, като създаване на нови вериги на доставки и нови работни места, по-устойчива интеграция на икономиките на страните и подобряване на благосъстоянието на обществото.
Improving the infrastructure connections in the region, including the energy sector, it's a necessary condition for deepening the economic cooperation between the countries. This process has long-term effects, such as creating of new supply chains and new jobs, more sustainable integration of the country's economies, and improving the society welfare.
Като добър пример бих могъл да посоча развитието на газовата инфраструктура, изграждането на междусистемните връзки и терминали за втечнен природен газ, важна роля за укрепване на регионалната междусистемна свързаност и енергийната сигурност имат интерконекторът Гърция-България и проекта за изграждане на терминал за втечнен природен газ до град Александрополис, чрез които регионът ще разполага с достъп до различни източници и маршрути на доставка на природен газ.
As a good example, I could point out the development of the gas infrastructure, the construction of interconnectors and LNG terminals. An important role in strengthening the regional systems' connectivity and energy security is played by the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector IGB and the project for construction of a terminal for liquefied natural gas near Alexandroupolis, through which the region will have access to various sources and routes of natural gas supply.
Проектът за изграждане на междусистемна газова връзка Гърция-България IGB е ключов за България и за целият регион поради стратегическата си роля за осигуряване на диверсификация на източниците и маршрутите за доставка на природен газ, като част от развитието на Южния газов коридор. Чрез нея не само България, но и регионът на Източна и Централна Европа ще имат достъп до алтернативни доставки от Каспийския регион и възможност за внос на втечнен природен газ.
The IGB project is of key importance for Bulgaria and the region due to its strategic role in ensuring diversification of natural gas sources and routes of supply. As part of the Southern Gas Corridor development, this interconnector will provide access for Bulgaria and the region of Southeast and Central Europe to alternative supplies from the Caspian region and opportunities for import of liquefied natural gas.
Регионалните инфраструктурни проекти са от ключово значение за реализацията на вертикалният газов коридор за доставки на газ от юг към север. Междусистемното свързване на страните е напредък в посока на гарантирането на енергийната сигурност в региона.
The regional infrastructure projects are of key importance for the implementation of a vertical gas corridor for gas supplies from south to north. The country's connectivity is a progress, ensuring the energy security in the region.
В допълнение е и проектът за газопровод EastMed, който чрез свързването с съществуващите газопреносни мрежи в Гърция и България ще осигури достъп на страните от региона до газови находища в Кипър, Израел, Източното Средиземноморие. В началото на 2021 година България, Израел, Кипър, Гърция, Сърбия, Румъния, Унгария и Република Северна Македония обсъдиха развитието на газопровода EastMed. В резултат на взаимния интерес бе подписано съвместно писмо до комисаря по енергетиката Кадри Симпсън относно възможностите за пренос на природен газ през региона на Югоизточна Европа.
In addition, I would like to mention the EastMed gas pipeline project, which connecting to the existing gas transmission networks of Greece and Bulgaria will provide access of the countries in the region to the gas fields in Cyprus, Israel, and the Eastern Mediterranean. At the beginning of 2021, Bulgaria, Israel, Cyprus, Greece, Serbia, Romania, Hungary, and the Republic of Northern Macedonia discussed the development of the EastMed gas pipeline. As a result of their mutual interest, a joint letter was signed and addressed to the Energy Commissioner, Mr. Kadri Simpson, regarding the possibilities for natural gas transmission through the Southeast European region.
Важен процес за гарантирането на енергийната стабилност в Югоизточна Европа е и интегрирането на страните от Западните Балкани. Западните Балкани бяха централна и приоритетна тема на българското председателство на Съвета на Европейския съюз през 2018 година, по време на което беше утвърдена тяхната европейска перспектива и интеграция.
An important process for ensuring the energy stability in Southeast Europe is the integration of the Western Balkans countries. The Western Balkans were the main and priority topic for the Bulgarian presidency of the EU Council in 2018, during which the European perspective and integration were confirmed.
Същевременно Европейската зелена сделка поставя пред нас нови предизвикателства във връзка с дългосрочното развитие на Европейския съюз по пътя към икономика с нулеви нива на емисии до 2050 година. Енергийните политики на държавите членки следват да бъдат насочени към намаляването на емисиите на парникови газове най-малко с 55% до 2030 година. Единствено чрез общите усилия на всички страни и активното участие, сътрудничество между тях, тези амбициозни политики на Европейския съюз в областта на климата биха могли да бъдат реализирани.
At the same time, the European Green Deal poses new challenges to us regarding the EU long-term development towards a zero-emission economy by 2050. The member states' energy policies should be aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Only the joint efforts of all countries and their active cooperation could achieve this ambitious EU climate policy.
Бих искал да отбележа, че подкрепата от страна на нашите американски партньори е от съществено значение за задълбочаването на успешното взаимодействие на страните в региона. Високо ценим последователната подкрепа на Съединените американски щати за постигане на тези цели и приоритети.
I would like to point out that the support of our American partners is of essential importance for deepening the successful interactions of the countries in the region. We highly appreciate the consistent support of the United States in achieving these goals and priorities.
Активното регионално сътрудничество между страните от региона на Югоизточна Европа ще допринесе за засилването на диверсификацията на източниците и маршрутите на доставка на енергийните ресурси, повишаването на енергийната сигурност в региона и засилването на конкурентоспособността на пазара.
And the active cooperation of the countries in the Southeast European region will contribute to strengthening the diversification of sources and routes of energy supplies, as well as for increasing energy security in the region and improving market competitiveness.
В заключение бих искал да кажа след блестящото представяне на енергийната картина в България на нейно превъзходителство Херо Мустафа, че за нас от изключителна важност е изграждането, довършването на интерконектора между България и Гърция, IGB, така че аз бих се присъединил към нейното скандиране IGB и ви благодаря за вниманието.
And finally, what I would like to mention that I totally join what said Her Excellency Hero Mustafa regarding the energy project IGB. This interconnector is of great importance for the whole region, and I completely share the view of Her Excellency, and I completely share the exact picture of the energy sector that was described by her. And I would like to thank you for the attention.
Thank you.
In all the commotion before with the signing of the agreement, I neglected to announce the Cypriot Minister of Energy is Natasha Pilidis. I'm delighted that we have her with us virtually. And Minister, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here, albeit virtually. Thank you very much for the invitation. And a special thanks, of course, to the organizers, AmCham, the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics, the US Embassy in Greece, the Atlantic Council, and the US Chamber of Commerce. I really hope that we can actually have the opportunity to meet in person very soon with all the dear friends and colleagues who are attending. Without sort of going into a lot of detail, I'll just give an overview of what we're doing here in Cyprus. A lot of the initiatives that have to do with collaboration have already been mentioned by my Greek and Bulgarian colleagues. And so it's really good to see that we're all on the same page and putting regional collaboration so high on the agenda, because of course the green transition and energy collaboration can only happen by exploring all the synergies that exist between us. And indeed there are many, many synergies that do exist and that we need to take advantage of. Of course, natural gas still continues to play an important role in the region. We view it as a bridge gas, which is going to enable not only Cyprus and other EU countries, but the region in general to transition to green energy. We see that all countries in the region, or most at least, are prioritizing this issue and are taking very fast and impressive steps in that direction. So we need to be able to provide solutions that are not only effective, but also quite immediate. So a lot of work to do on lots of different fronts. With regards to natural gas, unfortunately, we had some delays in our program because of COVID. However, we are in the fortunate situation now where we are starting our exploration activities again. ExxonMobil with Qatar Petroleum will be the first to recommence with an appraisal drill in late November to early December. So we're really looking forward to that. I will be in the US and we'll have an opportunity to meet with Exxon in a couple of weeks' time. So really looking forward to finalizing the details on that. And then I will go on to Ravenna, where I will meet Eni and also discuss the details of their upcoming drill, which will follow ExxonMobil and Qatar Petroleum. So we're really excited to see this activity starting up again, and we're hoping that the results are going to be positive. That's really crucial for the future of our energy program, because obviously the higher the prospects, the higher the possibility of plans moving ahead much quicker than otherwise. And so we will be waiting for the results with great excitement. Now, of course, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in order to complete the picture. Of course, a lot of regional collaboration in terms of the pipeline connecting our EEZ to Egypt so that the natural gas can be exported. And of course, the EastMed pipeline mentioned earlier by my Bulgarian colleague, who very, very aptly mentioned the initiative of connecting more countries to the EastMed pipeline, and the very pleasant discussion that we had recently on this subject, as well as the common letter sent to Ms. Kadri Simpson, the Energy Commissioner of the EU, on this topic. The studies that are going on with regards to this project are proceeding on schedule. So we should be, well, the company undertaking the project should be able to come to a final investment decision in at the end of 2022. So we will know more, I suppose, in a year or so about the outcome of the project. But of course, there are other regional projects that are really important to us. The electricity interconnector between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece is moving ahead as well in terms of the planning. The EU has announced its next Connecting Europe facility call, which has just commenced. So again, the project promoter will be submitting their funding request, their funding application in the next few weeks, and we really hope that that will go well, because if it does, then we move on to the implementation stage of the project, which would be a really, really important step forward for Cyprus, which remains isolated in terms of energy, and that really affects our pathway to a green energy environment. So if this project goes ahead, we can be looking at obtaining cheaper and, of course, greener energy from countries in the region, and also supplying it, if we can, to Europe and to other countries in the region. So it's a really important project for us, which we hope will go ahead. And at the same time, we're having discussions with Egypt regarding an interconnector with Egypt, which will then come to Cyprus and connect up with the Cyprus-Greece leg, which would also add to this picture of international collaboration and energy connectivity, which is so important for security as well as for the green transition. Another very important effort, collaborative efforts, is also the 3+1 discussions, which of course involve Greece, Israel, and the US. The US having recently announced much more ambitious plans in terms of climate change. This is the perfect opportunity to include some tangible chapters within the 3+1 that can be taken forward. There's so much that we could collaborate on in addition to the projects that are already underway, such as green hydrogen production and distribution, obviously e-mobility, which is something that Cyprus is it needs to do more on, actually. So we have a rather ambitious strategy for the next few years to move forward in that respect. But of course, that opens up more opportunities for the use of renewables. So, so again, a lot of synergies to explore. And another issue that we're looking at, which we're very interested in, is the circular economy, how to promote a circular economy here in Cyprus, and how to involve our industry in the greening of our economy. So with regards to all of these efforts, we have put together a very ambitious plan based on the EU Resilience Fund budget, another budget that we have available. So as a ministry, we will be spending more than $500 million in the next 6 years to incentivize people to move towards green energy, but also to devote these funds to specific projects such as the interconnection, the electricity interconnection, and others. And of course, Renovation Wave, which is a huge important issue in upgrading our homes and our businesses energy-wise, and becoming much more energy efficient. So I'm going to stop here. I don't want to monopolize the discussion. I look forward to continuing the discussion and hearing from other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's handled. Unfortunately, the minister from Serbia could not join us, but we have a recorded message and would like to play that for you. So we have Minister Zorana Mihailovic.
Friends, the whole world, including the region of Southeast Europe, is going through a great change, and we are all looking for a way to meet our country's needs for energy. We all need a greener and more inclusive energy future. Despite each of our countries having its own plans and priorities and our own path for energy transition, ultimately we cannot achieve our goals without cooperation and our common consensus for green energy development. This also applies to energy security, which cannot be achieved without infrastructural connectivity, the exchange of experience in energy transition, and combating climate change. For Serbia, the year 2021 is very important because this year we are entering the process of energy transition through legislative, strategic and investment activities, and by taking practical steps to meet the common goals defined by Paris Climate Agreement and the Sofia Declaration. Less than a year since the new government of Republic of Serbia was formed, 4 laws in the field of mining and energy have been adopted, including the first special law on the use of renewable energy sources, which together with the new law on energy efficiency includes citizens in the process of energy transition. When it comes to strategic planning, we have started drafting the most important strategic documents, the Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan, and the other one is the new energy strategy. With those 2 documents, we will define the goals in the field of decarbonization, thus defining our path of energy transition until 2050. On the other hand, by passing new laws, we have created conditions to improve energy efficiency and through new investments and new energy capacities increase the share of energy from renewable sources to at least 40% by 2040 and 50% by 2050. In the same time, very important, we plan to gradually decrease electricity and heat production from thermal power plant. Large and medium-sized hydropower plant, solar plant, wind plant, gas power plants, and the development of additional energy storage capacities are particularly important, primarily in pump-back hydroelectric dams and later in batteries. To achieve these goals, a new investment plan has been prepared with a total value of 17 billion euros. In the field of electricity alone, the planned investments amount to more than 7 billion euros, and the value of projects in renewable energy sources is more than 5 billion euros. Of course, when we talk about energy security, we cannot neglect natural gas. The most recent increase in the price of gas is another reminder that we can provide energy security and stability only, but only, if we acquire gas from different pipelines and suppliers. With the construction of Balkan Stream gas pipeline, Serbia got another source of gas supply this year, but our goal is to have supplier diversity as well. In October, we will start construction of the gas interconnection Serbia-Bulgaria, which should be operational in 2023. This interconnector will connect us with the gas pipelines on the Southern Gas Corridor and with LNG terminals in Greece, but also with a project of great importance for energy security on the entire region, the Eastern Mediterranean gas pipeline. I'm really sure that the Green Agenda can and should be Serbia's long-term growth model, through which we will reconcile the need for energy security and the urgency of protecting the environment. I also believe that the changes in the field of energy will give a new pulse to regional cooperation, infrastructural connections, and the influx of new investments. I wish to all of you good luck, and I hope this forum results in many new collaborations. Thank you.
We thank the Minister. I think that you will all agree that the participation of the ministers from all these countries gives definition to cooperation, and I think it gives perspective also to regional development. So we have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, I think, because the ministers will have to leave. So I suggest that we do a couple of questions, and then we ask, perhaps the audience would like to ask you something. Dear Minister, you represent the host country, so please allow me to start with you. So you spoke before about this connection between Greece and Egypt. Would you like to elaborate a little bit on this agreement and the MOU, that is the respective MOU which is in place?
Yes, well, almost 2 months ago, we had a visit to Egypt with our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. There we had the opportunity to discuss an ambitious project, a very ambitious idea, which is to interconnect Egypt directly with Greece, through a direct interconnection, electricity interconnection, transferring green energy, because they have huge land, they have desert, they can build the photovoltaic parks with very competitive cost structure. So, and of course, this energy could be used here in Greece or through Greece to arrive to the central of Europe. So we have, of course, EuroAsia, which is another similar project that connects Israel and Greece via Cyprus, and this also would help Cyprus to stop being an energy island anymore. All those finally are projects that are going to be decided by the market if they're going to be materialized or not. On the other hand, we as a state, we promote this kind of interconnections because it helps to diversify, of course, the routes and the sources of energy. It helps to the flow of energy in Greece and through Greece to move it to our northern neighboring countries. All this increases the amount, the supply of energy. Therefore, it creates competition. Competition is good for the prices. You know that lately we suffer from an increase in the price of LNG and CO2, of course, emissions, and this has led to have very increased wholesale prices in electricity, not only in electricity, and also in gas and natural gas. So, to interconnect, to increase interconnections, upgrade the grids, this will help finally the security of supply and to safeguard competitive principles in order to have better prices. On the other hand, it is necessary in order to help more renewable sources to enter into the grid. So the interconnections with the neighboring countries, the interconnections with our islands will help the higher penetration of renewable sources into our energy mix, which is the final target, because as I already said, right now renewables represent almost 32% of our energy electricity consumption, and we must arrive up to 70% in 2030. So this is something that needs investments. This needs, of course, other things like batteries, hydro pumping, so storage systems. It needs also, of course, natural gas as a transition fuel, because how else can we provide base load? How can we ensure the flexibility of the system, which is important when you have more and more renewable sources entering into our energy mix. And not only this, finally, interconnections and all this discussion about how to tackle, how to deal with the common problems, because environmental problems are common problems, are not only a Greek problem or a European problem. The climate change, the consequences of the climate change and the climate crisis affects all countries. Affected this year Greece, but also the Canada, the US, Egypt, Bulgaria, northern south of Europe. We had the wildfires also and mega fires in other countries. So this sends a message that we cannot sit and doing nothing. So we have to cooperate. We have to sit down on the same table and discuss how to deal, how to tackle these issues, how to adapt, and how to mitigate the causes of the climate change, and how to adapt to the consequences of it.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Very thorough in your response. Let me. You mentioned cost. So for a second question, I would like to address this to the other two ministers. How could the target model help to reduce energy costs and at the same time increase cross-border collaboration? So I think perhaps I should turn to the lady minister, Minister Pilidis. Ladies first, so please.
Thank you. Well, firstly, to be realistic, that needs to be a lot of investment for us to be able to move to a green energy model. So that is a given, and that's why the EU has been providing so much funding and so much of a push for us, for all the countries, to use the resilience money in a way that promotes the green transition. However, it is clear that with sort of new technologies developing all the time and with different sources of renewable energy, that different countries have different strengths and different weaknesses. For example, in Cyprus, we have much higher use of solar energy, much higher use of energy saving methods in terms of, let's say, heating and cooling than in other countries, whereas we have rather low use of, say, wind farms and wind energy because of the specifics of the country. Obviously, synergies between countries can help us to overcome these weaknesses and to better leverage on the common assets and strengths that we have, particularly with interconnections, which are very important. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the initial investment the cost is very high. So that's why the state needs to come in and provide incentives and funding in order to be able to give the push to the private sector to actually progress with different projects. And of course, the private sector needs to also realize that if they do not, they are no longer going to be competitive. So that's a really important issue to discuss with industry, with companies in the private sector, which may now consider, these costs a little bit unnecessary, particularly following COVID and the problems that COVID has caused. So there definitely needs to be a lot of awareness building as well as collaboration at a state level in order to enable all these things to happen, because without collaboration between countries and also without participation of the private sector, progress is a lot slower. But I believe that as technology advances, we've seen how rapidly costs have actually reduced in the production of energy from renewables, and actually because of the penalties on conventional sort of fossil fuel and use of conventional methods are so high that it is now becoming much more cost effective to produce energy from renewables. So it is an opportunity, and of course it's a big change and people need to adapt, but we need to adapt very fast in order to take advantage of the opportunities that the EU is offering as well, and to remain a competitive part of the world that can offer products that are made with sustainable methods, that can offer practices that are sustainable and attractive to people living in our countries and to people visiting our countries. So hopefully the synergies we will be able to make the most of the synergies in order to achieve these targets.
Thank you. Minister Zivkov.
Благодаря. В контекста на зелената сделка и на параметрите, които тя залага, в България сме определили доста амбициозни проекти за развитие на зелена енергия от възобновяеми източници.
And referring to the Green Deal and the parameters that are included in it, in Bulgaria, we have set very ambitious goals concerning green energy.
Както вие добре знаете, в България 40% от производството на електрическа енергия се дължи на електроцентралите на лигнитни въглища.
As you know, 40% of the electricity generated in Bulgaria comes from thermal power plants.
В тази връзка и както се развиват цените на въглеродните емисии, очевидно е, че тази енергия вече става неконкурентоспособна.
And given the rising of the prices for carbon emissions is growing, the electricity generated from those power plants becomes not competitive.
От тази гледна точка, развитието на възобновяемите енергийни източници е основна задача с цел намаляването себестойността на енергията, както и постигането на целите на зелената сделка, именно намаляване на въглеродния отпечатък с 55% до 30-та година и въглеродонеутрална до 50-та година.
And we have a main task now to use more renewables in our electricity generation. And so in order to decrease the cost of energy, and given the high prices of carbon emissions and the carbon footprint, we have set goals to use more renewables than power plants issuing emissions, and to achieve the goals for the carbon footprint decrease by 55% by 2030, and to achieve a zero emission economy by 2050.
В тази връзка и за да използваме принципа на синергията между всички съседни държави, които развиват възобновяеми енергийни източници, разбира се, от особена важност е развитието на трансграничните връзки.
And in order to develop the synergy with our neighboring countries, it's very important to develop our interconnection lines.
Показателен е примера и в отношение на каплинга между България и Гърция, където вече трансграничната търговия на електрическа енергия става съвсем свободно, без никакви пречки. Наблюдаваме взаимно балансиране на цените в двете държави и в целия регион.
And a good example for that is the coupling of Bulgarian and Greek markets, and now the prices are free and there are no obstacles, and this is also observed with the other countries in the region.
Така че ние виждаме развитието на трансграничните връзки като основа на развитието и стабилизирането на енергийната сигурност, а оттам респективно и на националната сигурност на целия регион.
And so we see in the development of cross-border capacity a condition for ensuring energy security, and this means also national security, not only for the countries, but for the whole region.
Thank you, Minister. I've been informed that our hard stop has been brought forward to 5:05. So, Minister Skrekas, it's up to you. The minister has to attend a signature ceremony, so it's up to you to close this session.
Thank you for the invitation.
It's been a great pleasure having you here. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister Pilidis. Thank you all for attending. And I think we'll have a 10-minute break. I think it's a well-deserved break now. No? No, I've been corrected. But let's allow the ministers.
Thank you.
And now we continue after the short break the program with a panel discussion regarding the Atlantic Council report update on energy transition, green recovery, and cooperation opportunities for Greece and the U.S. is the report that Mr. Haddad just mentioned before, which is the report has been organized by the Atlantic Council. It's been conducted actually by the Atlantic Council with the support of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. So Katerina Sokou is online along with the rest of the panelists. Katerina, the floor is yours to introduce the rest of the panelists and speak about the report. Thank you, Katerina.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Elias. I should start by saying that I know we all wished we were there with you today. We have an exciting panel with us, and we're very excited about this report that we're undergoing at the Atlantic Council with the support of the American Chamber, of course, in Greece. And this is focused on US-Greece cooperation on energy and the opportunities going forward, not just for Greece, but for the wider region as well, including traditional oil and gas and energy, but also energy transition, importantly, green recovery. So I'm delighted to have with us my partner at the report, Olga Kakova, who's the Deputy Director at the European Energy Security at the Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council, and another fellow, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, Neil Brown, who's also the Managing Director of KKR Global Institute and KKR Infrastructure. And of course, Yannis Maniatis, professor at the University of Piraeus, and of course, former Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change of Greece. And we're honored to have him, and lucky, frankly, to have him as an expert advisor for our study at the Atlantic Council. So a few words about the report. In the context of this report, we have conducted workshops with industry participants, with policy leaders, with analysts about the energy policy in both in the US and in Greece, and also on trade and investment and regulation and financing, as these are key points of focus for further and deepening of the energy cooperation between the US and Greece. We have 2 more workshops to go on geopolitics and technology cooperation. I should mention that this is a report that we view from a strategic component of the bilateral energy partnership to promote regional energy security and diversify energy sources. And we view energy policy as a way to strengthen and integrate the wider Southeast Europe. And of course, energy is part of the strategic dialogue between the US and Greece, and it's one of the most dynamic and productive areas of bilateral cooperation, as the US ambassador to Greece, Mr. Payet, always mentions. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Olga Kakova to give us a short glimpse of what we've explored so far and the areas of focus for our report. Olga, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Katerina. I really appreciate it. Great to be with you today. This initiative, just to give you some more background, highlights the strategic component in the bilateral partnership to promote regional energy security, but to also decarbonize and diversify energy routes and sources, as well as viewing energy policy as a way for us to strengthen and integrate the wider Southeastern Europe. Energy is part of a strategic dialogue between the United States and Greece, and it's really one of the most dynamic and productive areas of bilateral cooperation. We are examining and looking at the role that Greece can play in regional energy security and diversification, and how it's leveraging its geography, national resources, and partnership to do that. To start off, this project will take note of the dramatic changes that are already happening in the sector in Greece, and most vitally in the region. For example, digitalization, the phase out of coal generation, greater integration of renewable energy sources, greater vulnerability to cyber attacks, and of course, we'll look at ways that the United States can engage in these areas. While the progress on building out some of the key infrastructure projects such as TAP, pipeline, Alexandroupolis floating regasification unit, and the IGB pipeline have turned this region into an interconnectivity hub, there's much more that needs to still be accomplished in order to meet these challenges and to respond to these changes that are happening. New technologies, greater resilience of the system, greater investments of the grid. This initiative will look at drivers and impediments to achieving these goals. Specifically, we will examine how to best streamline support for projects of joint interest, of shared interest in energy security. So, for example, regional interconnectivity projects such as Eurasia Interconnector, which has funding from EU, U.S. support for Greece joining the 3 Seas initiative and ways to collaborate through that platform. The report will also examine the converging policy priorities of green transition in both the United States and Greece, and of course, ways we can boost and recover and address climate change. We'll dive into specific ways that U.S. can support the region and energy reforms on the path to decarbonization, and highlight some policy best practices which have worked well. For example, privatization examples, and incentives, and other support for renewable or clean energy technologies, but also take a look at gaps that could potentially discourage investments. For example, we're seeing tremendous growth in private capital that's available out there chasing projects. But some of these projects, some of these investors are often running into whether permitting process, slow permitting processes, or challenges in that area in some instances, and in some areas, a lack of social license. So figuring out ways to work through these issues, I think that's something else that we'd like to provide some recommendations on. We will also take a look at decoupling the economic growth from economic recovery, COVID recovery, and from overall energy intense and reducing overall energy intensity. I think a way to look at this is reducing emissions without compromising quality of life, while doing that, investing in adaptation to climate change. We know that agility and resilience in the region's energy systems will allow for the region to bounce back faster from whether it's natural or man-made disaster. We're also looking at, we're already seeing the impacts of climate change with extreme climate events happening more frequently and with greater intensity in the United States and in Southeast Europe. Additionally, we'll look at opportunities for greater bilateral trade and investments in renewables. The report will explore the role of technology transfers, best policy practices, and also how can regional cooperation play, a role in integrating new technologies. Wind, solar, hydrogen is really coming to the forefront as a really exciting opportunity as well. And of course, interconnection projects and ways to decarbonize natural gas. So at the same time, we look at the importance of also viewing the green transition through the lens of geopolitics in the light of great power competition. So just to sum all of this up, I think the end goal is to examine how energy cooperation can drive the energy transition, economic recovery, improve energy security, strengthen bilateral and multilateral cooperation, and forge resilient and adaptable energy systems in the region. Katerina, I'm happy to expand into any of these areas if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Olga. And I was thinking while you were speaking, especially about the geopolitical aspect of it, that in all energy investment, a key factor is also the private sector, and especially in this part of the world, engagement of investors is critical. To make some of these projects that are also geopolitically important happen. So a person who knows very well the interaction of both geopolitics and investor appetite for the region is our next speaker, Neil Brown, who, as I mentioned, we are privileged to have to give us the investor perspective on both the energy sector in the region and more specifically for Greece. Neil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katerina. And let me just give my congratulations to you and Olga for the report. I know it's still underway, but my sources tell me that it's looking very, very insightful and useful. And such a pleasure to be with Yanis. And congratulations to AmCham and Atlantic Council for this event. Good afternoon from Hudson Yards here in Manhattan. I wish I was there with you, particularly with fall allergy season in full force, so apologies if I sound a little hoarse. I spend my time here at KKR really looking at new markets around the world, markets that have significant potential, but for whatever reason, they aren't really seeing the level of investment that they merit from leading financial institutions, really, especially US institutions. And so what we do, our thesis basically is if you spend time, you spend time to get to know a place, you get to know the local companies, the government, that you can understand what are the real risks and what are not the real risks, what's just perception. And then for those real risks, either price them appropriately or mitigate them. And in the case of Greece, I think that there still is a significant disconnect between how the leading global financial markets, so whether it's Wall Street here or the City of London, how they view Greece, what assumptions they make about Greece as a long-term investment destination, and the reality on the ground. Put another way, I think there's still a long shadow of the global financial crisis, of Greece's recession, of political volatility over the course of a few years. And that's led to a lot of assumptions about the risks and really an attitude amongst, unfortunately, some investors that life is too short. But in my view, that attitude is misplaced. And as Ambassador Pyatt was kind to point out, we are actively pursuing a very significant investment in Greece now. And I think that Greece really should be on the map for leading global US investors. Why is that? And especially in the energy space, I think, one, of course, the natural and human potential. You all see that. You're fortunate to see it firsthand there in Thessaloniki. Second is the need for capital, the need for investment, and everything that comes with it. And that results both from historic underinvestment, but also the very ambitious energy and climate agenda of this government, backed by the EU. I think third is strong local partners. And those are both public entities and private entities within Greece that we and other investors can partner with to really invest for the future and understand the local needs. Fourth is the strong EU backing. Of course, we saw that during the global financial crisis, but it continues in terms of legal backstop. It continues in terms of supporting the green agenda. And then finally, I think most underappreciated is what Greece is doing for itself. The very, very strong reform agenda broadly to promote foreign investment, to make it a welcoming place for firms like mine. And specifically in updating energy policy, updating regulations, really bringing them to a world standard where investors can get confidence that they'll be given a level playing field, that they can have visibility, and that they can do long-term planning. Now, of course, there's still a very long way to go. Greece is not unique in that regard, but I'm very excited by the opportunities and for Greece not just to be recognized, but really to become, I would say, a leading destination for energy investment, not just in Europe, but on a global scale.
Of course, it's for Hetno, the VDA in Greek. And of course, I know you can't speak much about it during this process, but I do know that the Development Finance Corporation has supported your bid. And I'm wondering, this is something that we focused as well on the report, the importance of having such an extra level of security, if you will, or an extra level of trust in the investment. How important is that from an investor perspective in trying to in bidding for the project, or in your interest in the region and in Greece?
Yeah, well, you're right. I can't talk about that specific project. Of course, it's public record that we are the one of four bidders and the only U.S. bidder. So we'll see how that goes. We take a long-term view on Greece. So, we would like to do many investments, follow-on investments, and be there for a very long time. That's what makes it worth it to us. Doing a one and done is not very exciting for a firm at our scale, and I think our peers are very similar. I think that the bilateral agenda, I won't presume to say too much about it when we've just heard it laid out by the minister, Ambassador Pyatt, David Livingston, and others so well, and the people who are really defining it. I would say that, of course, continued evolution of policy and frameworks are key, right? Like Greece is still shaping rules of the road, still trying to give greater long-term certainty, still trying to open new opportunities for investment. But tools like the Development Finance Corporation can do a lot, right? Because what they can do is help buy down that perceived risk premium, right? Alignment with the government, in our case, in this case, the US government, but also alignment with the Greek government and other governments in the region for investments there, right? I mean, you don't want to be presumptuous as a foreign investor coming in and saying, well, this is the way it should be. That's not helpful, right? And nor will you be accurate. You want very, very close cooperation and coordination with the government. That can be in public-private partnerships explicitly, where you're partnering with SOEs or you have a concession. But it also can just be in very open communication. And I think you have to take a step back and remember, why should the private sector be there? The private sector we're talking about, not just Greece, but anywhere. It's partly capital, right? I mean, the scale of the challenge we face for climate, for energy security, for critical infrastructure security is just tremendous. And no single government, not even the EU, can fund all of that. The capital, of course, is very important, and capital at a reasonable cost, a cost that actually reflects the real risk premium of Greece, not the perceived risk premium. But capital isn't enough. You need technical and management expertise. You need technology. You need good governance standards and transparency. You need alignment with the government and local communities. And all of that makes an investment financially and socially sustainable. So in doing so, what you do is you take out some of the risk, the volatility that comes with political cycles, right? We invest through for decade or more at a time. Our peers do the same. We have to be able to see through political cycles, and taking all of those steps, applying all those tools can help get you there. So a tool like DFC can really just reinforce that, as can just really open communication and the welcoming environment that this government in Greece, I think, is doing very well. And I think can really be a leader for the region. I think we are seeing progress in a number of other states in the region, but they're not as far along by and large. And so I think that leading by example, nothing breeds success like success. So let's put some wins on the board in Greece. And in doing so, it will also be an example for the region.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What do you think is the potential for investment in an integrated regional energy market? Is it, what's the value added there? Do you see it?
Yeah, I think that, the more the market develops, the more integrated it is, the larger the opportunities to deploy large amounts of capital. And investors are looking for that. Firms like mine or big, institutional like pension funds, that kind of thing, they need to write big checks. And so that's actually harder to do than what you think it is. So I think that there's just a market scale issue that can be very benefited by regional integration. There's also a very significant energy security issue. We've talked a lot about gas over the years, and as you know, Katerina, that used to spend a very large amount of time on that when I worked in the U.S. government. But when you think about the energy transition, there are going to be new energy security risks. Think about supply chain risks. Think about cybersecurity risks, and integration, cooperation. So not just physical integration, but also integrated intelligent systems around the grid, for example, or around the pipeline grid, the electric grid or the pipeline grid. Best practice sharing, coordination in case of emergency. All of that kind of stuff has to happen together, let alone on the more sort of pure climate or energy transition side, where every country has its own strengths. And as an integrated region, they can share resources. They can move, renewable power, from Greece, north if it needs to go, or maybe sometimes it's going to be south for storage, or maybe there's peaking capability in Bulgaria that can help offset instability in the rest of the region. Those kinds of things, thinking holistically is going to benefit the stability, the security, the affordability, and the sustainability of the entire region in terms of the both the liquid fuels grid and the electricity grid.
Thank you. Well, we're fortunate to have with us one of the first Greek politicians who set some of the foundations for Greece being integrated into these wider energy markets with the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean, former Minister of Energy, Professor Maniatis, and to also have him as an expert advisor in our report. So, of course, he's been with us throughout the workshops that we've done, and we're consulting with him regularly. So, Professor Maniatis, please let us have your take on what you've heard so far and from the workshops as well.
Katerina, thanks for your very kind words. I think that Mr. Brown has described precisely the general framework, not only the investment framework, but also what should be and what exists in Greece, in Balkan countries, in the broader area. And I think that we have started in a constructive way to describe what should be done in our region in order to go on with this famous Green Deal decision of the European Union. I have 5 basic short remarks, and if you allow me, I want to comment on 5 different issues. The first issue is the energy transition. We are going through a period of energy transition as the climate crisis makes it imperative to switch to green energy. This is a multifaceted task that requires bold, innovative technology and business solutions, since half of the CO2 reductions after 2030 depends on technologies that are currently not mature. These technologies are under development. So we will need unprecedented international, political, and technical scientific cooperation to increase connectivity and to provide energy security during this transition period and beyond. And this task depends on actions that go far beyond the remit of energy ministers and requires a coordinated cross-government approach. So my first comment is on how to proceed with the energy transition period. My second comment is about natural gas. Natural gas will be part of the mix as a transition fuel for the next 30 years, and it will also continue to be important from an energy security perspective to diversify energy routes, connect energy markets, and divest from an over-reliance on Russian gas, which today is about, or maybe more than 40%, this over-reliance, talking about European Union. According to the Sustainable Development Scenario of the International Energy Agency, global gas consumption in 2030 will be at the same contemporary level of about 4,000 billion cubic meters. And coming now to Greece, for Greece, according to the Hellenic Gas Transmission System operator, the gas consumption in 2030 will be at least 20% bigger than today. So, natural gas will be with us in the coming 3 or maybe 4 decades. These goals, all the above, have been supported in the recent past by a number of projects that since 2013 are being developed in Greece with EU funds and United States support, but also diplomatic initiatives such as the 3+1 Energy Partnership. In addition to the necessary upgrade of natural gas grids and pipelines in order to be able to transmit hydrogen, besides, in addition to this, it is noteworthy to mention here the EastMed gas pipeline, TAP pipeline, the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, the Greek-Bulgarian interconnector and the vertical corridor, the new project of carbon capture and storage in Prinos area, as well as the two international electric cables connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe, the Eurasia interconnector and the Euro-Africa interconnector. My third point is about green energy and new geopolitical challenges. Green energy raises new geopolitical challenges and at the same time opportunities. For instance, the quest for the security of supply of raw materials and rare earths, a field where global economy will need 7 times more critical minerals like lithium, graphite, copper, cobalt, nickel, etc. But at the same time, about 70% of their extraction and processing being dependent on China. So we will need 7 times more material, but dependent by 70% on China. And an important geopolitical opportunity, to my opinion, is to broaden the Europe-Africa interconnections through more electric cables, which will transmit green photovoltaic energy from North Africa to North Europe through Greece and other southern countries. My fourth remark is about Greece. Greece plays an increasingly important role regionally and in partnership with the United States by deepening the above mentioned, the 3+1 partnership to include renewable energy, leveraging Greece's ambitious green transition targets. Since 2014, Greece is the 5th better country all over the world in per capita production of green electricity from photovoltaics and wind parks, just after Denmark, Uruguay, Ireland, and Germany. Also, Greece has started developing new and geopolitically important technologies, such as green hydrogen that may then be exported from southern to central Europe, and I am referring to White Dragon cluster project on green hydrogen, which has been proposed to be included in the list of important projects for common European interest, with a total investment cost of about 8 billion euros and creation of about direct and indirect 40,000 new jobs. And my fifth and last comment is that all the above may be further supported by working with the United States to increase regional cooperation in research and technology. So R&D field is a field of very important attractiveness. We can use the US EastMed Energy Center and also to promote bilateral trade and investment with the support of the Development Finance Corporation, the United States government's investment bank, as you have, Katerina, already mentioned. These were my 5 short remarks, and thanks again for the invitation to participate in this very, very interesting meeting.
Thank you all for your contributions. I'm keeping the holistic, comprehensive approach to the topic that we've discussed. The fact that Professor Magnatis talked about an intergovernmental approach and with an all of government approach, but also international cooperation.
A holistic, as we say, a holistic approach, not an approach just from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, and to the extent that the strategic dialogue between the US and Greece has incorporated energy policy and expanded on it, and with that in mind, under that light, and I guess the green transition makes it easier to approach energy under this light as well, because we're talking about how to recover from the pandemic, from the global financial crisis. It's a high stakes game for sure, for both the region and Greece, and the rewards will be immense for the wider society. So we're very excited to be focusing on this topic, and we look forward to updating you on our progress later this year. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Olga, Professor Magnatis, Neil, for your contributions, and look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Thanks for the invitation.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. I think we are ready to start again with our next panel, which is in terms of geopolitics, networks, and pipelines in the Southeast Europe region. We have a distinguished panel of speakers, which I will call to the floor right now. Ms. Maria Spiraki, which is with us. We have Fatmir Bitiki, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, if he will connect. Perfect. We have the connection live. Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you for being with us. Mr. Kostis Sifneos, Ms. Maria Rita Gali, Vladimir Malinov, if we can all come at the podium, please, at the floor. Okay. I think we are ready to start. We have a lot of things to discuss, many developments that we have already seen during the day. We have had the signature of the agreement between the two transmission system operators of Greece and Northern Macedonia. This was, let's say, the highlight of the day, but a lot of other developments in terms of projects being promoted. We have the FSRU of Alexandroupolis also being represented here by Mr. Sifneos, from whom we would like to hear the latest developments regarding that LNG terminal. Without further ado, I will give the floor first to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Bitiki, so that we can start our discussion. And this is the way that the panel will go. I will give the floor to everyone for introductory remarks for 2-3 minutes so that we can be on time. And then we follow up with Q&A. Mr. Bitiki, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologizes for not being able to be with you in Thessaloniki, but unfortunately we had a very difficult situation just 2 days ago. So, but still, obviously, COVID has made us more keen to find another ways of communicating, and online communication is the possibility. Respected all distinguished guests of the Energy Forum of Southeast Europe. In the very beginning, I would like to offer my gratitude for the organizers, the American Greek Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics, as well as the co-organizers of this important forum, the US Embassy and the Atlantic Council, for the invitation they have extended for me to be part of this panel discussing the significance of the energy connectivity of the countries in our region. In the past few years, we have established the energy policies in the Republic of North Macedonia on really stable foundations. They guarantee secure and stable energy supply, but as well diversification of the supply, which is based on clean and green energy, thus enabling sustainable economic growth for our country. Our new energy law is fully aligned with the EU regulations as well as with the Energy Union, which is transposed in the new energy development strategy up to 2040 and the National Plan for Climate and Energy that is pending adoption. But for this, the energy community has really praised our efforts and commitments that we have done in the energy sector. Because we are among the first countries in the Western Balkans to do so. Considering the current situation with COVID-19 and its effects it has on the world of economy, we took a step further and aligned all the plans that were created for implementation of these documents with COVID-19 economic recovery and the European Green Deal. Today, on this forum, we signed the agreement between the national transmission companies for gas in North Macedonia, NER, and in Greece, DESFA. This agreement defines the condition for cooperation and the time frame for construction of gas interconnector between the two countries. This is one of our key projects. The construction of the interconnector will open possibilities for both countries, but not only. and they will give us the, I think, the opportunity to position ourselves as a regional hub for gas supply of the countries in the region of Southeast Europe and beyond. And obviously for our national economy will mean diversified energy supply and enhanced competitiveness. In the addition to the investments in the interconnector with Greece, we are planning interconnectors with neighboring other countries such as Kosovo, Serbia, and Albania. This will open the horizon for enhancing regional cooperation and competitiveness of the common regional market, which is part of the Berlin process. The competitiveness of the Southeast Europe with today's investments in the interconnectors, for us, I think will be predecessor of our transmission of hydrogen as a future energy source. Therefore, we all together are showing that investing today in safer, competitive, cheaper, and more environmental friendly energy supply will mean investing in our future. As a country being aware of this, we are fully committed and convinced that the target set in the revised National Determined Contribution, which was recently adopted for our country, will be fully met as planned. In all sectors, we have said that by 2030, we plan to reduce by 51% of the greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 levels. Beside the interconnector previously mentioned, we have already, as you said, signed an agreement for cooperation for construction of the gas terminal FSRU Alexandroupolis, where North Macedonia is anticipated to participate with 10% of the shares for the terminal. At the same time, we will participate in the ownership of the gas power plant in the vicinity of Alexandroupolis, where North Macedonia participates with 25% share. We have proven that it is possible to cooperate, that there is irreconcilable gap, and that through dialogue, mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, each challenge can be resolved. These strategic projects of great importance for the whole region and supported by our partners, EU and NATO, are a standing proof of it. On this occasion, I would like to mention an additional joint effort which shows a visionary approach of North Macedonia and Hellenic Republic, where geopolitical positions are used wisely in increasing the competitiveness, economic well-being of the citizens in both countries. Recently, we agreed that in the first quarter of 2022, the pipeline for refined oil distribution between Thessaloniki and Skopje will be put in place. This, just to mention for the guests, that this pipeline is operated by Hellenic Petroleum based in Hellenic Republic. All this in terms of our investment for us as a country is a result of our Energy Development Strategy 2040. Our commitment to the Green Agenda foresees implementation of the Program for Just Transition that envisages transition from energy production from conventional sources using fossil fuels to production of energy from renewable resources. The midterm and long-term planning of the key investment ventures in the country are not just an empty statement for us, nor a technical obligation for checking part of the obligations that our government has undertaken. Quite the contrary, we are truly committed to implement those plans. The signing of today's memorandum is yet another proof that our commitment results in concrete projects. When speaking of midterm and long-term planning, this year the government of the Republic of North Macedonia has adopted an important document, the Intervention Investment Plan, which is a plan coming right ahead of the period of revitalization from COVID-19. The plan for a midterm period until 2027 envisages realization of investments in the amount of around 8 billion euros. The total investment mostly focuses on energy projects with a level of 3.1 billion euros. These proofs are focused on transitioning to the green energy. This is followed by 2.7 billion euro in road and railway infrastructure, which serves as an example that we are committed to build connections with our neighboring and providing conditions for better competitiveness of both North Macedonia and the whole Western Balkan regions. We are doing all of this having in mind our future, but we have to keep in mind that the best policy in energy is not the one that has the greatest benefits according to academic policy recommendations in some distant future. It is the one that arrives to the people and serves their needs now, clean, affordable, and giving the comfort they deserve. Therefore, my friends, colleagues, let's take it from here, and with all our joint efforts to create better and safer environment for our citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much for your remarks. I think you have touched a lot of the points that we would like to discuss also throughout this panel discussion. I will give the floor to Ms. Maria Spyraki first, so that we can hear from the European Commission's point of view, the work that has been done and what is in progress now in terms of the strategy of EU regarding methane or green gases or hydrogen-ready infrastructure that was also mentioned here, so that we can really understand what is the EU vision and what we need to set as a national priority and a national strategy to follow that line. Ms. Spyraki?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me in this very interesting debate and in this very interesting exchange of views in the framework of the stability of the area and in the framework of developing in the area the backbone, which is the proper infrastructure in order to proceed with the decarbonization of our energy mix by 2050. Allow me to give you a kind of European flavor in the discussion coming from Berlin. I have just arrived from Berlin, and we have the opportunity to meet 5 prime ministers coming from the EPP party. We were there, of course, in the framework of the German federal elections, but we discussed about the future of Europe. And the main term they used in this discussion was the only one. It was hydrogen. And it is the story of the Commission, which, according to my opinion, believes that hydrogen is the silver bullet for our energy transition. According to my opinions, hydrogen is not the silver bullet for our transition. It is one of the most efficient energy carriers, but we have to use complementary. To start with, the EU hydrogen strategy sets the objective of reaching 6 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen production by 2024, which means tomorrow. And for the target 2030, it is 40 gigawatts. So hydrogen is ready to play an important role of the decarbonization of our energy mix. And the reality is totally different, because according to the impact assessment that the Commission has already published, by 2030, the Commission only foresees that 11 to 12 gigawatts of green hydrogen we have available. So we have to fulfill the gap. We have to bridge the gap, and that's why we need gas. And this is the case for me, and I would like just to table 4 aspects in order to elaborate the discussion. The first aspect, according to my opinion, is that we have to proceed with mature technology. Which kind of technology shall we use? How much we will invest on it? How can we elaborate with research and innovation in order to deliver? Because we have to deliver, we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emission by at least 55% by 2030 and decarbonize our energy mix by 2050. And we have to deliver and to provide to our people the results. At the same time, we have to create jobs and growth. We cannot put some pressure in the market. And by saying this, the first question is the mature technology. The second question is the investments. How much are we ready to invest? And how can we engage further the public and also the private sector in order to have an adequate amount of money and an adequate amount of funds for having the proper investments, the innovative investments. One of the issues that we have to touch upon, and I'm very interested in it, is on how can we provide safe solutions on CCS and CCU, because we have to decarbonize our gas, and we have at the same time to safeguard our people and to provide them all the arguments that this kind of solutions are safe, and at the same time facilitating the greener production. And the fourth is, of course, the third is the proper infrastructures. And I fully agree with the previous speaker, but we have to build on hydrogen-ready infrastructure. But at the same time, we have to use a significant amount of funding in order to retrofit the existing infrastructure. We have a backbone in the EU. We have a backbone in the Southeastern Europe as well. So we have to use them after 30 years as well. And by closing this very short intervention, I would like to say that it is a framework which is creating an opportunity. Allow me to say it is a window of opportunity to our leaders in the area. And this window of opportunity is now the way that they will lead to decarbonize the energy mix of every and each country, because you know all that the energy mix is a national competence, but at the same time to proceed with reducing methane emission. Methane is one of the most potent gases in the atmosphere. It is 84 times most potent than CO2 in a period of 20 years. We are working very hard in order to reduce methane emissions, but 1/3 at 2030, comparing with emissions by 2000. So it is important to understand that it is time to catch up with this, especially in the energy sector, especially in the infrastructure, by having MRV monitoring and verification systems, and also leakage and detections and repair systems. Technology are available in order to reduce further methane emission. It is a quick win, and we have to invest on it. Concluding, we have to have a complementary strategy, a strategy which of course focusing on green hydrogen, but also taking part and taking into account the needs that we have in energy in terms of blue hydrogen. In this regard, I think that we have to work further in decarbonizing gas, in new technologies on CCS and CCU, and update infrastructures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spyraki. I think you have said it all. We have ambitious targets. There's a window of opportunity that we need to capture now. And it is our region in Southeast Europe that we are lacking some gas infrastructure that maybe other parts of Europe had already invested in some years ago, and they were able to amortize it. So we are, I wouldn't say in a tricky position, but definitely we need to act fast and consider our options and our choices as soon as possible, so that we can move forward with this necessary investment that we need, even for the first stage with natural gas as the existing commodity that we know, and then the next stage, which is the greener gases and the other alternatives like hydrogen that you have mentioned. I will then give the word to Mr. Sifneos as Vice President and Project Director of Gas Trade, to tell us a little bit about the project in Alexandroupolis that we are waiting for to see the status of it, and if you would like to comment as part of the Kopelouzos group, maybe for the comments of the Mr. Deputy Prime Minister Tibiki about the FSRU as well, the CCGT unit in Alexandroupolis as well.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. It's great to be here. It's great to be in a panel with such participants, for which I have the highest appreciation. Before going to any presentation or any messages, allow me to express my sympathy and condolences to our friends in North Macedonia who suffered yesterday great losses at Tetovo. We wish them swift recovery and hope to have them with us again soon. I think I have a presentation. So we can go to the next slide, I suppose. The discussion about transition, it's the right discussion. I think we all agree upon that transition, and we all agree that natural gas is going to have to play a leading role in this process. We need to think of natural gas not as it is necessarily now, but also with different variants, with blending, with hydrogen, with biomethane. So I think we will see a lot of different variances in gas in the next 20, 30 years. And definitely what we're trying to show here with this slide is that the worldwide demand of gas is set to increase, and not necessarily in Europe, but worldwide, for the next 15 years. And in this transition, LNG will play a very important role. LNG is offering a multi-supply options, whether a pipeline links one source to one or more markets, LNG links multiple sources to one market. And then how do you actually move the gas from that one market to the remaining ones? It's a matter of interconnectivity. If we look also to the landscape in Europe, we have tried to build, to reduce dependence from its traditional supplier, but we see that this has not been fully achieved, yes. And we are still, in particular, when we talk about our region, we still have now created new dependencies. So if we look at, how the next slide, please. I mean, in Greece, as has been mentioned, gas demand is set to grow significantly. And this is part of the initiatives of decarbonizing the power production by 2025. It has to do with replacement of this power with at least 3 gas-fired power plants of 2 gigawatt, at least new installed capacity, gas capacity in production. Gas penetration increases both geographically and with existing urban networks. New sectors are opening to gas consumption, such as marine transportation, industrial use, and infrastructure is developed to that extent. And I think this is a similar pattern that we see in other Southeast European markets. If we go to the next one, please. I think we need to focus in the wider region, which is a region which traditionally was fully dependent on Russian gas. The new pipeline landscape, through partly reducing that dependence, however, has created a new route dependence, and this is via Turkey. The region has currently only one independent gas entry point, and this is the LNG terminal that we have in Greece in Revithoussa. This is clearly not enough to cover the entire region, in particular at times of crisis and emergency. What the region needs is additional independent import infrastructures and improved interconnectivity to make sure that not only more sources become available, there are enough routes for the gas to reach the entire region. And I think interconnectivity together with liquidity will allow markets to secure their supply at competitive market cost. Next slide, please. Complementarity, I think it's a key word. We are seeing a lot of new infrastructure developing in the region. What is needed is to integrate that individual markets and that to integrate this infrastructure and to work in harmony together. Complementarity at a regional level is the way to develop our markets swiftly and sustainably. What do we achieve with complementarity? Smoother integration, which means you can take advantage of new sources and new supplies, which means more liquidity, eventually better trading. Opportunities for sustainable competition, fewer barriers to entry, increased penetration, and finally, lower costs for energy. What some of this new infrastructure can achieve in Southeastern Europe? Integration of removal of bottlenecks through new interconnectors, diversification of sources, routes, suppliers, and hence optimized portfolio mix by use of LNG terminals and trunk transit pipelines, ability to capture seasonal or geographical pricing opportunities and optimize supplies at a later stage by introducing more gas storage. All this new infrastructure needs to work in harmony. In this context, I think Alexandroupolis LNG terminal ticks all the boxes. I'm not going to go through all of them. This is a project which is providing access to LNG to the southeastern European markets, not only Greece, of course, Bulgaria, Romania, North Macedonia, Serbia, and onward, we think in the future to Moldova and Ukraine. Enhances the security of supply of the region, provides diversification of sources and routes. Together with Revithoussa, it's the only natural gas infrastructure in the region which is independent from gas transit through Turkish soil. Supports market integration, providing liquidity, pricing, flexibility, and enhancing competition. Works in harmony with existing and planned regional gas projects such as IGB, the Kavala underground storage, and the interconnector with Greece and North Macedonia. And it supports its commercial viability. And similarly, it can complement Revithoussa, in particular during periods of high demand and low prices. Next slide, please. Alexandroupolis LNG terminal is a truly regional project, as you can see from its shareholder structure, not only because of its reach, but of its shareholder structure. Now, as Fatmir Bitiki said, apart from the existing shareholders, there is an interest, and we hope to see also North Macedonia being a part of the terminal. And finally, going to our last slide, to give you an update on where we are, we expect to take FID in the next couple of months. Financing has been successfully concluded. We have received 167 million euro of financial support through European structural funds, and we have secured its debt financing from National Bank of Greece at very competitive terms. Of course, its shareholders will provide the remaining funds to meet the 370 million euro capital requirements. EPC contracts are finalized as we speak, and commercial viability has been secured already since last year from a very successful market test. So, as I said, FID will be taken within this year, within the next couple of months, and the operations are scheduled to start by the end of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sifneos. It seems that since our first forum in Alexandroupolis 5 years ago, you have moved a long way with the project, and we are very, very close at materialization of this project, as well as we have been saying this morning, in terms of Greece becoming really an energy hub, and this infrastructure definitely helps towards that direction. I will now give the floor to Ms. Maria Rita Galli, the CEO of the backbone of our natural gas system, which is behind some of these investments, as we have seen, and behind the new projects that are being planned, as we have seen earlier this day. Ms. Galli.
Thank you. Thank you, Kostas. Thank you, first of all, for having hosted today the signing of the cooperation agreement with NERA for the development of the gas interconnection with the North Macedonia, which is a part of the effort of DESFA to be, let's say, one of the pillars that will enable the development of a sustainable energy system for Southeast Europe. And when we talk about sustainable, and I think also Mr. Spiraki mentioned very clearly, I think we need always to consider three dimensions of sustainability. Of course, there is the overarching dimension nowadays of environmental sustainability that is clear, is our mission. We need to ensure a full decarbonization of the energy system by 2050, but we also need to consider the other two pillars, being a sustainable system is a safe and reliable system. So security of supply and safe infrastructure play a very important role in this respect, and needs to be affordable. It is sustainable for the consumer. We need also to remember that energy system have, let's say, energy is a fundamental part of the economic system and need to be compatible and able to support also the economic growth of the country. In this respect, if you look at, let's say, the projects that are in DESFA plan and the project with which DESFA, of course, has an important interaction, these are all aimed at pursuing these three dimensions of sustainability. We talk about security of supply. Security of supply, as also Mr. Sifneios was mentioning just before, means diversification of sources and diversification of routes. So, of course, our role is to foster this diversification of routes. One of the investment, of course, is the high-pressure pipeline to West Macedonia, but we have last year ensured the interconnection of the gas grid with the TAP, and through this interconnection, we have already been able, and we are able in these very days, to re-export toward Bulgaria via CD Rokastro. So let's say also using the existing infrastructure, we have enabled the Bulgarian customer and in general the Balkans market to receive LNG, US LNG and LNG from Qatar, from Algeria through the Revetusa terminal. We will interconnect for sure the new FSRU Alexandroupolis. We will interconnect with IGB, of which we have heard a lot in the course of today. And through this interconnection, new import of LNG through the FSRU in Alexandroupolis will be able to reach, let's say, through IGB, Northern Balkan countries, and through the natural gas system of DESFA, the broader Greek market. We always in the logic of security of supply and security of the energy system, we are very keen on the South Kavala USG project. Greece is the only country which do not have a storage, a natural gas storage. I was looking at, let's say, what Sifneios was showing about the growing dependence on a single transit route, but also the growing role, and this is very good in the sense of environmental sustainability, the growing role of natural gas in the power mix, replacing lignite. This means it becomes even more important to have a local storage, to have the availability of being able to rely on a storage in the country for not only security of supply, but also to explore, of course, all the commercial optimization. There is the dimension of affordability. And of course, the two are very linked because the more sources of supply you have, the more competition, the more the market will become liquid. And then I'm pretty sure that, let's say, our good friends of Henex will mention pretty shortly about the gas hub. And so, a full functioning market with many interconnected infrastructure ensure the right level of competitiveness to guarantee an affordable sources of energy. And of course, not least, definitely, first of all, is environmental sustainability. We know gas is something that is going to play a role as a transition fuel, but today is certainly the fuel that ensures the most rapid decarbonization of many energy sectors. And through the expansion of the grid in area where today still the country don't have gas, in particular the pipeline to West Macedonia and the pipeline up to Patras, we will be able pretty soon to deliver gas that is going to replace hard coal, to replace lignite. And a small investment, but very significant, is the investment in the small-scale LNG facilities of Revetusa, which will unlock a new logistic chain that will be able to serve with gas off-grid distribution network, off-grid customers, but even more relevant, open the market of bunkering and therefore delivering of gas in the maritime sector. So we think that really, let's say, we have a consistent strategy aimed at pursuing a sustainable energy system. And in that, we are also making sure that all our infrastructure are future-proof. Future-proof means that we are working on the hydrogen readiness of the existing infrastructure. What is the status, which is very good in terms of ability of our infrastructure to transport a blending of gas and hydrogen, but also enhancing, let's say, the existing infrastructure and make sure that all the new pieces of pipeline will be built, and starting from North Macedonia, West Macedonia, Patras will be 100% hydrogen ready. So we want to make sure that both the existing and the new will be there, able to play a role and facilitate the integration of the new decarbonized gases. Because we are really convinced that we will always continue to have a partnership between electrons, energy vectors coming from renewable sources, but also renewable gas vectors, because there are different needs that need to be served by different commodities in a sense. Very briefly talking about, if we can go to the next slide, North Macedonia, just because today we sign quite an important milestone. This is a pipeline that will connect the two countries. It's 123-kilometer pipeline. Is in a very advanced stage in terms of everything that comes with permitting, engineering, also financing. Both countries will receive financing from EIB. This is one of the last few projects that will be financed by the European Investment Bank, really because it contributes significantly to the security of supply of the region. And as I mentioned before, and together with our partner NER, we are making sure that this project will be 100% hydrogen ready. So we look forward to the next steps after today's important milestone. That will be the market test that will be run in the autumn, and let's say a successful FID very early in the beginning of next year. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Maria Rita. I will move now to Vladimir Malinov, CEO of Bulgartransgaz. We heard at the panel of the US ambassadors earlier, the respective US ambassador mentioned IGB a few times. It is quite an important piece of infrastructure that connects the whole puzzle, let's say, of infrastructure in the region. But other than that, we would be glad to hear from you the latest developments in terms of gas infrastructure in the country, and what do you see as a view for the near future for the region. Mr. Malinov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for passing me the word. First of all, let me say that I'm honored to be part of this forum, and also I'm flattered to be part of this panel together with the colleagues, and allowing me to share a few of my thoughts and to share with you some information. If you allow me, I will go back a little bit several years ago. What was the current situation in Bulgaria, and what was the development done by Bulgartransgaz, who is the operator and owner of the gas transmission system in Bulgaria, and the underground storage. Before 2018, Bulgaria was fully dependent on a single source from natural gas. It was dependent on one route, and indeed minor capacity was available to the market, and from that point of view the competition was very low. From that perspective, we focused on three main activities in these 3-4 years during which I'm chairing the company. First of all, to reinforce and to increase the capacity of the existing interconnectors which we are having with the neighboring countries. On the second place, to construction of a new interconnectors to increase the connectivity on the markets, and of course to the rehabilitation and expansion of the existing network. If we go 2 slides further. Yeah, from that 3 slides further then. From that point of view, together with the colleagues of DESFA on our permanent good cooperation and the relation, we increased significantly the capacity at existing IP quota Siderocastro from direction Bulgaria to Greece, and vice versa. 6 times from Greece to Bulgaria was increased the capacity. Also the capacity, we completed the interconnected Bulgaria-Romania, and increased during the years significantly the capacity, which is bidirectional. And also we managed to utilize the so-called Trans-Balkan old used route for the transportation of Russian by origin gas for the region in a reverse mode, and also bring the opportunity of transportation natural gas from south to north, reaching Romania, and also targeting further on Ukrainian market. Let's go further then. So on top of that, we are currently working, and that, as it was mentioned during the previous panels by the Deputy Prime Minister of Serbia, we are planning together in October, latest October, to start real construction of the interconnected Bulgaria-Serbia, which will bring additional opportunity for the LNG gas coming from existing LNG terminal at Raritus and future our common investment at Alexandroupolis FSRU, also to reach Serbian market and from the Central Europe up to Austria. Let's go further. Yeah. Once more, of course, I put some stress on the rehabilitation because Bulgartransgaz is operating on the territory of Bulgaria a network of more than 3,500 kilometers. So, which part of it was constructed and is operational since many years, more than 40 years from now. So we have invested a lot in modernization of the compressor stations on our network, which also allowed to increase the capacity with the interconnectors and also replacement and rehabilitation of the existing network. All that was done with our own financing and, of course, with the strong support from the Connecting Europe Facilities Fund. As of today, we have already replaced more than 100 kilometers of network. Then I would like to put a stress on a project and to use the words which was said about decarbonization and hydrogen-ready infrastructure. Part of the recovery and resilience plan, which was unfortunately till that moment is not finally submitted for approval to the European Commission, but all the versions which were approved by the Council of Ministers, we included, and by the Parliament, of course, we included a project for a very vulnerable region in Bulgaria. Could you go further with the slides to see where is the region actually? Because for me, it's pretty good aware. It's called the Maritsa Basin. One more slide. One more. Yeah, this is it. So the Maritsa Basin region is have the biggest reserve in Bulgaria of lignite coal, and mainly 90% of the lignite coal power plants, electricity power plants, are concentrated in this region. Initially, we have included in the recovery and resilience plan 2 hydrogen-ready infrastructure pipelines, I mean, for one and for another region, to give the market the proper condition and access to natural gas at the beginning, because it was repeated several times today during the forum that natural gas will be a transitional fuel. Different opinions how long it will be the transitional fuel, but for me, showing and seeing the increasing demand and consumption of natural gas and a lot of investments which are already taken as a final investment decisions or will be taken in a short future. I do believe that this infrastructure for the first years will be used for transportation of natural gas, but in the closest future, they will be ready for mixing also hydrogen and low carbon fuels for supply and replacing the brown energy with the blue one, and let's say in 2050 to totally green energy. This is a project of 125 kilometers hydrogen ready pipeline, which will give access to all these coal power plants to natural gas in the future to hydrogen and combined cycle, and a lot of investment to be done in that region. This, of course, is part of the Green Deal and the firm commitment of Bulgaria also to replace the brown energy. Most probably next week or in the upcoming 2 weeks, we will announce the first tendering process for that project for the design phase, and our goal is till 2025 the pipeline to be operational and to move further on. Which is going to give access also not just for the state-owned power plants in the region, but also to the foreign investment part of them, which are U.S. investments, to switch from coal to natural gas and to other low carbon fuels. So here on the slide, you see all the benefits which we see from putting in place and in operation this infrastructure, which I do think it's from a vital importance. The other project which I would like to put stress on is the development of the underground storage in Bulgaria, which we are owning and operating. As I mentioned, this is also a project of common interest, but on top of that, this is the top priority project of the Free Seas initiative, and we are relying for grant financing through CEF instrument, but also we're in a close cooperation with DFC and US officials for providing additional financing to double the capacity of Chiren to 1 BCM as a storage capacity, and also to double withdrawing and injection capacity up to 10 million cubic meters per day. And also that project is in a good synergy with our common investment in the LNG terminal at Alexandroupolis, because you know that LNG to enter and to be competitive and to be on the position to keep and touch the highly consumption in the region, and especially in Bulgaria in the winter season, makes sense to have a storage where the LNG gas to be stored and to be proposed to the market temporary, not just temporary, but on a constant basis during the year. So this project also will be completed, and this is our goal, to be completed by beginning of 2025, and which goes in good symbiosis with the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria and with our common investment in Alexandroupolis, which is on my next slide. There's no need for further development there. Kostis was very exhaustive on the topic, and this decision for Bulgartransgaz shareholding participation in the project is part of the energy strategy of Bulgaria, based to Bulgartransgaz report, and this energy strategy was approved by the Council of Ministers and by the Parliament with anonymous decision. So there's no doubt about that this project will significantly increase the diversification and will serve to the market needs. A few words more, because when in 2000, at the beginning of 2018, we started to develop the market, we decided that it's not just necessary to have the infrastructure, but also to have, as I call it, instead, besides the hardware, to have the software. That's the reason also we proposed to the Parliament, and it was approved, that Bulgartransgaz should establish a daughter company, which nowadays is 100% owned by us. This is the Balkan Gas Hub, which is giving a gas trading platform. On the slides where you may see how fast we developed that, and in a very compressed period of time. And as of today, we see that the results are already in place, providing to the market not just the infrastructure, but also the trading platform for all the activities, not just for the Bulgarian market, but also regionally, because nowadays we have on the trading platform more than 15 members, and 30% of them are foreign companies, and mainly from Greece and also from Romania. So, as a conclusion, just if you allow me just to sum up, okay, what we have reached in that period and what we are proceeding further on. We have increased the capacity for the transport and transmission. We have reached a significant volumes from alternative sources. In 2019, we have introduced the first LNG volumes to the Bulgarian market through the existing infrastructure at Rebetuza, and based thanks to also to DESFA, what they have done together with us. Nowadays, I may share with you that starting from a single source, closer to 100% dependency from Russian gas. Nowadays, we have at around 25% natural gas from Russian sources, and just a final word. I think that together with the close cooperation in the region, because we should not look on the markets on a national basis as a separate, isolated markets. Just together we could proceed further on and to reach the common goals of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malinov. So I don't know if Deputy Prime Minister Bitiki is still with us. I would just we have time for a couple of questions maybe that we can go around the table. In the morning, we had a discussion about sustainable development when we were talking with the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum, and this is the way forward. This is the future. Do you see? And I'll direct my question first to Ms. Galli. Space for green gas production here in Greece, so that we can also move towards that direction in the Greek market.
Indeed, we are very convinced that there is a sizable potential for the production of renewable gases in Greece. We have recently concluded a study that indicates that, let's say, there is a reasonable potential to reach up to 10% of the total domestic consumption through renewable gases, so biomethane being produced domestically. These will be, of course, concentrated either in the areas where there is more agriculture, so in the north part of the country, as well as, of course, urban waste in both in the Thessaloniki area and in the Attica. So, of course, this goes hand in hand with the concept of, let's say, waste to energy and waste management. And we think that this is clearly the direction where the country can easily obtain, let's say, concrete result in a very short period of time.
Thank you. Mr. Bitiki, you did mention that there is this strong interest from the country to participate in a number of gas infrastructure projects here in the region. How do you see natural gas portraying itself in the strategy of the country for your energy transition that you are undergoing?
For us, gas interconnection is an intermediary energy supply, I would say, towards the full transition. Just as an information, for the moment, around 80% of the energy supply is based on fossil fuel. Actually, it's either lignite or other fuels. So it's quite a heavy task for our strategy in transmitting from the lignite to the more renewable energy. And therefore, as I said, that in the upcoming 7 years, we have in front of us, we have set quite I would say, challenging targets. But having all the information and potential that the country has in renewable energy, and as previously mentioned in one of the speakers, on the waste management and waste to energy, which is actually another possibility for energy supply, we are fully convinced that investment today on the gas is just an intermediary step towards the full reaching the full targets which we have set, not only as a country but generally as a Western Balkan, but as a whole in the whole world towards the green agenda.
Mm-hmm. One quick question to Mr. Sifneos regarding LNG versus pipe gas. You did mention the prospects of LNG being quite bright for the near future. We have seen the competitiveness of LNG also during the bad times of the COVID year, let's say last year, when demand was quite low all over the world. How do you think that this will play in the coming few years, especially when the time of the construction or the FSRU being ready, let's say, to operate in 2 years' time?
I don't think it's a matter of price. what LNG brings into the markets is this ability to source your gas from practically wherever you want. What's important is that you are able to move that gas that you source from multiple sources everywhere you want. So actually to make sure that this can penetrate the markets, that's why I think integration and interconnectivity is key to capture the benefits of that diversification that LNG offers. I mean, you read any statistics, and they tell you that the footprint of LNG in the total gas demand will double in the next 10 years. So I think LNG is the vehicle for the growth of gas in this transition period. And it's quite important that every market has enough access to LNG to make sure that they have a competitive gas mix for the benefit of their consumers.
Great. Ms. Spyraki, a lot of discussion about green, blue, hydrogen. Hydrogen is, as you mentioned earlier, at the heart of the discussions in Europe. Obviously, we have not seen it deployed commercially speaking. It needs a lot of support. But how do you see the hydrogen market developing in the coming years, at least at the immediate future? Let's say?
Yes, well, allow me to say a few things concerning the environment that we are facing during this period, because it is important to know that we are working on the so-called taxonomy, and of course we have to take into account the lending policy of EIB, which puts some kind of criteria on sustainability of the energy project, which means that we have to invest heavily on transforming our energy market into green. And that's why the green hydrogen is on top of this. But we need a lot in order to green our energy production and our industrial production. And in this regard, I think that the complementarity of the production of different sources of hydrogen is the solution of this transformation. Bear in mind that we have to create a lot of investments, to establish a lot of investment, not only within EU, but also in Asia and in Africa as well. And of course, because Mrs. Galli has already mentioned, but it's also something that is very close to my heart due to my capacity as a rapporteur on behalf of the European Parliament on the methane strategy, I would like to say that green gas is also in the heart of this discussion, because we can have enough capacities, enough quantities of green gas coming from the waste management, coming from the agriculture, and also reducing the methane emissions on the energy system. So we have different sources in order to create a green gas market, a low carbon market. And as far as I know, the new term in the Commission and the terms that we are working upon is the low carbon hydrogen, the low carbon gases, and not only the green hydrogen, because it's quite difficult to address the targets we have already set up, and it is quite important to secure the security of supply and also to provide affordable energy to our consumers and to the industry. This is the number one danger, the number one issue we have to tackle.
Thank you, and I will now turn to Mr. Malino for the last remark or a question. We have here diversification of sources, diversification of supply is key. The Bulgarian market has experienced that relatively recently, and we see that it has benefits for the consumer, benefits for the industry. If you would like to share a few thoughts around this topic, and then we can conclude our session.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance for a final word. Of course, Bulgarian market, and it was targeted several times in different researches and European Union reports that was one of the most vulnerable one and dependable from a single source. But I do think that we have done a lot of work. Of course, we have a lot just in front of us that we've done to replace and to provide to the market as a TSO, first of all, diversification and potential of the market to benefit from different sources and to benefit from different prices and fluctuations which are having during the years, during the COVID pandemic, during the different seasons through the year. That's the reason we elaborated several years ago the concept, so-called Balkan gas hub concept, which was consistent of two hardware and software infrastructure plus the trading environment, and the results are already in place. And we do believe that in the closest future, from the diversification point of view, we could reach, let's say, 50%. This is our target diversification from different sources. But on the other side, we are preparing for the challenge for this Green Deal, which will be very important because my personal expectations and the results which my team is preparing, that in the upcoming years the consumption of natural gas, because of the Green Deal and for decarbonization, will be doubled in Bulgaria. And of course, something else which we are working is, besides the project which I mentioned for the hydrogen pipeline for the region of the co-region in Bulgaria, we are working also on preparedness and readiness of the existing infrastructure, because this is the most important to, in maximum possible way, to utilize the existing infrastructure and also the infrastructure to be ready for mixing natural gas and hydrogen and low carbon fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister Bitiki, thank you for being with us even virtually. Hopefully next year you will be here physically with us.
Hopefully.
Yeah, speakers, thank you very much for your interventions and for the nice discussion we had. Now we will move on with our next panel, and I will call Mr. Lazarakou here, who will be moderating the next panel, to call up the speakers.
So, good afternoon to everybody. I would like to welcome our distinguished panelists to this panel to discuss about the developments in the energy exchanges. So, let me start by the way we're sitting. Mr. George Ioannou, the CEO of the Energy Exchange in Greece. Mr. Milos Miladenovic, I'm sorry, who is the Managing Director of the SEBREX in Serbia. Mr. Yannis Yaledis, who is the Chairman and CEO of the Renewable Energy Sources Operator and Guarantees of Origin, the APEP. And we have with us virtually Mr. Konstantin Konstantinov, who is the CEO of the Independent Bulgarian Energy Exchange, IAD, which is the IBEX. Hello, Mr. Konstantinov. So we can start. I have to say that I'm very happy to be in this panel with the distinguished speakers. And actually, I'm very pleased because as a regulator, apart from supervision, that of course includes also the supervision of the exchanges, it is also very important for regulators to see whether there could be any new products that could assist and help in the growth of the markets and the growth of the economy. So the exchange, the energy exchange, I think can contribute a lot to this growth, and this is going to be a part of our discussion in the second part of this panel. So let me start as in the first part of our discussion with your presentations regarding your views on the developments that are relating to the exchange in your jurisdiction, and what are your priorities, which are your challenges, and which are the issues that each of you is handling. So shall I start with Mr. Ioannou with the Greek exchange, the NX exchange?
Vasiliki, thank you very much for the introduction. And I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the organizers of this very successful event, the AmCham, HAE, the US Embassy, the Atlantic Council, the US Chamber of Commerce, and all of those people that were involved in setting up this very, very successful event. Just a few words about our group, the NX Group. It comprises two entities: HENEX, which is the company that operates spot and derivatives energy markets. It's a NEMO, nominated electricity market operator for spot, and we're in progress for licensing as trading platform operator for gas. We also have a subsidiary, HENEX Clear, which is a clearing house that deals with risk management, clearing, and settlement of spot energy markets, while we have something that is unique, I would say, across Europe, that we clear and settle the positions in the balancing market for our TSO, the IPTO, ADMIE. And derivatives are cleared by Athex Clear. Sorry, just to say a few words on this slide. Today, it was all music to my ears because there are a lot of developments by DESFA, which is one of our key shareholders. And also there was a huge talk related to interconnections. And from the Greek side, ADMIE, IPTO, is responsible for all these interconnections, which is another of our shareholders. And finally, there is a huge focus on RES, renewable energy sources, and the APEP is our largest shareholder. So I think all of this brings together all the necessary forces for something that is evolving very dynamically. Now, in this slide, you see the model that we have adopted. I don't want to go into details, just to mention that the regulatory authority is the one for energy, for a majority, for all the spot markets, while for the derivatives, we have a joint regulation by the Hellenic Capital Market Commission and the regulator for energy. And I would say that the regulators are very supportive in all the endeavors that we have, and I want to thank Vasiliki personally for that. We're a quite a new company. We were established in 2018, but we're taking huge steps towards the future of the power exchanges. And I would say that 2020 was a key year because we managed to implement, after a lot of delays, the target model for our spot market. And before that, we introduced also a derivatives market. And equally important, we managed to be a registered reporting mechanism for Acer, which means that we are an institution that guarantees transparency of data, and it is accepted by the market. In 2021, during this year, we coupled with Italy and with Bulgaria, and there are a lot of developments that will follow. I will give you a brief outline in the next slides. Some of the accomplishments, I would say that the first one was that we are a PCR member. We became the 8th member of the initiative together with Epexport, GME, Nord Pool, OMI, Opcom, OTEN, TGE. And that's important because we run a common algorithm across all these PXs and across all these countries in order to get an optimal solution for what is delivered in terms of electricity. Of course, I told you that we managed to go live for the target model, for the DAM, the day-ahead market, and the intraday market. We were approved as RRM, and the two coupling projects that were successful and on time. Now, again, this was also a result of what is really happening in terms of price discovery and in terms of what is going on in the evolution of prices in power exchanges. The main arena for trading still is DAM, the day-ahead market, which is the most liquid floor for trading power in the short term, but it is also the main market price discovery mechanism, again, for the short term. However, my view is that what will come is the intraday market, because that's where reality is happening. Because that's where you change your positions and you're basically able to adjust as you move towards the actual realization of any contract, of any interaction. And finally, in the derivatives markets, it helps companies make long-term plans, formulate new business cases, etc. It is a tool that should be used for hedging purposes and that should be used especially by those that are open in one side of the market. Unfortunately, many of these companies did not do it, and that's something that they have to live with it. Now, I'm not going to go into the numbers because there are a lot of discussion about prices and how they evolve, but because we are an institution with proper corporate governance and proper reporting mechanisms, we follow exactly what is happening every day in terms of all the bids, etc., and we publish data transparent. I mean, all this data, you can find it in our website. So it gives you an idea about the evolution of the prices and the reason behind it. Again, some more data here about the volumes and market prices. And one thing that was mentioned before, and I believe it is extremely important, is coupling provides some form of streamlining of prices across borders. And you can see that in the bottom right graph, which shows the prices in Bulgaria, Greece, and Italy after the implementation of the coupling between our countries. Now, what are the next developments? I would say that there are three major developments that are coming up in the next few months. The first one is the implementation of CRIDAS, the complementary regional intraday auctions that will expand and change what we do today for the intraday market with LIDAS. And this will happen by the end of September 21st, with a delivery date of September 22nd. This will be a huge step because it will provide additional liquidity to a market that has quite not that big liquidity in the beginning of the target model. The CRITAS will evolve into XBID, which is the continuous platform for trading at the intraday level, and this initiative will be realized within 2022. XBID will actually mean a lot more transactions that are happening at the intraday level and will be a tool that will be extremely helpful for S aggregators because they are the ones that are mostly exposed to fluctuations of weather conditions, etc. The second development that will come in the next month is the Crete interconnection. The island of Crete will be connected to the mainland with the implementation of a hybrid model for the operation of the spot market during the first phase before we have the closing of the loop with the second cable that will go from Attiki down to Heraklion. And finally, one of the developments that we're really looking forward to is the initiation of a gas trading platform. This will be realized this year, probably the next couple of months. This is a joint effort with DESFA and under the auspices of the regulator and the Ministry of the Environment. We will open a new trading paradigm for the gas market, which right now relies mostly on bilateral contracts. And this will be a significant development in this area, since we have heard a lot of things about the role of natural gas, etc. Now, as I mentioned before, we promote the trading of green energy. Why? Because we want RES to be active participants in our market. We promote the interconnectivity in the Southeast Europe energy market through interconnections with a neighboring country. A lot of things were said today about that. We trigger investments in both infrastructure and operational actions because we give price signals, etc. And at the same time, we are also involved in ESG criteria because we believe that although we're not the mechanism for imposing such criteria, we can direct our participants towards being more ESG sensible. And we're the central hub for the target model and the competition that arises through this pan-European model for electricity. Now, we are cooperating with many of the, sorry? Okay. So we're cooperating with the majority of the PXs of our area. I'm very pleased that today we will have Konstantinov from IBEX, where we have a lot of discussions about potential ways of cooperation. And we're also active participants in the SIGAS project that could trigger faster interconnection and interoperability and decrease time to market for all the PXs in this particular area. And for that reason, we have signed an MOU with BRM from Romania and with TGE from Poland. So a lot of opportunities, a lot of developments, a lot of things that are happening, and all the developments that were mentioned before, interconnections with our northern neighbors. The vision of UNIS, I would have to underline that, UNIS, when they provided us a vision of what's going to happen in terms of the islands and the Aegean project and all the interconnection with Crete, and then also the link to Egypt and how to get energy from solar sources down there and exploit the time delays and all these differences of supply and demand peaks. I think that these all relate to transactions, and we will be very, very happy to see all this being realized. So that's from my side as a first introduction of the developments at the local level, and looking forward to the discussion afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Ioannou. I would like to ask Mr. Milos Milanedovits to take the floor and advise on the developments in your exchange.
Thank you, Ms. Vasiliki. First of all, I would like to thank you on this invitation. I'm really glad to be here among the Greek friends after more than 1 year. I think that is really nice occasion to meet each other. So having in mind that we are the last panel, I will avoid slides. So just to give more time for the discussion, and just to provide you with a few words about the SEPEX current development, we have started with this project more as an idea. So SEPEX was an idea as a Southeast European Power Exchange more than a business case. And we have started together with our Bulgarian and Croatian colleagues. So in fact, more or less, all these 3 power exchanges starting with operation in almost in 1 month. But we have been some kind of black swan in this company because you know that Serbia is not a member of EU, and SEPEX is in fact the only one power exchange in the region in these so-called WB6 non-EU countries. And SEPEX in that time is established according to strategic partnership with our friends from Apex Spot. And also what is even maybe more important for the current successful development of SEPEX was this cooperation with the European Commodity Clearing. So that was really unique case that in the non-EU countries, we applied harmonized clearing with the European Union, which provides us with possibility to include all main EU traders to trade on SEPEX with the same collaterals and everything, with the same bank accounts, like on all other Apex Spot exchanges. So now after the 5 years of operation, we consolidated our business. In the meantime, in cooperation with the EEX, we also implemented the Serbian futures. So that was really also huge step. Beyond, and we provide the full market community with the hedging possibility, which is of course very important, especially now we are witnessing this huge explosion of prices. Now it is really proof why these hedging instruments are so important in the synergy with the reference price provided by the power exchanges. Currently, maybe just few interesting details that the price on the SEPEX market in the first 3 years was stable around 50 euro per megawatt hours. Last year, during Corona crisis, this average price was less than 40 euro. And now in the 2021 until 31st of August, the average price was 70 euro with the trend that it will be, of course, the average price will be above 80 euro until the end of this year. And once again, it shows this vulnerability of the energy system. So that I was also the member of the ENTSO-E board during my TSO career, and that was 6 years ago. I was the member of ENTSO-E board, and at that time we thought that everything is clear, so that we have really clear future. In that time, we established 5 main goals. I was also not a member of EU, but I was the one of the board members who provide these 5 clear goals about the green transition, about the new market design. But now we are witnessing after only 5 or 6 years that everything should be we have to restart discussion. That mindset should be maybe a little bit restarted, and we have to be more open-minded for the new products. We have to be more open-minded, I think, also for the regional cooperation, because we are also witnessing in our region, especially in PX business, that all these small countries, they intend to establish their own separate power exchanges. And as I already mentioned, that SEPEX was more an idea about this, some kind of regional cooperation. Currently, of course, we have started discussion with our Central East European colleagues, and of course, I'm still really committed, and I'm still optimistic about this future, even cross-regional cooperation. But I think that we have to work both on horizontal and the vertical level. We have to be also ready to open our door for the new products, maybe for new fresh ideas, because we're also witnessing that new economy is also in the cyber world. It is not just a real economy around us, that there is also some new ideas arriving, and of course flexibility market should be included very soon in all our portfolio, having in mind this new intermittent generation to be in place very soon in Serbia, and also in the region. Also on supply side, it is necessary to think and to consider more in details and more seriously this maybe dynamic pricing contracts instead of this traditional contract, which is currently this new price crisis shows it is not efficient at all, because I think it is similar also in Greece, but in Serbia currently there is a huge panic in the industry, because for those customers who didn't hedge or who didn't have some long-term contract, we are witnessing double prices for the next 2 years. And this is everything. Maybe it is not to be afraid, but it is more to be more committed to new market design, and to push also for some kind of cross-sectoral cooperation between electricity and gas, because we are witnessing that this new electricity price explosion is also very closely linked with the gas price increase. Besides some other reasons of this CO2, huge prices of CO2. But I think that all of these current lessons should be should provide a very clear message to all main stakeholders on what is the direction to go. And for us, as some kind of market facilitator, together George and me, we are not, of course, market players or market makers. We are more market facilitator, but on our side also we have to be more open-minded to cooperate each other, and also to be more open-minded for the new products and for new idea to be introduced very soon. So this is for the beginning. So I'm open for all your questions.
Thank you, Milos. And since we're discussing about cooperation, about the regional exchanges, I will then go to Mr. Konstantin Konstantinov to ask about the developments that are taking place in Bulgaria regarding the independent Bulgarian energy exchange. So, Mr. Konstantinov.
Yeah, Kalispera from Sofia. Unfortunately, I was not able to participate personally, and sorry for that, but I hope that next year I will manage to be among you. Thank you for having me. As Milos said, I'll be quite fast in order to secure more time for discussion after that. I just have a couple of slides. Let me show them. Yeah, I hope that you are seeing the slides now. A few words about the company of Ibex. This is the NIMO of Bulgaria. The company itself was established in 2014 as a daughter company of the Bulgarian Energy Holding. Actually, the Bulgarian Energy Holding now owns the Bulgarian TSO, the nuclear power plant of Kozloduy, the Marit East 2 thermal power plant, the electricity public provider, and the gas companies. So we were part of the so-called state-owned energy sector in Bulgaria. After a few years, according to one request from the European Commission, Ibex, the ownership of Ibex, were transferred to the Ministry of Finance through its daughter company, Bulgarian Stock Exchange. So currently we are quite independent from the energy sector in Bulgaria. This is the main events in Ibex development. Of course, 2 years after the establishment of the company, during the beginning of 2016, was the first day-ahead market session. After that, we managed to run the bilateral contracts platform, and 2 years after that, we ran the second spot market, intraday market. Actually, the two spot market segments, day-ahead and intraday, we are running with our partner from Nord Pool using their electronic trading systems. And for the bilateral contracts, we are using Trayport electronic trading system. The last actually main event event was on this May, when we managed to couple the day-ahead markets of Bulgaria and Greece, and this was, I think, a great success for the region. As I mentioned, we are running 3 physical delivery market segments. The spot market is represented by day-ahead market and intraday. You can see here the first go live session, the volumes, the participants, and this is on the right side, the interesting cooperation with EEX, according to which the local and actually all European traders and players are in position to hedge their position using the Bulgarian power future presented by EEX and cleared according to the IBEX day-ahead clearing price. I just want to share you one interesting thing that we have here in Bulgaria. Actually, last year, when the prices are dropped significantly, as Miloš said, according to the COVID pandemic, some of the buyers decided and obviously managed to terminate their longer-term contracts for purchasing electricity. That is why most of the state-owned producers were forced to use the spot market to sell their electricity production. And according to this, since last July last year, we can see that the part of the spot markets and mainly day-ahead market, according to the whole consumption of Bulgaria, was increased dramatically to 70, even 75%. Now, this is the main focus of the team of IBEX, the market coupling situation. When we speak about the day-ahead, finally, we can see almost the whole Europe in one color here, after the coupling of the 4 MMC with the other part of single day-ahead coupling Korea. We are happy that now we are in position to be coupled with Romania. Actually, this is the last Bulgarian European border that is waiting to be coupled. I'm happy to announce that we have confirmation for starting the testings on this project on September the 20th. And I do strongly believe that my colleagues will face no issues during the testing period. And after that, we will be able to make the go live date in the last week of October. Of course, before that, as I mentioned in the beginning, we had the successful coupling with Greece. Thank you, George, for that. We have completely no issues there, and I think everything's went very smooth. Just here, I'd like to point and to stress on 2 potential issues, and probably to create some good topics for discussion after that. The first one is the barriers in front of the energy flow in Europe on the Hungarian-Austrian and Hungarian-Slovak borders. This is probably connectivity problem, but because of that, we are seeing very, very different prices between the western and eastern part of Europe. The second topic, and I'm very happy that my friend Miloš is here, because he is representing the only country from the West Balkans region with working power exchange. So the second topic is that we probably have to discuss the situation in the West Balkans. I mean, how do you think if we establish here a new 4 MMC area, which will have to wait 4 years after that to be coupled with the other part of Europe? Just as a remark. Here I'd like to share some information about the quantities and the flows between Bulgaria and Greece after the coupling date. It was on May the 11th, 2021. This was the first trading session in coupling mode. You can see that the coupling is a great thing. We have, of course, nearly the same flows because the interconnections are the same, but obviously the cross-border transmission capacities are used much more efficiency. Of course, the liquidity, which is very, very important for every power exchange, we have 5 to 10% increasement of the liquidity because of the coupling with Greece. This is a map showing the situation of XBIT intraday market coupling projects. I'm waiting forward to complete the coupling of intraday market segments between Bulgaria and Greece. Obviously, we missed the third wave, but I'm optimistic and I believe that together with our colleagues from Greece, we will manage to conclude successfully this project during the first half of 2022. So, as I mentioned, the next great step forward will be the coupling with on Bulgarian-Romanian border of the day ahead. I hope that there should be no issues there, and waiting forward for it. So, thank you for your kind attention. Waiting for some questions and the discussion.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Thank you for pointing out the two issues you mentioned. Actually, one of my first questions is going to be about prices. So thank you for starting the discussion with this. Now, Mr. Yaredis, please present us the developments that you want to point out regarding the APEP. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, AmCham, HAE, for this invitation. Let me say that during Thessaloniki exhibition, this event, this forum, will be established as one of the best within the whole activation of these days. And let me say that energy is something which be always on the first line from the whole activities. Ms. Lazarescu, I would like to say that I'm here to represent the APEP. The APEP is, I could say, the main pillar for energy in Greece. Not only because is taking care, is the whole responsible, is the operator of renewable energy sources, and everybody knows, everybody says that RES, renewables, are the future of energy. Although some people would like to say no, there is something else, there is alternative. I would say definitely no. RES is the future of energy everywhere, not only in Greece, everywhere. That means that the PEP is, I could say, with a great job to do, because he will lead this change and taking the opportunity to say that within this panel, within this section, discussing about exchanges, discussing about what's going on in the markets, because energy exchange is, I would like, the main field, the church of the market. We are here to say that the PEP is the main, the biggest shareholder of Athens Stock Exchange market, energy market. So we are here to support whatever has to do with this market activity. And let me remind that the PEP is the son, or I would say the successor of two big energy companies in the energy history of the country. The first one was the SME, which was created during 2001. And after 10, 11 years, 2011, this company changed name and role and became Laie. Laie was the operator of the market, and ran this all these years in 2018, when after a spin-off, it was created the company who is my friend George Ioannou is leading, the company who is actually running what has to do with energy market, Hellenic Energy Exchange, ENEX. And let me say that the PEP is the largest shareholder, but also is one of the larger participants in this energy exchange, because the PEP is representing renewable energy sources. That means after PPC is the biggest player in this market. Let me say we represent around 65% of the total renewable energy sources in Greece, because we are the aggregator of all RES from the past. And this creates a big, let me say, a big job for us, a big, very serious job to do. We have to make a real big job for this market. During August 2021, market clearing prices came over 100 euros per megawatt hour. That means creates a different environment. And this was not only in Greece, in the whole Europe, the prices of energy were above 100 euros. Especially in Greece, in which Greece was the European champion, I would say, for this month, due to the high demand caused by this heat period, along with low production of RES due to the apnea. This highest average price recorded in the day-ahead market, 121 euros per megawatt hour, compared to what we had last August, saying that the August of 2020, the market price was around 46 That means we had an increase of 162%. It's a dramatic increase. And I could say that it's worth mentioning, though, that the Sunday, the 9th of May of this year, RES production covered 63% of the total demand. We had 66 gigawatt hours of totally 104 gigawatt hours, the demand. The energy consumption of this particular day was covered by percent of 43 from wind, 17 from sun, and 3% from other RES, biogas, biomass. And the respective market clearing price that day was 40.4 euros per megawatt hour. That means that RES is the player, is the participant who is giving the target to make prices lower. The day when we had big increase in the market, we had the lowest price, and the days we had low production of RES, we have very high prices. This high volatility in the spot market prices indicated the urgent need to activate what we had in front of us, since we are discussing about development, and this development is the PPAs. The bilateral PPAs that will give consumers the access to more affordable clean energy, leading at the same time to further development of RES investments.
Mr. Ieroditis, since we have 4 minutes for the discussion, I just want to ask you something, because you mentioned about prices, and this is very important, because as regulators, I just wish to say that all the discussion, all the debate is always what is the price formation, whether it is different when we speak about off-exchange transactions or when we speak about on-exchange transactions. So I want your views in 1 minute for each of you, actually not even 1 minute, like 30 seconds each of you, to tell me on whether the trading of the energy products on exchange is something that can contribute to achieving a fair price, or we have an opposite result. So I will start with Mr. Yaris because I interrupted you, and then please I will ask all the others to tell us about this.
Yes, let me say one moment to add something which I kept for my last comment, is that we are the issuing body of the guarantees of origin that will give this difference in the contracts we had in front of us. So concluding, I would say that when we have the market operating, and when we have more RES in this market, the outcome will be the price will go down. This is my conclusion, and this is what happens everywhere.
So, Milos.
Okay, thank you for this question. So, power exchanges are, fortunately or sometimes maybe unfortunately for the politician, are perfect mirrors. So we are providing the transparent, clear reference price. And of course, this is one of the main of the role of the power exchanges, beside this role to provide marketplace for the fine tuning and better positioning on the market position on the market. Maybe just one more comment about these prices. So we are witnessing also a situation in August that the biggest prices for the final customers was in Germany, Denmark, Belgium, Ireland, and Spain. And we are witnessing, in fact, there is in all of these countries, there is a lot of renewable production, and a huge part of the energy portfolio is based on renewables. But on the other hand, also we are witnessing also huge, portion of the taxes in the prices for the final customers. So and now it is obvious that some balance should be made. Also in Serbia now we are starting with new incentive, premium scheme incentive model, which will of course use the SEPEX price as a reference price. But just to comment, I think I am a RES lover, so it is not under the question mark, but I think that this is not just quite enough to rely on the new RES, development and so on. It is also very important, as I already mentioned, to be more creative and to think about the new products, new sources, and of course about new paradigms, which is of course necessary.
So, Konstantinov, and then we have Mr. Konstantinov, and then we have Mr. Ioannou.
Yeah.
Very brief.
Of course, thanks, Vasiliki. Of course, we have also in Bulgaria a huge problem with the prices, and this is a very, very big problem for the consumers. But I think it is extremely important to be taught that actually the trading through the exchanges is giving the more transparent and realistic market price. Actually, the exchanges just are meeting the supply and the demand. The exchanges do not determining the prices; they just calculating them. So I think that and confirming completely the Miller's words, but the trading through the exchanges is the most transparent and real one. Thank you.
Thank you, and George.
Well, in order to have a mechanism for proper, effective price formation, you have to somehow have a transparent view of the supply and the demand. And where is the only place where you have actual transparent view of supply and demand? That's only through the PXs concerning electricity. So I would say that if you rely just on bilaterals and other forms of interaction for setting up prices, I think you're missing a lot of the picture. But via PXs, you see the whole picture, and that's why I strongly believe that it is the only way for proper price formation. Remember, PXs are institutions that do not set prices, do not affect prices, do not have the mechanisms to affect prices, but they just are reliable integrators of information from both sides of the market so that prices are formed and are respected by all the participants.
Thank you, George. So we all agree that here we're speaking about transparency, which is very important for that kind of products and formation of prices. So thank you all for participating in the panel. I think we're out of time. Again, it was very nice to have you all in person and not just virtually as usually we have been in this last year and a half. So thank you all. And I pass the floor to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, the previous panelists, and thank you, Vasiliki, for your excellent moderation. And we conclude the forum with a very interesting discussion between Deputy Minister of Development, Economy and Development, Mr. Konstantinos Strakogiannis, and also with us is remotely Mrs. Maria Di Julian. She's Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary from the Department of Energy. I salute you both, welcome you both in our forum. Mr. Fragogiannis, if you'd like to join us here. Sure. I will first ask Mr. Fragogiannis to provide us his remarks regarding the role of energy sector that can play in our country's economic diplomacy and especially in fostering the regional cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Fragogiannis, for being with us.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be participating in this discussion among such distinguished guests. Our region has seen over the years more than its fair share of tensions, conflicts, and long drawn-out geopolitical crises. Greece, however, has made a strategic choice to promote political stability and respect for international law and act as a country model in this respect for the wider region. One sector that can definitely contribute not only to achieving economic growth and competitiveness, but also political progress in this area is the energy sector. And as Deputy Foreign Minister of Greece, responsible for economic diplomacy and openness, I take a special interest in promoting this goal through energy diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen, from our point of view, it is crucial to shape and promote a positive, broader, and manifold agenda of cooperation in international affairs, focusing on developing synergies and joint activities. We value regional cooperation as an effective tool for the overall development and stability of Southeast Europe. Building resilient infrastructure and connecting energy links between all the countries in our region is of utmost importance in order to deliver efficient, modernized energy systems that can assist economic development, to address energy poverty, and reduce the environmental impacts of energy use. Furthermore, infrastructures can be a catalyst for de-escalation, cooperation, and peace, as they can reduce energy costs, diversify clients and suppliers, and attract foreign direct investment. Investing in new technologies is also a much-needed change, which can also yield positive results for our region. Acknowledging the importance of regional approach, Greece supports initiatives such as Energy Community, Southeast European Cooperation, the process called SECP, which is under Greek chairmanship until July 2022, and it is the only regional cooperation format in which all Southeast European countries participate. Such cooperation, it contributes to the social and economic development in the Central and Southern Europe. In the course of the last few years, Greece has also established international contacts in trilateral and quadrilateral formats with other countries in the wider region and has been participating in multilateral fora. All these synergies aim at addressing together the challenges that each country has to face in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece believes that a country's perception of energy security is undoubtedly defined by its position in the international energy value chain, the level of its technological leadership, and its own geographical location. Due to our geographic position, we have the potential to become a European gateway as well as an energy transit country for the wider region. In this context, a significant number of energy infrastructure projects are built or underway in Greece with the support and contribution of the European Union, such as the TAP, the IGB with Bulgaria, the interconnector between Greece and North Macedonia that was signed today, the planned submerged Med-PEP pipeline, and the construction of the floating LNG storage and regasification unit, the known FSRU in Alexandroupolis. At the same time, Greece has a future in the oil and gas exploration sector. Eventual discoveries will enable the countries in the region to diversify further their sources. Over the past few decades, the geopolitics of energy has been synonymous with the geopolitics of oil and gas. However, a new concept of energy security is emerging as the world shifts to clean energy sources. Renewable energy and smart interconnections will increase energy independence as countries move away from fossil fuels. Europe's shift towards a carbon neutral economy by 2050 under the European Green Deal places EU at the forefront of the global energy transition. Thus, we should opt to further diversify our energy mix by attracting particular importance to the use of environmentally friendlier forms of energy such as RES, hydrogen, and other renewable gases. These forms present a new potential for joint actions between the countries of the region. At the same time, however, countries will increasingly derive the bulk of their energy supplies from integral regional power grids, which will increase energy interdependence between neighbors. The existing, as well as the future electricity interconnections of Greece with neighboring countries reduce the cost of meeting electricity demand and in parallel improve security of supply and facilitate the cost-effective integration of the growing share of renewable energy sources. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude by considering our geographical position and our rather troubled neighborhood. We have historically acted as a bridge between Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. Despite the last decade of severe political and economic crisis, coupled lately by the COVID pandemic, our homeland, thanks to the resilience of the Greek people, has transformed from being a source of uncertainty into a source of stability and solutions. There is a wind of change, growth, and prosperity that already blows across the country. Presently, it is a calm and steady wind. It is a sea breeze, as we call it, but like all Greek winds, it has the potential to become very powerful. As a deputy foreign minister, I need to assess that we will obviously keep working closely with our friends and traditional allies in view of promoting our mutual interests. We are back in business, full speed ahead, through economic reforms and the strong political will of the new government, turning into an economic growth and investment hub for the wider region. But above all, we shall always strive to the regional pillar of stability, and we encourage all of our friends and neighbors to join us in this strategic pursuit. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Minister Fragoulianis. If you want to sit here,
Sure.
We can ask some questions. But before, we should go to Mrs. De Julian Maria. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for being with us. Could you provide us in the next 5 minutes a short perspective about the U.S. views on the course of the energy sector in the U.S. and globally, and primarily in the East Med and South Europe region?
Yes. Good afternoon and good evening. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Deputy Minister Frakagiannis, for your remarks. I really appreciated them. And it is a distinct honor to be here today to join all of you, Minister Skreikas, Minister Zhikov, Minister Polides, Minister Neredini, Vice Prime Minister Mihailovich, and Minister Popescu, and the many other distinguished guests on this robust agenda in thinking about our energy and climate priorities from a regional perspective. Let me begin, however, by offering a few thoughts on what is happening in the United States from a policy and action perspective on energy and climate issues. I emphasize action because, as our secretary often says, the Department of Energy is the solutions agency. As President Biden has made clear, the United States is back, and that means we are back in terms of doing our part to implement transformative energy and climate initiatives at home. But it also means that we are back in terms of working with partners and allies to inform, support, collaborate, and complement each other's work where we can. When it comes to the climate crisis, there is no time for each of us to learn the hard way. We are well advised to learn from each other, to leapfrog, as economists put it, and thus move as quickly as we can as a global community to sharply reduce our global greenhouse gas emissions. So let me start at home in the United States. In January, shortly after entering office, President Biden issued an executive order on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. He set out a whole of government approach. From our perspective, there is no greater challenge confronting the world than climate change, and President Biden understands the critical role the United States must play in the global effort to meet this challenge. As global droughts, wildfires, record temperatures, and devastating hurricanes remind us, the climate crisis is upon us and more will come. What we can and must do is achieve net zero global emissions by mid-century or before. And we cannot do that without transforming our energy infrastructure in transportation, heating, buildings, industry, and so on. As many of you have recognized for years, energy and climate can no longer be treated as separate areas for policymaking. In the United States, we view the connection between energy and climate as an opportunity to use innovation to increase economic growth while decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, the International Finance Corporation estimates that $23 trillion in climate smart investment opportunities will be available in emerging markets through 2030, an opportunity to stimulate high quality job growth globally, an opportunity to pass on to the generations that follow some of the tools that they will need to build the green energy ecosystems of the future. In support of the Biden-Harris vision, the Department of Energy is investing heavily in technologies that will carry us to our net zero goals. One of our key contributions will come from a series of new Department of Energy efforts called Energy Earthshots, because the climate crisis calls for a different kind of moonshot and what the Secretary likes to call fearless innovation. These Earthshots focus on advancing the innovation breakthroughs that we need to combat the climate crisis and reach our 2050 net zero carbon goals. They are an all R&D community approach to leading science and technology innovations to address the technology challenges and cost hurdles and rapidly advance solutions to help achieve our climate and economic competitiveness goals. Through the Energy Earthshot Initiative, the department is setting ambitious but achievable targets to transform these technologies over the next 10 years, lowering costs, raising performance, creating new jobs, and clearing the way to meet our clean energy goals. Secretary Granholm has unveiled details on 2 energy Earthshots, one on hydrogen and one on long-duration storage. For hydrogen, the program goal is to drive down the cost of hydrogen production to $1 per kilogram within 1 decade. For long-duration storage, the goal is to reduce the cost of grid-scale energy storage by 90% within 1 decade, and there will be more to come. We held a Hydrogen Shot Summit a few weeks ago, and we will hold a long-duration storage shot summit on September 23rd. And I invite all of you who are interested to register and join that event. That is a brief summary of some of the high points in America's energy and climate policy environment. And these efforts will dovetail with our international efforts. For example, the goals of the Hydrogen Earthshot match with the multilateral Mission Innovation Research Mission on Hydrogen, which sets as its goal a hydrogen price of $2 per kilogram end to end. Now, let me shift to Southeastern Europe. We see many parallels between the energy and climate challenges we face domestically and those faced by our allies and partners in this region, whether it be Greece, North Macedonia, Albania, Romania, Serbia, and beyond. And we see opportunities to work together to advance our shared goals. For example, we are really looking forward to the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, or PTEC, which comes up shortly, September 22nd through 24th. There, we will relaunch this effort and turn it into an action-oriented tool for climate action, reinforce the need for strengthened collaborative innovation, deployment, and investments in clean energy, and discuss important energy security issues. We share common energy security goals, and we are tackling them together. We also share common energy technology challenges, for example, in energy storage, hydrogen, carbon capture, and other frontier technologies. We see the benefits of deepening trade to advance our shared energy and climate goals. Working together on a transition to green energy technology, we can fuel innovation, drive growth, and create good jobs and stimulate country to country, business to business, and people to people cooperation and ties. We want to tackle the dual hurdles of global climate change and a COVID recovery that builds back better with you, because the only way we can truly solve these challenges is by working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giuliani. First of all, I want to say that this is very ambitious goals you have set as an administration, and wish you the best of success. And also, you mentioned about the transatlantic partnership, which, of course, I think it will highlight some partnerships and opportunities, for cooperation between either in the private sector or in the state sector between, our countries. I have a question for both of you. First, the energy is being one of the pillars in the strategic dialogue between the two countries. Where we stand right now, and what are the next steps in this regard? And in what areas in the energy field you see opportunities for U.S. companies to, let's say, partner with other companies here in Greece or invest in Greece? Minister Fragogiannis, maybe you want to start first regarding the pillar of the energy.
Sure. There is actually plenty of opportunities, and there is plenty of US-based companies that have shown interest in investing in Greece. I have said it many times in the past that Greece is becoming an investment destination. And in that regard, what I mean is that we are in the mindset of those who seek energy-related opportunities abroad. The opportunities in Greece have to do with infrastructure projects, energy projects. The FSRU in Alexandroupolis presents a great opportunity for trading of natural gas through TAP and the vertical corridors to Bulgaria and to Southeastern Europe, but also to Albania, and from Albania to Italy, and thus to the Central European territories. It presents an opportunity for US-based companies to trade liquefied natural gas. It also presents opportunities in RES. We, as everyone knows, have made a bold decision as a government to shut down all of our lignite plants by 2028. Mostly will be done by 2023. That creates automatically space for renewable energy sources. We, in the past 2 years, have already approved over 4 billion euro related RES projects that are being realized as we speak. And that presents the willingness of the new government to support RES projects and identify energy solutions that will lead the way to transition to green energy. So natural gas, RES, hybrid systems are ways to foster opportunities in the country, and I think there is a great number of US companies that have shown interest in it.
Thank you. Mrs. Di Giulian,
Yes.
your remarks on that?
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly. There are a lot of opportunities. And in fact, again, at the PTEC meeting, we're not only holding the ministers meeting, but we are the day on September 22nd, we are having a business meeting where we're going to talk and try to connect a lot of those parties together to take advantage of those opportunities. We're going to talk about, the low carbon energy advantages. We are also going to have a panel on natural gas, on smart cities and the energy technologies of the future, e-mobility. So there's going to be, we're very interested. We know that there are a lot of opportunities, and that's why we're so excited to work with everybody and to discuss and really partner up the right people, get the right people together, working together so that we're all working in the same direction. So thank you.
Continuing to what you just said and taking into consideration your expertise as a Chief Technology Officer at the Department of Energy, what the role of sciences and technology can play in the successful rapid implementation of the policies that you just mentioned before?
Yes, that's a great question. A lot of people don't realize, because the name of our agency is the Department of Energy, we actually we're a major science agency, and our Office of Science is incredible. And in fact, we're looking at, what are the major science questions that need to be answered to reach our climate goals. And we're doing a lot of research in that area. And we also, again, our Earthshot program is going to be a heavy R&D program where we're going to pull everybody together. Our Office of Science, our applied offices like our Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy Office, our ARPA-E, sort of our offices that really take a lot of risks when they're looking at new technologies. We're going to pull them all together to be working together to really look at these key technologies, drive down the cost, and then deploy. So that's going to be our approach. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Fragogiannis, continuing on the same subject, can Greece become a regional energy hub for innovative solutions and products? And I'm asking this because there are some ideas regarding the delignitization process of Ptolemaida and its transition to an energy center for research, development, and production. Is this possible to be done? And what it will take?
Well, what does it take for a country to become an investment destination? First of all, there has to be a market for foreign entities' products and services. In our case, it is Greece or the European Union, or if it comes to R&D and scientific solutions, it could be the global village. It takes political stability, it takes economic growth, plenty of policy making, incentives, social cohesiveness, and the institutions of a country to perform at its best. So what we have done by policy making is to shut down the lignite plants, to support and incentivize the global community that wishes to invest in RES and innovative solutions to take part in it. And in Ptolemaida, which is the part of the country, one part of the country that has shut down lignite plants and thus created unemployment, we have made some bold, again, decisions to provide additional incentives in order to attract businesses from Greece and from abroad to invest in that region where the incentives are very lucrative and at the same time take advantage of the energy-related opportunities that are available in the country.
Thank you. Since we don't have too much time, Mr. Fragogiannis, you were present just a while ago at the signing ceremony of an agreement between DESFA and North Macedonia. Under your capacity as the head of the economic diplomacy of the country, how you view the role of the private sector in assisting you the goals that you have set?
Well, the private sector is essential in realizing the goals. What we do as a government is to create a level playing field in which we provide for the fundamentals on a G2G basis that justify the policy that we make. You mentioned the interconnector. It is a prime example of how two countries, despite the limited market for natural gas at the moment in North Macedonia and in Albania, but yet the tremendous opportunity for natural gas in the region by considering the neighboring countries and markets. We have provided the space, the place, and the conditions for the agreement be realized. This is an important agreement. It will create an opportunity for the private sector, and at the same time, it will facilitate trading and opportunities for other businesses to eventually engage themselves in natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and take advantage of the grid of the Balkan Peninsula.
Thank you very much. And one last question to Ms. de Julian. What, in your opinion, are the top fields in the energy sector where research will be performed most in the next decade?
Thank you. Just to comment on the previous discussion about communities that are impacted by some of the changes, we are also very aware of that, and we are starting a new program on that at the Department of Energy, and the U.S. government as a whole is really looking at that. But again, we see it as a big opportunity, just as Greece is looking to bring in other investment and opportunities to those communities. We are going to be looking at doing the same thing. So I think that's a great discussion and issue to be thinking about. One other thing about, now sort of pivoting back to your question, obviously we have, DOE manages the 17 national labs, and we look at, a vast, wide array of issues that are coming to the fore. The Earthshots are going to focus on the ones we really think are the key, the hydrogen, long duration storage, and over the year we'll be announcing several others along the way. So you can look at those as sort of where we're really focusing on key technologies. But in the labs and elsewhere, we're also obviously leaving time to dream and to think, have our great researchers think of other new and innovative technologies. Obviously, transportation is going to be key. Buildings, very important sector. So there are a lot of sectors, and we're looking at a wide variety. So thank you.
Mr. Fragogiannis, just one last question. I want to refer to the case of Astypalea. That was a very successful case, actually. And can we have similar cases in Greece, and what it takes, to do that?
Well, it has a lot to do with what Maria stated earlier in R&D and contemporary solutions, because when we talk about energy transition and technologies, in essence, what we talk about is smartness, sustainability, transition to green energy, and technically advanced solutions. What we did in Astypalea is to show the world how the private sector and the public sector can work together to the benefit of the people. It's a program that is made up of 4 pillars. The first is to shut down in a remote Aegean island that is not connected to the national grid, the diesel generators, and thus provide a solution towards the environment and produce energy that has less cost than that of burning diesel for it, and installing a hybrid system. Second is to electrify the island in relation to mobility. So all vehicles, cars, scooters, motorcycles are electric. Even the police car is electric. Even the Coast Guard is electric. There is charging stations throughout the island. There is a shared network of vehicles, so you don't actually need to own a car. There is tremendous incentives provided by the automakers and by the Greek state in as far as enabling the business community and the private citizens, the residents of the island, to buy an electric car. There is mobility on demand. There is going to be mobility on demand, so you don't have to wait for an old bus, but rather take an electric van that will take you from point A to point B 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we create the environment and the space that will allow for smart mobility to be tested on this island in 2026, when we think that the driverless solution will be ready throughout the world. So this is a prime example of how the two communities can work together to the benefit of the people and show the world that we can actually implement innovative and technologically advanced solutions that satisfy all 5 criteria set: the technology, the green energy, the transition, the climate change, and the automation and sustainability. There is already tremendous interest from other countries, other corporations, to do similar exercises in Greece and abroad. And we are very happy that we have taken a leading position in it. And we have a nickname for it. We call it the Lighthouse.
Really?
That means something.
Yeah, great. Well, we wish you, to have similar cases all over Greece, and of course, be an example for the whole region. By the way, I want to thank you both for your for being with us and for this very enlightening conversation we had. Before we close the forum, we have Dan Byers online. I hope we have him, correct? And he's the Vice President for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Energy Department. And Dan, it's good to have you with us. So the floor is yours for your perspective and your views regarding the course of the energy from the views of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is great to be with you remotely. I am on my porch, so I apologize. There's construction going on at my house, but this is the quietest place I could find. I understand this has been the end of a fantastic event, and I will not speak too long as you go on to the reception, but I was able to watch some of the sessions and see the agenda was absolutely fantastic and so much to learn and discuss. And so on behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, we are certainly honored to be a partner in this event, and our thanks to the Greek AmCham for our continued partnership and collaboration. We face so many of the same challenges, and the continued engagement is really important, given everything going on. Just briefly, I'll make a couple of very quick points. I think, from here in the U.S. Perspective, this is an exciting time and very busy time. I think this month of September, I've been working on energy issues for more than 20 years, and I think it's the busiest it has ever been. Our Congress is debating two major pieces of legislation, both of which have substantial energy and climate components to it. So there's much going on. There are differences of opinion and there are going to be battles, but I think the good news is the U.S. business community is really beginning to row in the same direction, and many of our members, as I'm sure many of the businesses throughout Europe, have their own commitments, and we're working as hard as we can to make sure that we achieve them, and we have the technologies in place to achieve them. The COP is 6 weeks away. There's a lot of anxiety and optimism and emotions surrounding that. We hope it's successful. And I think I'd just say, more generally, this is a great opportunity, but we have to proceed with caution to some degree. We want to reduce emissions and move to clean energy as quickly as we can, but we have to recognize issues such as price, which I heard in the earlier forums, and energy security, which of course we know is so important in Southeast Europe. And I would be remiss, I'll just close out quickly, and if I did not spend a minute or two talking about natural gas. I know it's been discussed much throughout the event, but the United States is the world's largest producer of natural gas, and we are increasing our exports of LNG. And we have our own self-interest among our members where we want to sell it around the world, including to our allies and including to Greece, where we know there's FSRU facilities under development. And so we think it's a good opportunity, not certainly only for our energy producers, but to help provide some diversity of supply and energy security, and make environmental progress. As we understand, this gas can help to balance wind and solar on the grid and displace renewables. So I think with that, I will wrap up and let everyone get to the reception. But thank you so much to the Greek AmCham. It's great to continue our partnership.
Good to see you next year, 6th forum. Thank you for being with us. With that, we conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the 5th forum, the Southeastern Europe Energy Forum. We're looking forward to next year. Thank you for all of you, either physically being here or digitally being connected with us. And thank our sponsors and also our audiovisual support team and everybody. And have a good night. Thank you.